In this era, cancer isn't a death sentence for most. With modern medicine and cutting-edge treatments, cancer is no longer a guaranteed death sentence. As long as you have insurance, a supportive family, or even just, Chen Huayan switched off the TV with a bitter chuckle. But I have none of those. The critical illness notice arrived 2 days ago. Yesterday, his girlfriend left him. And today, he finally broke down. He was only a freshman in college. His parents, both forest rangers, had died in a wildfire years ago, leaving behind nothing but a modest compensation payout. With that money, years of frugal living, and countless odd jobs, he had scraped his way into a first-tier university. It wasn't glamorous, but it was enough. Graduation came with job security, and while the pay wouldn't have been great, it would have kept him afloat. But then, a hospital visit for persistent ankle pain turned into a mid-stage cancer diagnosis. With no money for treatment, Chen Huayan withdrew from school and rented a small apartment near the wetland park, paying for a full year in advance. That was his timeline. After that, well, it wouldn't matter. He pulled up his banking app, 30,000 yuan. Food's about 500 to 600 a month. Even with other expenses, I could last a year and still have 20,000 left. He stared at the balance, a wry smile forming. For years, he'd worked non-stop while others traveled. He picked up shifts. While they gamed, he saved. And while they dated, well, his girlfriend had been cheating on him. So for whatever time he had left, Chen Huayan decided he'd live for himself. Play some games. Binge all the dramas he never had time for. Maybe, if his health allowed, even visit the ocean. Then, installation complete. Claim your virtual girlfriend now. A pop-up. Normally, he'd ignore it. But today, his finger hovered. A new app icon had appeared on his phone, an ancient costumed, chibi-style girl with a sword. A game that installs itself? Great, a virus. He should have deleted it. Maybe run a security scan. But today, who cared? With nothing to lose, Chen Huayan tapped the icon. The screen went dark, and then, this game is for players aged 18 and above. Accounts are bound to identity and cannot be deleted or transferred. By proceeding, you accept these draconian terms. Wow, you even admit it's draconian. He smirked and hit start game. If it was a scam, what would they steal? His personal data? His chats? Once they saw his situation, the developers might uninstall the app themselves. Choose your virtual girlfriend. The screen shifted, displaying a roster of animated characters. The models were shockingly realistic, nothing like the chibi-style icon. Neon Mafia Princess, Kiriko Kirishima. Age, 22. Height, 158 centimeters. A stunning live 2D model appeared, a busty girl in a kimono, her curves exaggerated. Clearly designed to appeal to certain audiences. Not his type. He scrolled past characters from different time periods, some weren't even human. One was a literal transformer. Then, a profile caught his eye. Disciple of the Qingran Sect, Li Qingran. Age, 19. Height, 169 centimeters. A stark contrast to the others. No excessive makeup, no flashy design. Just a simple green robe, a sword strapped to her back, and long raven black hair. But it was her eyes that struck him cold, hollow, tinged with despair. Damn, does an indie studio go this hard? He almost doubted it was a virus. The effort was insane. Were they working on a PhD thesis? Confirm Li Qingran as your virtual girlfriend. Warning, this choice is irreversible. If your virtual girlfriend dies, she cannot be revived. Such serious stakes. He recognized the psychological trick, creating artificial attachment. Normally, he wouldn't fall for it. But today, he pressed confirm. You have 132 days left to live. The words flashed across the screen. Chen Huayan's heart skipped a beat. Then the game began. A dimly lit hut appeared. The straw mat on the floor was damp from rain, the walls riddled with holes. A frail figure curled in the corner, hugging her knees. Her long, tangled hair obscured her face, but her pale arms and legs were marred with bruises and cuts. A deep, jagged gash ran across her shoulder. Li Qingran is cold and hungry. Her body grows weaker. Li Qingran suffers from fire poison and is in unbearable pain. Li Qingran has 30 minutes left to live. Chen Huayan sucked in a breath. She groaned weakly, shifting slightly, her face still obscured by her damp, matted hair. Was this really the same character from the profile? Near her lay a broken sword, the same one from her image. The game wasn't presenting an overpowered waifu. It was showing a dying girl. What do I do? Panic surged in his chest. Ding! First time recharge of 6 yuan unlocks the home improvement bundle to give your virtual girlfriend a cozy house. Chen Huayan stared. A game with real-time suffering. A character on the verge of death. A recharge option at the worst possible moment. He should have laughed at the blatant emotional manipulation. But right now, he wasn't laughing. His finger hovered over the recharge button. And then he pressed it. Wait. The Yen Kingdom map is this small? Chen Huayan let out a bitter chuckle at the recharge prompt. This game didn't even bother being subtle, straight to pay to win. Yet, as he glanced at the pitiful girl on the screen, something in him stirred. Alone, penniless, terminally ill, abandoned by his girlfriend. Was he really any better off than Li Qingran? His so-called friends had all vanished, afraid he'd ask for help. Who would reach out a hand to him? No one. But now, he had the power to help someone, even if she was just a collection of pixels designed to drain his wallet. 6 yuan? Sure, I'll pay. For the first time in his life, he spent money on a game. Recharge successful. A golden glow enveloped the dilapidated hut. The damp straw mat transformed into a sturdy wooden bed with soft bedding. Cracked walls turned to solid bricks, complete with a window to keep out the wind and rain. Furniture materialized simple yet elegant. A floor, a table, a stove, chairs. Chen Huayan exhaled in satisfaction. Now this feels right. He turned his gaze to Li Qingran, curious about her reaction. It was just a mobile game, right? She'd probably do a generic happy animation or give some canned dialogue. But what he saw stunned him. Li Qingran's expression shifted from shock to fear, then wariness. She curled up in the corner, eyes darting around as if she expected an attack. Slowly, like a stray kitten cautiously testing its surroundings, she took hesitant steps. Her trembling fingers brushed against the wooden bed, then pressed down as if testing its reality. Her eyes remained blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Chen Huayan leaned forward, heart pounding. This wasn't normal game behavior. The way she hesitated, the way the mattress sank beneath her touch, it was too real. Did an indie studio go all out on realism, or? His thoughts were interrupted by another prompt. Limited offer? Recharge 30 yuan to gift your virtual girlfriend a beautiful outfit. Chen Huayan's eyes flicked to Li Qingran's tattered, blood-stained robes. A pang of sympathy struck him. All right, let's do it. Xing. A set of elegant green robes appeared neatly folded on the bed. Today's special? Recharge 68 yuan to give your virtual girlfriend a sumptuous meal. A 68 yuan meal? He rarely spent more than 15 yuan on himself. But so what? He paid up. This week's deal? Recharge 98 yuan to unlock your virtual girlfriend's background story and receive a health report. Take my money. Monthly special? Recharge 188 yuan to equip your virtual girlfriend's home with 3 premium Thunderfire talismans for protection. Charge, charge, charge. Your virtual girlfriend is scared. Please wait before taking further actions. Chen Huayan blinked. The system stopped him? He checked the screen. Li Qingran was hiding under the bed, trembling. The new robes? Untouched. The feast of roasted duck, chicken, and fresh fruit? Unmoved. Even the once empty room, now filled with furniture and warmth, seemed to oppress her. A countdown in the corner indicated the health report would take 30 minutes to generate. The good news? Her lifespan had increased to 6 hours. That's manageable for now. Chen Huayan exhaled, setting his phone aside. In-game time matched real-world time. He had a bit of breathing room. His stomach growled as his gaze lingered on the in-game feast. The roasted duck glistened with oil, looking so real he swore he could almost smell it. It was already afternoon. He hadn't eaten. Guess my virtual girlfriend eats better than I do. With a chuckle, he put his phone on the charger and went to fix himself something. Li Qingran, 5th disciple of Chixiao Peak. Li Qingran had once lived a stable life cultivating, completing sect missions, and training under her master alongside her 4 senior brothers. Then everything changed. Her eldest senior brother, Li Qingran, brought back a 6th junior sister, Mu Bei's Huang, a girl from outside the sect. He begged their master to accept her. After that, nothing was the same. Li Qingran, once her protector, stopped inviting her to training. Her 2nd senior brother, Xiao Yaifeng, no longer asked her to test his alchemy pills. The cold and distant 3rd senior brother, Yunzimo, began learning love songs for Mu Bei's Huang. Her mission-focused 4th senior brother, Zhang Hengxiao, abandoned his tasks just to stay by Mu Bei Shuang's side. Even their usually indifferent master doted on the girl. At first, Li Qingran didn't mind. Mu Bei's Huang was sweet and kind, and as a junior sister, she deserved guidance. But then, Mu Bei Shuang's cultivation skyrocketed. The girl, once talentless, suddenly matched her strength within months. During the sect tournament, Li Qingran faced Mu Bei's Huang in battle. She intended to hold back, ending the match gracefully. But Mu Bei's Huang fought with deadly intent, forcing Li Qingran to defend seriously. Then, Mu Bei's Huang suddenly stopped attacking, throwing herself onto Li Qingran's sword. A flesh wound, barely a scratch, yet it was enough. Expelled from the sect. Her cultivation abolished. Her spiritual roots torn out. Her once loving senior brothers personally carried out the punishment. Vanished. Left to die in a storm. Starving. Poisoned. Until a small sparrow fluttered into the rain, and a voice whispered, "Welcome home." In the blink of an eye, the crumbling hut turned into a warm stone house. Li Qingran didn't understand. The world had abandoned her. Why was someone helping her now?
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
Li Qingran had never encountered anything like this. For a cultivator, building a house was simple, but turning a ramshackle hut into a stone house in an instant? That was no ordinary feat. And conjuring food and clothes out of thin air? The difference between transforming something into something else and creating something from nothing was vast. At first, she thought a powerful cultivator might be playing tricks on her, using a storage ring to summon items while remaining hidden. However, she sensed no spatial fluctuations. Everything truly appeared out of thin air. To create something from nothing with such exquisite detail, down to the aroma and appearance of food, this had to be the work of at least a nascent soul cultivator. Or perhaps even fusion realm. Li Qingran wasn't sure. What she did know was that her master, deist Qingxian, an old monster at the nascent soul stage, couldn't achieve such a feat. He could transform ingredients into a finished dish but couldn't make food appear out of nowhere. Then again, maybe her master had never bothered with such techniques. After all, cultivators could sustain themselves through meditation starting at the foundation establishment stage. The tantalizing smell of food awakened her hunger. With her cultivation abolished, she could no longer meditate to suppress hunger. The meat of most demonic beasts was poisonous, and she couldn't tell the safe ones apart. Thus, she had survived on wild fruits and roots. But staying under the bed wasn't a solution. Cautiously, Li Qingran peeked out from under the bed, gathering her courage. Which senior is casting such powerful spells? This junior, Li Qingran, humbly requests the honor of meeting you in person. The room remained silent except for the rain pattering against the bamboo windows. After a moment's pause, Li Qingran decided to crawl out from under the bed. Saying she wasn't afraid would be a lie. But if the other party was so powerful, could she resist anyway? Besides, they had already touched her foot earlier, warm and gentle, as if mocking her futile hiding. The thought made her bite her lip, her face flushing with embarrassment. Whatever happens, so be it. Standing up, she surveyed the room but found no suspicious figures. Her gaze inevitably drifted to the table laden with a feast. Gulp. The sound of her swallowing echoed alongside the rumbling of her stomach at novel bin at. Awkwardly, she sat at the table, staring at the dishes but refraining from eating. Instead, she clasped her hands together, bowed her head, and sincerely said, "If the senior is unwilling to show yourself, may I ask if these dishes are for me? If you remain silent, I would rather starve than touch something that belongs to you." After her words, she shut her eyes and sat cross-legged in meditation. Chen Huayan had settled for a simple lunch of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Returning to the game, he saw that Li Qingran had emerged from under the bed and was now seated at the table, meditating. Her delicate face was flushed, dotted with sweat, and her body wavered unsteadily. The way her little nose twitched as if resisting the food's aroma was almost comical. What kind of scene is this? Chen Huayan laughed. Meditating in front of food? Testing her willpower? Her chin was practically hovering over the roast chicken. Li Qingran requests permission to eat the meal. Do you approve? A dialogue box popped up. I have to approve it? What kind of strict system is this? Chen Huayan shook his head, amused, and selected yes. On screen, Li Qingran seemed to hear something. Her eyes snapped open, her face lighting up with joy. Thank you, senior. What the? There's voice acting. Startled by the crisp, sweet voice, Chen Huayan nearly dropped his phone. He hadn't turned on the sound earlier, assuming the game lacked background music. But after turning up the volume, he realized the game had incredibly realistic environmental audio, like the crackling of the stove fire and the torrential rain outside. However, he never expected Li Qingran to have her own voice actor. Small studios really go all out. Chen Huayan watched in fascination as Li Qingran began eating. At first, she took small, delicate bites. But soon, her chopsticks moved faster, and she descended into a frenzied devouring of the meal, finishing at a speed that left Chen Huayan dumbfounded. Only in games could characters eat this fast. After finishing her meal, Li Qingran picked up a small napkin, dabbed her mouth, and blushed deeply as she bowed again. This junior hasn't had such a delicious meal in ages. Senior's kindness is something I will never forget. When she meditated earlier, she suddenly heard a single word, yes. The sound was like the resonance of the Dao itself, reverberating through her soul. When she opened her eyes, the food glowed faintly with a golden character made of spiritual qi. Yes. The voice had used a transmission technique, but what struck her was that the spiritual character wasn't formed by manipulating surrounding qi, it had been generated out of thin air, just like the food. Li Qingran shivered slightly. Whoever the senior was, they were far beyond her comprehension. But they didn't seem hostile, at least for now. Senior, I will clean the dishes. Carrying the plates, she stepped outside. The rain was heavier now, the dense downpour reducing visibility to just a few meters. The only sounds were the rain hitting the ground and faint rumbles of distant thunder. The rain's even heavier than before. Looking up at the sky, Li Qingran felt a surge of gratitude. If it weren't for the senior's house, her old hut would have collapsed by now. Outside, a small corridor shielded her from the rain. Following the eaves, she found a wooden bucket she had left out yesterday to collect rainwater. Now full, it was perfect for washing the dishes. Li Qingran is cleaning the dishes. Li Qingran's favor ability +5. Current, 10. Well, she even washes dishes? A favor ability system isn't surprising, though. Chen Huayan chuckled, increasingly impressed by the game's depth. Not only were the characters incredibly lifelike, but the amount of interactive content was astonishing. How had he never heard of this game before? Glancing at the time, he saw the identity and health report would be ready in a few minutes. While waiting, he decided to explore the game further. To his surprise, the game had a large map. When fully expanded, Li Qingran's small house was just a tiny dot amidst a vast, unexplored expanse covered in dark fog. Only the area around her house was visible. Interestingly, another visible location stood out, a grand sect marked by golden characters, Qingyun Sect. Oh, that's where she used to live. Chen Huayan frowned. Why wasn't Li Qingran still in Qingyun Sect? And why was she in such a miserable state? The sect seemed close, just at the mountain's peak, while her current location was at the base. For cultivators, that was hardly a long journey. There had to be a story behind this. Zooming back into the map, his expression changed. Around the small house, 5 red dots appeared. They were moving quickly toward Li Qingran's location. Chen Huayan didn't usually play games, but even without first-hand experience, he knew enough to recognize that in game maps, red dots usually represented enemies. The 5 red dots moved at a terrifying speed, closing in on the small cabin within a breath or two. D*MN. Li Qingran is still outside washing the dishes. On the screen, Li Qingran was focused on scrubbing plates, entirely unaware of the abnormal situation unfolding around the cabin. Chen Huayan panicked. He frantically searched the game interface for any option that could alert Li Qingran. There were plenty of options on the interface, but most of them were locked. Top up 100 to purchase a sound transmission talisman and send Li Qingran a single message. The recharge screen popped up. There was no time to think about why the sound transmission talisman was so expensive. Chen Huayan recharged immediately. A notification dinged from Alipay, and a talisman appeared in the center of the screen. Hold down the talisman and speak. Chen Huayan's face twitched. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the talisman and said gravely, "Monsters attacking? Retreat immediately." A thunderous shout echoed in the void, "Run. Now." Li Qingran, who was still washing dishes, froze and looked around in confusion at Novel bin at. That voice, could it be the seniors? A woo. A sharp wolf howl pierced through the rain. Accompanied by heavy growls, 3 jet-black demonic wolves, each the size of a water buffalo, stormed into Li Qingran's view. Behind them, 2 more wolves loomed faintly in the shadows. Blackback demonic wolves. How could this be? Li Qingran quickly pieced it together. The lone wolf she had fought off recently must have been a scout. No wonder it hadn't engaged her directly and fled after a slight resistance. It had been gathering intel all along. The nearest wolf was no more than 5 meters away now. Without any hesitation, it lunged at her. Although her cultivation base was crippled and her spiritual root destroyed, Li Qingran's combat instincts were still sharp. She timed her move, rolled sideways to dodge the first wolf's attack, and flung a plate at the second wolf preparing to pounce. Outside the screen, Chen Huayan's heart was in his throat. Watching Li Qingran move with the agility of a cat and counter swiftly, he slapped his thigh in excitement. Well done. His biggest worry was that she'd freeze in place when faced with danger. Fortunately, she was calm and quick to react. The demonic wolves, accustomed to skirmishing with Qingyun Sect cultivators on Wangqing Mountain, instinctively thought the white plate was a magical weapon. They dodged, only to realize nothing happened as the plate hit the ground. The pack exchanged glances, their red eyes growing even more ferocious, feeling utterly humiliated. Seizing the moment, Li Qingran bolted back to the cabin and slammed the door shut. "Crap, crap, crap," she muttered, dragging furniture to barricade the door, worry etched on her face. "It almost killed me to fend off just 1 wolf last time. How am I supposed to deal with 5 now?" Her strength was waning fast. Dragging even a single table left her face flushed red. Before she could position the table properly, the tremors of approaching wolves reached her ears. Li Qingran's pupils constricted as she retreated to the window, considering her only escape route. But just when she thought the wolves were about to break in, boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted outside the door. Even through the door, she saw a flash of lightning. The wolves' pained howls followed, and the air filled with the acrid scent of burning flesh. Startled, Li Qingran looked up. A talisman on the door was glowing with blazing lightning, its rectangular outline visible even through the wood. It unleashed thunder and fire, reducing the nearby wolves to charred remains. A thunderfire talisman. She immediately recognized it. She hadn't noticed any talismans on the door earlier. It must have been placed there by that senior. Talismans and pills were graded from mortal, medium, superior, perfect, to immortal. Immortal-grade talismans, wrapped in golden light, were extraordinarily powerful. Only old monsters and major sects could craft them. Regular Thunderfire talismans were effective against Chi refinement or foundation establishment cultivators. An Immortal Grade 1, however, could obliterate even a golden core stage demon a treasure money couldn't buy. And this was an Immortal Grade talisman? Most cultivators would hoard such an item as their trump card. Yet the senior had casually slapped it onto her door? What a waste of a priceless treasure! Li Qingran was overwhelmed with gratitude and heartache. Outside, the 2 wolves closest to the door were obliterated by the talisman. The remaining 3 froze, tails tucked, their ferocity replaced by terror. Were they cursed? Why would someone use such a powerful talisman on mere Chi refinement wolves? They realized the path through the door was impassable, but giving up their prey so easily wasn't their style. 2 of them circled toward the window while the third tried to climb onto the roof. Before the one on the roof could advance, boom, the 2 near the window exploded into ashes. The last wolf abandoned all thoughts of hunting and fled. Limited time offer. Would you like to purchase a Thunderfire talisman to strike down the fleeing wolf? Thunderfire talisman 288 yen, 50% off. What? Chen Huayan's face turned green. Under normal circumstances, he'd uninstall the game in seconds. But seeing Li Qingran's distressed expression on screen, and realizing the wolf might return with reinforcements, leave the roots, and they'll regrow in the spring? Fine, I'll recharge. Clenching his fists, Chen Huayan looked like he was holding the talisman himself. Another 288 yen disappeared from his Alipay, and a talisman shot toward the fleeing wolf. From Li Qingran's perspective, a crack of thunder echoed, and a golden streak pierced the rain. The talisman exploded upon contact, leaving only smoldering remains of the wolf amidst the relentless storm. 3 immortal-grade thunderfire talismans in a row. Li Qingran stared blankly out the window. In less than 30 seconds, all 5 wolves were dead. And the senior hadn't even shown himself, offering only a single voice transmission as a warning. Such abilities were terrifying. But why would someone so powerful help her? She thought of her Qingyun sect seniors and master. Before her junior sister arrived, they had treated her decently, but their kindness was often calculated. For instance, senior brother Li Qingran, a fire spiritual root cultivator, wanted her water spiritual root as a Dao companion. Second senior brother Xiao Yaifeng, obsessed with alchemy, needed her to tend spiritual herbs and test pills. Third senior brother Yunzimo, a martial maniac, often sparred with her without holding back. Fourth senior brother Zhang Hengxiao, unruly and reckless, dragged her into trouble during sect missions, making her a scapegoat. What could the senior's motive be? She had nothing, only her life to offer. Perhaps he had no motive, merely a passerby moved by her plight. Shaking her head, Li Qingran pushed her thoughts aside. Regardless of his reasons, the senior had saved her life. If she survived, she would repay his kindness. Junior Li Qingran offers her heartfelt thanks for senior's aid. This time, she simply knelt toward the sky, her expression solemn, and bowed deeply. Li Qingran's favor ability +5, now at 15. Not bad. Favor abilities climbing fast, Chen Huayan muttered, stroking his chin. Smiling, he added, worth the 288 recharge. This game was crazy addictive. He'd already spent hundreds. No wonder some kids went into debt over gaming. It was just as exhilarating for him. Ding! Li Qingran's health report and detailed identity have been generated. View now. Chen Huayan's eyes lit up as he eagerly rubbed his hands together. Here we go, haha. Identity and medical report, Li Qingran. Name, Li Qingran. Current realm, Qi refinement level 1. Identity, former Qingyun sect, Xiao peak disciple. Age, 19, female. Special talents, single water spiritual root, abolished, Taiyin Dao body, unactivated. Status, severely damaged foundation, ruptured danion, fire poison invasion, inner demons growing, severe internal injuries, severed meridians, moderate external injuries. Background, once an inner disciple of Qingyun sect's Xiao peak, Li Qingran was betrayed, leading to estrangement from her sect. Her cultivation base was crippled by her senior brother, Li Qingran. Her spiritual root was stripped by her master, Daoist Qingxian. The fire poison resulted from defective pills concocted by her second senior brother, Xiao Yaifeng. Later, she was expelled from the sect through collusion between her third senior brother, Yunzimo, and an outer sect elder. Finally, she was abandoned in a dilapidated hut by her fourth senior brother, Zhang Hengxiao, and left to fend for herself. The first of her inner demons was planted by her betrayers, while the second arose from her own despair. Click to expand detailed version. Overall evaluation, a life of misfortune, a candle flickering in the wind. After reading Li Qingran's identity and medical report, Chen Huayan was stunned. He himself was burdened by cancer, a single debuff. Li Qingran had 5. And her life? It was pure misery. What kind of grudge would warrant such treatment? All she did was injure her junior sister's shoulder during the sect tournament. Wasn't that normal for the cultivation world? Swords have no eyes in combat? Yet the entire Xiao peak seemed to have gone berserk over it. No wonder she's holed up in this broken hut. If I hadn't arrived in time, she'd probably be dead by now. On the screen, Li Qingran was meditating on a chair, her eyes closed. Somehow, Chen Huayan couldn't help but imagine her as a real person instead of a mere game character. Is she cultivating? But her foundation is destroyed, and her spiritual root is gone. Can she even cultivate? Respectfully, Chen Huayan clicked on Li Qingran's shoulder rather than anywhere inappropriate. Status, cultivating. Cultivation progress, 39/99. This probably meant she needed to accumulate 99 units of spiritual qi to advance to qi refinement level 2. As Chen Huayan speculated, he didn't notice Li Qingran's slightly reddened ears. He stared at her cultivating for half an hour. But instead of progressing, her cultivation dropped by 1 point, falling to 38. On screen, the girl's brow furrowed, her pale lips turned down, her pitiful expression tugging at his heartstrings. She must have realized her spiritual qi is depleting instead of increasing. Chen Huayan began searching the interface for any way to help her speed up cultivation. Her numerous injuries couldn't be ignored, either they'd only worsen if left untreated. After rummaging through options, he finally found something useful in the formation section at the top right corner of the screen. Basic Spirit Gathering Formation, unlockable for 1 hour by watching an ad. Intermediate Spirit Gathering Formation, unlockable for 10 minutes by watching an ad. Advanced Spirit Gathering Formation, Yen 188/hour, requires watching an ad. Crazy Thursday deal, original price Yen 488/hour. Aside from Spirit Gathering formations, there were numerous other formations, like Concealment Formation, Mystic Armor Formation, and the intimidating sounding Immortal Execution Formation. Some required money, while others demanded rare conditions, most of which Chen Huayan didn't understand. One of the top-tier formations, the tenfold Bloodbane Heaven-Slaying Formation, required 12 malevolent spirit artifacts of at least spirit weapon grade, along with a long list of complicated materials. Where would anyone find those? Buy them? Get them as game rewards? Or send Li Qingran on a scavenger hunt, like in some idle adventure game? Another deal? And on Crazy Thursday, no less. Chen Huayan gritted his teeth. If he waited until tomorrow, the advanced spirit gathering formation would revert to its original price. It'd be a waste not to use the discount. Sighing deeply, he made his decision. Charge it. With 1,888 yen added to his account, Chen Huayan slumped in his chair, an inexplicable emptiness washing over him. But the feeling passed quickly. He only had a few days left to live, why not enjoy himself? For the next 10 hours, the advanced spirit gathering formation would remain active, just in time until midnight. But first, he had to watch an ad. The Dao is ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs. For cultivators like us, walking against the heavens, how can we go without a good weapon? Treasure Pavilion's Spirit Weapons premium brand of the cultivation world is now running a promotion. Click below to claim celestial subsidies and enjoy up to 25% discounts. When buying weapons, choose Treasure Pavilion. Chen Huayan. Inside the hut, Li Qingran sighed in frustration. Her cultivation base was destroyed, her foundation severely damaged, and her spiritual root gone. Even with perfect technique, cultivation was near impossible now. Her spiritual qi continued to drain away at best, her efforts were delaying the inevitable. She had been practicing Xiao Peak's unique cultivation method, the Chiyun technique, which was known for its speed. It was a low-tier mystical grade technique, a lower version of the superior grade Xiao technique. If even the Chiyun technique couldn't restore her qi, her only hope was a spirit gathering formation. She was skilled at setting up formations, having done it frequently for her fourth senior brother, Zhang Hangxiao, in exchange for half her monthly spirit stones. Over time, she became proficient. But spirit gathering formations required significant resources. Basic formation, 100 low-grade spirit stones. Intermediate formation, 500 mid-grade spirit stones or 50 high-grade ones. Advanced formation, required spirit crystals, typically only used by sect elders or leaders. Now, she didn't even have spirit stone scraps, let alone spirit crystals. At that moment at novel bin at. Thud. Something fell to the ground. Li Qingran looked over and froze, her mouth forming an O of disbelief. On the ground were 10 spirit crystals, translucent and cyan, each the size of a baby's fist, exuding an intense spiritual qi. She couldn't mistake them. Spirit crystals that Daoist Qingxian used sparingly were now casually tossed onto the ground. Senior, you're wasting such precious items. Following the crystals, 8 faintly glowing golden formation flags appeared. These were immortal grade flags, maximizing material efficiency without a shred of waste. The flags hovered as if guided by an invisible hand, arranging themselves around her. In moments, they formed an advanced spirit gathering formation. Buzz. As the formation activated, the spiritual qi within the crystals was drawn out, enveloping Li Qingran in a vortex. The qi density increased rapidly, forming a fog, then condensing into liquid droplets that fell within the formation. Even without using the Chiyun technique, the qi rushed into her body. She had needed a spirit gathering formation and the senior had given her the best. Li Qingran's eyes stung with tears. From shelter, to food, to thunderfire talismans, and now an advanced spirit gathering formation, the senior's generosity had far exceeded her worth. Was he grooming her for something sinister? Even if that were the case, the sheer value of what he'd provided made no sense. This might truly be her fateful encounter. The senior could be an unfathomable wandering master, casually sowing karma. The only way she could repay him was to cultivate diligently and not waste his efforts. Senior, rest assured, Qingran won't let you down. Wiping her tears, Li Qingran composed herself and resumed her meditation. Every second within the advanced spirit gathering formation was precious, and she wouldn't squander it. Status, cultivating. Cultivation progress, 41/99. Current favorability, 20. Reverence, increasing favorability may trigger small gifts. Still feels a bit slow, Chen Huayan muttered, scratching his head. He stared at her progress for 10 minutes, occasionally poking her shoulder to check. Finally, he consoled himself, at least her qi wasn't depleting anymore. Satisfied that nothing unexpected would happen, he repositioned the Thunderfire talisman from the roof to the door. Once everything was secure, he opened his computer. In the past, he didn't care about earning money. What was the point when he was dying? But now, his perspective had shifted. For this game, for Li Qingran, for this spark of color in his otherwise bleak existence, he decided to start earning. As a terminal cancer patient, there was no better way to make money than by putting himself in the public eye. He'd start live streaming. But first, he needed to prepare. A cancer diagnosis from the hospital. A shaved head to mimic the effects of chemotherapy. No makeup was required. His sickly pallor spoke for itself. As for the stream's theme, he already had an idea. Flipping off fate and mocking the Grim Reaper with a smile. His first stream? Climbing Mount Tai on cancer-stricken legs. At Qingyun Sect, Xiao Peak, Mu Bei's Huang abruptly opened her eyes while cultivating, sensing something unusual. Strange, my senior sister's aura has stabilized. She retrieved a tattered straw doll and 2 copper coins from her spatial ring, calculating for a long time without coming to any conclusion. By her plan, Li Qingran, burdened with internal and external injuries, a destroyed spiritual root, and fire poison, couldn't possibly survive half a month. The demonic beasts roaming Wonking Mountain should have taken care of her. Any encounter with a beast of modest strength should have spelled her doom. Once Li Qingran was dead, Mu Huang could claim the Taiyin Dao body for herself. So, where did it all go wrong? Mu Huang frowned, her calculations only revealing that Li Qingran was still in the dilapidated hut, unmoving. That was the only consolation. Huang, are you in there? A shrill voice called from outside her cave. Her brows furrowed deeper in disdain. It was Zhang Hangxiao, the incessant chatterbox. This annoying man showed up at her cave a dozen times a day. If not for maintaining her sweet junior sister persona and the valuable item he carried, she would have thrown him out long ago. A lazy dandy dreaming of becoming her Dao companion? What a joke! Still, Zhang Hangxiao had his uses. Mu Beishuang's eyes gleamed as she thought of a plan, quickly putting on her signature sweet smile. Hangxiao brother. Her syrupy tone nearly sent Zhang Hangxiao into a trance. What brings you here, Hangxiao brother? She stepped forward, tilting her head slightly, her plain white robes as pristine as snow, hands clasped demurely before her. Her dark hair swayed in the breeze, and her eyes glimmered with innocent charm, as pure as a budding white lotus. Ah, haha, no big deal. Zhang Hangxiao's eyes fixated on her face as he nervously swallowed and awkwardly handed her something. Your Frost Moon sword broke during your duel with Li Qingran half a month ago, right? I took on some missions outside the sect and bought you a better sword. It's called Autumn Radiance, better than Frost Moon. He was lying. This sword was actually a birthday gift from Li Qingran. While he had taken on numerous sect missions recently, he'd also caused a lot of trouble. The money he earned barely covered his debts. In the past, Li Qingran would clean up his messes. Now, he had to fend for himself. But to win favor with Mu Huang, he needed a present, and this sword seemed like a good choice. Mu Huang glanced at the Autumn Radiance sword in his hands. A mid-grade magical weapon, indeed superior to her Frost Moon sword, which was merely a top-grade mortal weapon. For a Foundation establishment cultivator, it was considered luxurious. Of course, senior brother Li Qingran had already gifted her a top-grade magical weapon, the Wind Tapestry sword. But who would complain about having too many weapons? Besides, magical weapons could serve as deadly trump cards if detonated in emergencies. Hangxiao brother, isn't this your personal sword? Mu Huang pouted, feigning concern. If you give it to me, what will you use? Bah, with my strength, any sword will do. Zhang Hangxiao waved her concern away. But you, Huang, need a reliable weapon for protection. It's settled, no need to refuse. Internally, Mu Huang rolled her eyes. What do you mean I need protection? Do I look weak? Well, thank you, Hangxiao brother. Outwardly, she bowed gracefully, her face lighting up with joy as she accepted the sword. Drawing it slightly, the blade gleamed coldly in the light. Hugging the sword to her chest, she beamed. I love it. You're so thoughtful, Hangxiao brother. Watching her embrace the sword, Zhang Hangxiao wished he could replace it with himself. Seizing the moment, he added eagerly, Junior sister, do you have time tonight? There's a great spot at the back of the mountain with dense spiritual qi. I'll take you there. Oh, that won't be necessary. Mu Huang smiled politely. Senior brother Lu already set up a spirit gathering formation for me. Zhang Hangxiao was dumbfounded. Oh, right, Hangxiao brother. Mu Huang stepped closer, gently wrapping her arms around his, her finger tracing his palm. There's an outer disciple named Song Jiaojiao. I'm good friends with her. Could you bring her here for me? You know I can't go to the outer sect. With her soft embrace and intoxicating scent, Zhang Hangxiao's brain turned to mush. Somehow, he found himself standing outside her cave, under a willow tree. Totally worth it. He savored the lingering warmth on his arm, grinning as he left. Outer disciples weren't allowed in the inner sect, and inner disciples couldn't bring them in. It was against sect rules. But who cared about rules? The junior sister's word was law, at novel bin at. Back in her cave, Mu Huang leaned against the door, her hand instinctively brushing the burning snake-shaped mark on her lower back. Her face darkened, her eyes flashing with malice. Li Qingran, let's see if you can survive this time. At midnight, Chen Huayan was jolted awake by his alarm. Usually, his extreme physical weakness meant he was dead to the world by 8 or 9 p.m., no matter what. But today, he set his phone to vibrate and fell asleep with his face on it, determined to wake up. He wasn't disappointed. The advanced spirit gathering formation had finished its work, leaving the 10 spirit crystals shattered and the formation flags dim. At the center of the formation, Li Qingran was glowing with vitality. Chen Huayan gently tapped her forehead. Status, resting. Cultivation progress, 327/499, level 2. Well, look at that. Qi refinement level 2 already, and almost level 3. Worth every penny. He grinned, feeling like a dad who had bought study materials only to see his child's grades skyrocket. Before he could bask in the moment, 2 pop-ups smacked him in the face. Congratulations! Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran has broken through to Qi refinement level 2. First time monthly pass at an astounding discount. Purchase now for a free transmission and recovery session. Only 1,888 yen for benefits worth 18 yen and 88 sen million, including daily spirit stone and pill supplies corresponding to her realm, exclusive to virtual girlfriend use. The virtual girlfriend shop is now open. Purchase items tailored for Qi refinement cultivators or try your luck in the Fortune Carp Pool, Beginner Lottery, 100 yen per draw, 10 draws at 10% off, with a 0.001% chance of winning the grand prize, guaranteed rewards after 1,000 draws. Chen Huayan's smile froze. He stared at his phone in silence, his hand trembling slightly. He wanted to call the police? Awakened roast goose, have you guys heard of a game called My Virtual Girlfriend? The production is top-notch, character models are detailed, interaction is great, and even micro-expressions don't repeat. The only issue is, it's a bit of a cash grab. Egg cracker for love, never heard of it. Uncle Shanghai, what is that? Does such a game really exist? Pink Ferrari cow, upload the installation package here. I want to give it a try at novel bin at it, but searching online yielded no results. The idea of sharing an installation package was absurd because Chen Huayan had already discovered that this game didn't have one. Based on his experience, a game of this quality should at least be 10 GB. However, before and after installation, his modest 64 GB phone storage hadn't budged an inch. Not to mention, the smooth graphics and detailed visuals were not something his 1,000 yuan phone already struggling to run casual games should be able to handle. The truth was obvious. Chen Huayan adjusted his glasses. He guessed he'd been targeted by a powerful hacker organization. This game was probably the work of that hacker group, and he was just their guinea pig. Sigh. But the game is really well made, Chen Huayan muttered as he stared at the screen. The character, Li Qingran, had finished meditating. Her external injuries were completely healed, and her remaining lifespan had increased from 6 hours to 3 years. At this moment, she was carefully packing up 8 formation flags. He could even hear her mumbling softly. That senior is so kind to me. The materials on these formation flags could even be used to make a protective charm. If I ever get the chance to meet him again, I should gift it to him. Then she shook her head vigorously. But, someone as important as senior would probably find such a gift laughable. Chen Huayan chuckled. If this charm ever found its way to him, even if he knew it was officially scripted into the game, it would still be a massive emotional win. Should he try using a transmission talisman to tell her he liked it? But seeing the talisman back to its original steep price in the virtual girlfriend shop, he silently gave up. It didn't matter anyway. This was just a game. The newly unlocked Qi refinement stage virtual girlfriend shop offered a variety of items, but the prices and quality were staggering. Low-grade spirit stone, 50 yen each. Common-grade thunderfire talisman, 576 yen each. Transmission talisman, 300 yen each. Low-grade mortal weapon, sword 998 yen each. Mid-grade mortal weapon, sword 4,998 yen each. High-grade mortal weapon, sword 9,998 yen each. The thunderfire talisman annoyed him the most. The discounted version was celestial grade, but the one for purchase was common grade. The gap was undoubtedly massive. And the weapons? Even worse. Mortal weapons were the lowest grade. Above them were magic weapons, spirit artifacts, innate spirit treasures, and celestial weapons. He couldn't even imagine the astronomical prices for higher-level items. The developers must be crazy for money? Who would buy a 9,998 yen sword? Chen Huayan sneered. Spending on anything else was borderline acceptable, but if he ever bought a weapon from this shop, he'd write his name backward? While he was mulling over this, the in-game Li Qingran suddenly frowned, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. After briefly stabilizing her turbulent qi, she sighed in despair. Thanks to Senior's help, my spiritual energy hasn't deteriorated further. But with my danion shattered, foundation gone, and no spiritual root, expelling the fire poison in my body is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. My cultivation speed will only worsen. Her situation had two potential solutions. Return to the Qingyun sect and ask for an elixir. Explore the nearby Wangqing mountain for healing spiritual herbs. The former was nearly impossible since she was no longer a Qingyun sect disciple and didn't want to burden her acquaintances there. The latter was dangerous but more appealing to her. Previously, her frail body left her waiting to die in her hut. Now, even if she encountered that demonic wolf again, she could put up some resistance. Her voice was faint, but Chen Huayan could hear everything, even her inner monologue. Return to Qingyun sect. Explore Wangqing mountain. Without hesitation, Chen Huayan opened the top-up interface. The character was spitting blood. What was he waiting for? Even though he knew this was the game's money-grabbing strategy, he couldn't control his hands. He purchased a monthly pass immediately. If I don't buy it this month, it'll be more expensive next month. I can only comfort myself this way, he rationalized. Monthly pass purchased successfully, transmission and recovery granted once. Elixir and spirit stone supplies delivered. 2 pouches suddenly descended onto the table with a soft thud, startling Li Qingran. What's this? Li Qingran curiously poked one of the bulging pouches, sensing the spiritual energy emanating from within. She raised her head toward the ceiling, cupping her hands in gratitude. Dare I ask if these pouches were dropped by Senior? Silence. She wasn't surprised by the lack of response. Over time, she'd grown used to her silent benefactor. These pouches were undoubtedly his gifts. Having already accepted his previous help, she didn't hesitate to open the first pouch. With a soft rustle, a pile of spirit stones spilled out. Li Qingran was stunned. She counted them 50 low-grade spirit stones in total. At the Qingyun sect, an inner disciple in the Qi refinement stage received 30 to 40 low-grade spirit stones per month. Foundation establishment disciples received 60 to 100. Spirit stones were not only currency but also vital for absorbing spiritual energy, arranging formations, and refining weapons. These 50 stones were extremely valuable. What she didn't know was that this was her daily allocation. Thank you, Senior, for these spirit stones, Li Qingran expressed her gratitude solemnly. While 50 spirit stones might be trivial to a nascent soul or fusion realm expert, the gratitude and etiquette were non-negotiable. Hearing her words, Chen Huayan couldn't help but smirk. He instinctively wanted to stroke his non-existent beard. Sure, the monthly pass was pricey, but wasn't this haul a bargain? Li Qingran then opened the second pouch, which contained a red brocade box. As soon as she held it, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. What a pure medicinal aroma. Over the years, she'd managed spiritual herbs for her senior brother and occasionally served as a test subject for pills. She'd seen her fair share of elixirs from chi refinement to foundation establishment. Her senior brother, a talented alchemist, created pills so high quality that even the elders praised him. Yet even his pills couldn't compare to this fragrance, always carrying a trace of impurities. Opening the box, she found a translucent red pill gleaming like ruby, free of any blemishes. Great Restoration Pill, Celestial Grade. Li Qingran gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The talismans were Celestial Grade, and now the elixirs too? This benefactor must be a genius skilled in every craft. The Great Restoration Pill was a common healing elixir for cultivators from chi refinement to golden core stages. A supreme grade pill could detoxify poisons, so a celestial grade pill would undoubtedly eradicate her fire poison. Both the spirit stones and the pill were exactly what she needed, as if tailored for her. Warmth filled her heart. The only time she'd experienced such care was from her parents. Regardless of whether Senior likes it, I must prepare a gift for him, Li Qingran resolved firmly. Meanwhile, Chen Huayan received another in-game prompt. Li Qingran is about to begin healing. Would you like to use your transmission and recovery chance to personally assist her in healing? Enhanced effect. Wait, personally. Chen Huayan squinted, sensing there was more to this. Does this personally mean what I think it means? Curious but apprehensive, Chen Huayan chose to use the option. Ah, Senior is going to personally heal me. He saw Li Qingran freeze, her delicate face turning beet red. The young woman quickly waved her hands. Li Qingran is unworthy of such attention. I can handle it myself. 4 dialogue options popped up. Hurry it up, I'm busy. You dare defy me, girl? Tired of living? Mwahaha. Ungrateful wretch. Consider this an honor. Spend 300 yen to purchase a transmission talisman for custom dialogue. Chen Huayan. He felt like the game developers were practically reaching into his bank account at this point. Spending 300 yen here would truly be insanity. After weighing his choices, he selected the first option. It was the only one that seemed halfway normal, even if a bit domineering. After making his selection, he didn't hear his voice, but Li Qingran seemed to react. Her eyes showed fear before she took a half step back, lowering her head like a scolded child. She nervously fiddled with her clothes and mumbled softly. Very well, but my body is filthy. May I wash up first before Senior bestows this healing upon me? Although cultivators normally wouldn't have bodily odors, Li Qingran had been through a rough half-month. Her disheveled hair and mud-streaked clothes bore dried bloodstains. Letting her benefactor heal her in such a state was beyond her tolerance. She perked up her ears, awaiting his response. 4 new options appeared. No need to wash, I like it raw. Mwahaha. Fine, go ahead. I'll wait. Stop babbling and take off your top now. Spend 300 yen to purchase a transmission talisman for custom dialogue. Well, options 1 and 4 were immediately off the table. Chen Huayan hesitated between the second and third options. If he chose the third, would Li Qingran actually take her top off? It looked like she was only wearing 1 layer. If he chose the second, she would go to bathe. Would he be able to watch? No wonder this game required players to be 18 or older. There might actually be unspeakable VIP content. But was Chen Huayan the kind of person who would exploit this? He played this game and spent money on it because Li Qingran, despite being a mere collection of data, gave him emotional solace. She was the last ray of light in his despair-ridden life. Nigerian Nairo. Besides, Li Qingran already looked beautiful as she was. Washing up would only enhance her beauty. He definitely wasn't interested in sneaking a peek at the bathroom. Option 2 it was. The in-game Li Qingran blushed and nodded. Then I'll go now. The bathroom, previously absent, appeared nearby. She had already checked it out during her earlier exploration of the house and found it fully equipped with washing supplies. As someone who valued cleanliness, she had long wished to freshen up but had never felt at ease until now. Standing in front of the bronze mirror, she stared at her reflection. As she began to untie her clothes, her fingers froze at her chest, and a deep blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. She bit her lip and lowered her gaze, thinking, Senior possesses divine abilities. He foresaw the demonic wolf's attack, sent spirit stones and elixirs when I was bleeding. This proves that he can see everything about me. So, if I bathe here, won't it also be under his watchful gaze? No, no way. Senior wouldn't do such a thing. She shook her head vigorously. Her cheeks burned with shame at the mere thought. If Senior wanted to take advantage of her, he wouldn't have waited until now. Besides, Senior was likely a revered elder, possibly hundreds of years old. Just because his voice sounded youthful didn't mean he was young in age. An elder like him wouldn't be interested in someone like her. With that reasoning, her embarrassment and hesitation eased considerably. Her clothes slid from her shoulders, and as her inner garments loosened, a perfectly proportioned, alluring figure was revealed. Meanwhile at Novel Bin at. Chen Huayan's bloodshot eyes remained glued to his phone screen, his finger hovering over the bathroom interface, unsure of what to do. He had already tested earlier he could freely switch between rooms with a simple tap. Chen Huayan, don't become someone even you despise. But it's just a game. Food and lust are human nature. You're a cancer patient. You shouldn't even have these urges. Why not? Can't a patient have desires? I'm just worried about her safety. What if she slips in the bathroom? What if a demonic shark or octopus suddenly appears? With his moral dilemma resolved, he tapped the bathroom interface. Insufficient affection level. Peaking unavailable. Chen Huayan breathed a sigh of relief, his anxiety dissipating. But it sparked a new thought. So you're saying I could peak if the affection level was high enough? Ha, as if I even want to look. Scoffing, he opened a random website to distract himself. Halfway through browsing, an in-game notification popped up. Li Qingran has finished bathing. So fast? Don't girls usually take over half an hour? Chen Huayan silently put away the tissues he had pulled out and refocused on the screen. After a brief pause, the bathroom door opened slightly, releasing a faint mist. Then, it fully opened, and Li Qingran emerged with bare shoulders wrapped in a simple white towel. Chen Huayan's attention was immediately drawn to her long, fair legs. Zooming in, he could even see water droplets sliding down her skin. Wow, small dev teams and their insane skills. Hats off to the hackers. But then he frowned. Wait, is she not going to put on clean clothes? The scene shifted to Li Qingran kneeling on the bed, her flawless back facing the camera. Senior, I'm ready. In Li Qingran's mind, Senior was a kind but stern elderly figure, so her embarrassment wasn't overwhelming. After consuming the Great Restoration pill, she loosened her robe, letting it fall along her waistline. The moment her back was exposed, her ears turned crimson. For the transmission and recovery, direct contact was necessary, especially on the back, abdomen, and chest. Her body was riddled with fire poison and impurities, which would be expelled during the process. The heat from the fire poison could easily ignite her clothes, so exposing her back was the safest choice. Better to reveal her back than risk being completely burned, right? Chen Huayan stared at her bare back, utterly dumbfounded. The game's perspective zoomed in, showcasing her back from the nape of her neck to just above her hips. He could even make out faint blood vessels under her fair skin. Really? They're testing old cotters with this. He grumbled, but he had to admit the view was breathtaking. The curves were impeccable. But what was he supposed to do next? Before he could dwell on it, golden acupuncture points appeared on Li Qingran's back. Place your left hand on the Mingmen point and your right hand on the Qi Shu point to begin the healing process. Oh, so that's what personally means. Without feeling particularly surprised or disappointed, Chen Huayan reached out and pressed the designated points on the screen. A soft, suppressed hum echoed from the game. Chen Huayan. Well, small dev teams really go all out. He liked small dev teams. The infusion of spiritual qi seemed painful. Li Qingran let out muffled groans, sweat dripping down her forehead, running along her cheeks and neck. Her skin began to glisten with fine beads of moisture. As the progress bar for the healing moved slowly forward, black impurities gradually appeared amidst the water droplets on her skin. This visual design is breathtaking. In his opinion, spending money on a game wasn't just about how fun it was, it had to feel worthwhile. Some games had limited content, barely 2 hours of playtime, but charged hundreds of yuan, practically robbing players blind. But my virtual girlfriend was different. He had a feeling this game could last him a lifetime. As the healing progressed, a series of satisfying notifications appeared. Li Qingran's meridians repaired. Status, foundation damaged removed. Li Qingran's internal injuries healed. Status, moderate internal injuries removed. Detoxification initiated. Please press Ye Yagwan and massage Shenshu in circular motions to continue the healing process. Following the instructions, Chen Huayan adjusted his focus to 2 new acupoints. The moment he touched them, Li Qingran let out a soft cry. TCH, must hurt quite a bit, he thought silently. Her skin turned a vivid red, not the kind from soaking in hot water, but like a freshly boiled shrimp. She was clearly in pain, biting her lip to suppress any sounds. Or so he thought at Novel Bin at. In reality, Li Qingran felt an incredible warmth from the 2 glowing hands on her back. While the fire poison being expelled from her body caused a crawling, tingling sensation throughout her limbs, she bit her lip not from pain but to avoid making any indecent sounds that might offend her benefactor. To distract herself, she glanced at the bronze mirror hanging by her bedside. The mirror revealed part of her back. She had hoped to see a wise, white-haired elder but found only 2 hands formed of condensed spiritual qi. One pressed firmly on an acupointment while the other traced soothing circles, exuding a steady and calming force. Unable to see her benefactor's true appearance, she felt a twinge of disappointment. At the same time, relief and guilt welled up inside her. Senior wasn't the type to take advantage of others. Even during the healing process, he didn't touch her skin directly. His conduct was that of an absolute gentleman. Her earlier suspicions of him being anything less seemed utterly disgraceful now. Li Qingran's fire poison expelled. Status, fire poison corrosion removed. When the progress bar reached completion, Li Qingran's skin returned to normal. From Chen Huayan's perspective, her skin, though still marked with impurities, looked significantly smoother and even glossier, like a polished boiled egg. Thank you, senior, for healing me. I feel much better now. Li Qingran's soft gratitude came as she nervously gripped the edges of her towel. Her ears were flushed red, and even the nape of her neck seemed affected. May I ask senior a question? Her voice trembled slightly, as though summoning courage to speak. Sure. No. Guess. Spend 300 yen to purchase a transmission talisman for custom dialogue. This time, Chen Huayan didn't hesitate and chose the first option. With his permission, Li Qingran's tone brightened noticeably. Senior, you've helped me so much. May I know your name? Of course, if you'd rather not share, I won't press further. A prompt appeared. Please enter your name, ________________. Goodness. Chen Huayan smirked bitterly. He'd already spent thousands and played half the day, and now they finally let him create a character name? So, without spending money, even naming your character was off limits? This game truly had a high entry barrier. After a moment's thought, he entered the simplest name he could think of, Chen Huayan. If he were to pass away someday, at least this game would still carry his name, a faint trace of his existence. Huayan, the steadfast sword driving away the eternal night, the serene zither soothing the cold dawn. Huayan. Senior's name will forever be etched in Qingran's memory. Li Qingran glanced back with a gentle smile. Her delicate features softened, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulder. Outside, the night was dark as ink, rain pouring relentlessly. But within, she felt no chill, only a tender warmth blooming in her chest. Chen Huayan froze as he stared at her smile. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though the phone screen had vanished, and there truly was a girl smiling at him. Small dev teams always go way too hard, he muttered, shaking his head to dispel the unrealistic thoughts creeping into his mind. Senior, my body's now covered in impurities. I'll need to wash again. This time, no dialogue options appeared. Li Qingran wrapped her towel more securely, bowed gracefully to the ceiling, and carried a fresh set of clothes into the bathroom. Left staring at her empty room, Chen Huayan zoned out for a while. He realized he was losing it, feeling genuine affection for a game character. By the way, her injuries are healed, but her spiritual root and danion issues are still unresolved, right? He rummaged through the game's interface and found a help center. First question each day is free. Additional questions require 100 yen per query, with the price multiplying by 5 for each subsequent query. What's the point of making games? Just rob banks already. Despite his annoyance, he wasn't one to waste free perks. He'd exploit this daily freebie until the day he died. How can Li Qingran's danion and spiritual root be repaired? You can only ask about one issue. Chen Huayan. Between the two, the danion seemed more critical. It was the container for all energy. Then how do I fix her danion? Calculating heavenly divination. Heavenly divination? Really playing up the mysticism, huh? Chen Huayan snickered. Unbeknownst to him, in the Kangyun realm, the heavens shifted violently. Stars misaligned, tides surged, the earth quaked, and subterranean dragons stirred. Across countless sects, ancient cultivators turned their attention toward the phenomenon. Who dares to divine the heavens? With spiritual qi growing scarcer in the Kangyun realm, could this signify someone foretelling its future? Stay out of it. Such powers are beyond our reach. Retreat to closed-door cultivation. Heavenly divination complete. To repair Li Qingran's danion, an ancient divine elixir, the primordial heaven-mending pill, is required. Though lost to history, this pill can not only repair a severely damaged danion but also enhance its quality and capacity for spiritual qi. The fortune carp pool has captured a sliver of this destiny. Drawing a fortune carp will allow you to exchange it for the celestial grade primordial heaven-mending pill. Chen Huayan. A sliver of destiny, my foot. It's just a scam to push gacha mechanics. 1,000 draws cost 100,000 yen. Sure, there was a minuscule chance to get it outright, but what's the difference between 0.001% and 0? If he were lucky, he wouldn't have gotten cancer in the first place. First thing tomorrow, I'm registering this account and heading to the hospital for certification. Then, no hesitation, straight to live streaming at Taishan. Chen Huayan scratched his head. He'd planned to wait a few days before heading to Taishan, but now he couldn't delay. Li Qingran's danion had to be repaired. He, Chen Huayan, said so. Night. The rain gradually stopped. Li Qingran gazed nervously at the protective talisman in her hand, preparing to complete the final 3 steps. Step 1. Recharge the talisman with spiritual qi. She wasn't sure how much spiritual qi was needed to create the talisman using the leftover materials from the Immortal grade formation flags. What she did know was that she had to exhaust all 50 low-grade spirit stones and completely drain her own spiritual qi just to fill the talisman enough to activate it. Rubbing her pale face, she took a deep breath. Next is step 2. Carve a name. The creator of the talisman must use their own blood as ink to inscribe the name of the person to be protected. This was supposed to be the easiest step, yet Li Qingran found herself more anxious than ever. Write it nicely, you must write it nicely, she muttered to herself, finally inscribing the characters Chen Huayan onto the talisman. When she finished, her expression was more pitiful than a crying face. Oh no, this looks absolutely ridiculous. The characters on the talisman were so jagged and crooked they resembled chicken scratch. Li Qingran had a natural flaw: her handwriting was atrocious. It wasn't due to any lack of refinement or civility. Before joining the Qingyun sect, she was the daughter of a military general. Her parents had insisted she learn proper ladylike skills, but she showed no interest, devoting all her attention to horseback riding, spear techniques, archery, and warfare tactics instead. Back then, when her parents forced her to practice riding, she cried. On the battlefield, wielding spears and leading charges, neat handwriting wasn't a requirement. Now, though, she regretted it deeply. If she could go back, she'd absolutely take her parents' advice and practice her penmanship diligently. Father said gifts are about the sincerity behind them, she mumbled, pumping her fist to encourage herself as she moved on to the final step: gift of fortune. As the name implied, it involved transferring one's fortune to another. The world's fortunes formed a natural balance: to give was to diminish one's own. Fortunately, with the talisman as a medium, the transfer was only temporary. However, the giver would inevitably experience misfortune for a while due to their diminished fortune. Li Qingran didn't mind. Regardless of whether her senior needed this modest fortune or not, she only wished for him to remain safe and sound. After sealing her fortune into the talisman with a secret technique, her complexion visibly worsened. Yet, her smile was brighter than ever. I'll just leave this talisman on the table. Facing the ceiling, Li Qingran knelt and bowed, whether or not her senior could hear her. She believed he could. Senior, this junior has been greatly cared for by you. My injuries have healed, and I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. So, I've crafted this protective talisman as a token of my gratitude. It's a small gift, but it carries my heartfelt sincerity. I hope you won't dislike it. After her speech, she lowered her head, though her eyes nervously glanced upward to check the talisman on the table. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Whoosh! The talisman vanished. Her senior had accepted her gift? Li Qingran's heart leapt with joy, and an uncontrollable smile spread across her face. Thank you, senior, for not minding my foolishness, hee. Exhausted from her injuries and the all-night effort, she stumbled back to her bed. It had been half a month since she last slept on such a soft mattress, and the moment her head hit the pillow, sleep claimed her. Before drifting off, she stared at the ceiling and murmured groggily, "Good night, senior." Meanwhile, Song Jiao, you've made considerable progress lately, already at the 9th level of Qi refinement? Good. I have something for you to do. What is it? Kill Li Qingran for me. What? Kill Li Qingran? You're still hung up on that. Humph. So what if I am? Li Qingran's reputation in the sect is already ruined. Her death won't matter. She deserves it. Besides, if you handle it cleanly, her death can easily be blamed on the beasts in Wangqing Mountain. Be good if you do this well. I'll get you a foundation establishment pill. A foundation establishment pill? Alright, deal. Just wait for my good news. The next morning at Novel Bin at. Before dawn, Chen Huayan booted up Virtual Girlfriend. Remaining lifespan, 131 days. Ridiculous. What kind of game starts by predicting your death? Sure, he had a terminal illness, but was it necessary for a game to rub it in? Then he figured the countdown must refer to his in-game character, the senior. He'd probably die in 131 days unless the game provided a way to resolve it. TCH, they'll probably make me buy my way out by then. I see through your monetization scheme. Chen Huayan sneered. A new notification popped up. Due to your heavenly divination, you've incurred backlash from the Dao and lost fortune. Today's divination, Li hexagram minor blessing auspicious for marriage, inauspicious for mountain climbing. Tomorrow's divination, Zhen hexagram misfortune auspicious for cleaning, inauspicious for mountain climbing. Oh, so now they're giving me warnings. Chen Huayan scoffed. I've got one foot in the grave already. What's the worst that could happen? Out of curiosity, he looked up the Zhen hexagram. It predicted thunderclaps and was associated with the feat. When paired with misfortune, it warned against travel. Misfortune wasn't as severe as great misfortune but still hinted at injury or loss. So, if I climb a mountain, I'll get struck by lightning? Ridiculous. He checked the weather forecast. Clear skies and temperatures above 30 degrees C, no rain in sight. Closing the notifications, he focused on Li Qingran's serene sleeping face. Li Qingran was still sound asleep, having barely moved all night. Her complexion didn't look great, though. Last night, Chen Huayan had gone to bed after reading about the mountain. He hadn't paid much attention to her condition, but he recalled she'd been meditating as usual. The girl worked tirelessly, like a perpetual motion machine. He tapped her profile and noticed a new debuff, lost fortune. Strange. Could my heavenly divination have affected her? He pondered the possibility. Status, sleeping. Current affection level, 25, reverence. Affection level 25 has unlocked a small gift. Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran has prepared a small gift for you. It has been delivered. A gift system? Classic, Chen Huayan muttered, stroking his chin. He searched for the gift in his inventory but found nothing. No in-game mail system either. The game didn't even offer welcome bonuses. It was aggressively pay to win. Maybe it hasn't refreshed yet, he guessed. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Perplexed, Chen Huayan opened it, only to find no one there. As he was about to close the door, he noticed a palm-sized package on the ground. Huh? I didn't order anything. And who delivers packages at 5A.M? He picked it up. The label bore no courier company logo or tracking number, just a line of neat characters. Li Qingran's small gift for Senior Chen. Huh. At novel bin at. Chen Huayan was utterly stunned. Wait a second, did it really get delivered? Is this how far these indie developers are willing to go? And this game, it had to be the work of hackers, right? It cracked his reality wide open? A normal person's first reaction to something like this would be fear. But Chen Huayan wasn't afraid. His life was already in shambles. At worst, he'd just drop dead. What was there to fear? Hey, you're probably hiding in the hallway, right? Come out and talk. This game of yours is way too pay to win. Can't you make it more affordable? I really don't have much money. He yelled into the pitch-black corridor. His voice echoed, bouncing down the stairwell, but no one replied. Well, fine. Stay hidden then, Chen Huayan muttered, shutting the door with a loud bang. He knew these hackers wouldn't show themselves. His shouting was just to test the waters. Let's see what this is about. He sat on the sofa and began unboxing the package. Curiosity gnawed at him. If these people went so far as to recreate the in-game items and deliver them to his door, then they clearly cared deeply about the game. This meant the gift's quality had to be top-notch, right? Inside the box was a small, square pouch resembling a scented sachet. The craftsmanship was exquisite. But as Chen Huayan turned it over, his lips twitched involuntarily. On the sachet were 3 traditional Chinese characters Chen Huayan written vertically. Beneath them were smaller characters, safe and sound. Clearly, it was a protective talisman. But the handwriting, Chen Huayan couldn't help but compare it to his elementary school days, when even his 6-year-old self had better penmanship. The crooked, shaky characters resembled something a dog might scratch out. The sachet's elegance plummeted the moment he saw them. What's inside this thing? He tried to open the pouch, but the material was sturdier than expected. It wouldn't tear. So, to get a sense of its contents, he brought it up to his nose and sniffed. That sniff changed everything. A faint, elegant fragrance rushed straight into his nostrils. It wasn't sweet or cloying, subtle and serene, entirely unassuming. It was like a quiet girl silently conveying her longing. He couldn't pinpoint the scent, but Li Qingran's image immediately sprang to mind. It gave him the illusion that this was her scent. What? Chen Huayan was shocked. How could a game achieve this level of realism? He'd heard of games where female characters gifted authentic items, like stockings with their scent. His college roommate had received such a thing once. But those always smelled like cheap perfume, tacky and artificial, stirring no connection whatsoever. This talisman was completely different. No matter how he sniffed it lying down, sitting upright, or even while viewing his favorite teacher's profile, it still brought Li Qingran to mind. Incredible. Chen Huayan slapped his thigh. Why waste this technology on a game's monetization schemes? If they marketed a perfume brand with this kind of innovation, they'd be raking in billions. In the end, Chen Huayan decided to wear the talisman. Why? Because it truly felt like it was made by Li Qingran herself? By mid-morning, Chen Huayan had his affairs in order. He stopped by a shop near the hospital to shave his head bald. He uploaded his cancer diagnosis to his livestream account's profile, recorded a motivational vlog with the help of his doctor, and reluctantly spent 1,000 yuan on advertising. For lunch, he had 3 liang of dry noodles at a local diner. By afternoon, he was on a plane to Mount Tais. His livestream profile exuded boldness and a dash of melodrama. Youth has no price, life is lived only once. My name is Chen Huayan, and I've been diagnosed with terminal cancer. In my remaining days, I will defy fate, mock death, and push my physical limits to make my life burn as brightly as possible. Today's challenge, climb Mount Tais in 5 hours. By the time he reached the base of Mount Tais, it was already 7 p.m. His plan was to begin the climb at midnight. Reaching the summit around dawn, he'd witness the sunrise and fulfill one of his small dreams. As for how much money he might earn, he wasn't sure. Terminal cancer patients climbing Mount Tais wasn't exactly common, and on top of that, his legs were genuinely in terrible shape. His ankles were swollen to the point where even wearing shoes was painful. In this condition, walking was agony, let alone climbing a mountain. He found a bench at the mountain's base and lay down for 3 hours to conserve energy. At 10 p.m., feeling rested, Chen Huayan pulled out his phone again. First, he opened the game to check on Li Qingran. The girl was already awake, meditating on her bed. On the table next to her were some cleaned plates and a basket of fruit, barely touched. These were all things he'd fed her earlier in the game. Such a hard-working girl. Just looking at her brought Chen Huayan a sense of calm. He took a deep breath, his lips curling into a faint smile, and opened his livestream account. His vlog had already gained attention over the past half-day, and over 100 people had set reminders for tonight's livestream. The numbers were nothing compared to professional outdoor streamers, but for Chen Huayan, it was a promising start. The hardest part is always the beginning. Chat comments. Streamer, how can you prove you're terminally ill? You're not just trying to scam people for sympathy donations, are you? Climbing Mount Tais with terminal cancer? And in 5 hours? You said you have bone cancer, right? At least make your lies logical. Haha, this is so fake. As expected, the initial chat was full of doubt and mockery. Chen Huayan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he silently invested in another wave of livestream promotions. When his viewer count hit several hundred, he finally spoke. Hello, everyone. My name is Chen Huayan. As a terminal cancer patient, I will climb Mount Tais in 5 hours, live streaming the entire journey unedited. My profile contains my diagnosis, payment receipts, and medical records. If you suspect forgery, you can request verification from the relevant hospital. I welcome any scrutiny. With that, he flipped the camera to show his legs. Pulling up his pant legs and removing his shoes and socks, he revealed his swollen ankles, mottled with burn-like marks. Rolling the pants higher, he showed how the swelling extended up to his knees. As you can see, my body is in poor condition. Every step I take causes immense pain and places a heavy burden on me. Switching the camera back, Chen Huayan rubbed his bald head and gave a carefree smile. But I will prove myself. I will trample this disease beneath my feet, mock fate's impotence, and flip off the Grim Reaper. When the sun rises, I'll share that moment of triumph with all of you watching. The combination of meticulously prepared medical documentation, his scarred legs, his glaringly bald head, and his relaxed, confident smile. It silenced the livestream chat completely. Oh my god, this is so touching. I actually doubted the streamer was just out to scam money. So inspiring? I'm such an idiot for doubting him. Streamer, stop climbing. I'm sending you gifts. Chen Huayan's heartfelt words shifted the atmosphere in the livestream chat. Though doubts lingered, some began to believe in him, while others announced their intention to personally verify his claims by coming to Mount Tais. To the friend planning to expose me on Mount Tais, you're welcome to set out now. I'll start climbing at exactly noon and won't be going anywhere else before then. This statement provoked another wave of reactions in the chat. Climbing Mount Tais with terminal bone cancer? What a joke. In front of his computer, a young man, seething from a losing streak in an online game, was livid. Might as well settle this since I'm too pissed to sleep tonight. He left a message in the chat. I'm an hour's drive from Mount Tais. Hang tight, everyone, I'll go expose this guy. Grabbing his keys, he stormed out the door. The internet was full of scammers, multiplying like cockroaches. Exposing one barely scratched the surface. If he couldn't catch online cheaters in the act, surely he could handle a live-streaming sob story. Chen Huayan had seen these messages and welcomed the challenge. The more people who came, the better. Not only could he prove he truly had cancer, but it would also boost his live stream's popularity. If his numbers caught the attention of high-tier accounts, his chances of earning money would skyrocket. Don't forget to follow, everyone. I don't have much time left. Right now, I'm racing against the clock. After this climb, I plan to try more extreme sports like skydiving or bungee jumping. His words once again ignited the chat, drawing both ridicule and encouragement. By noon, all eyes were on whether Chen Huayan truly had cancer and whether he could reach the summit of Mount Tais within 5 hours. If he didn't, the audience could count on the so-called exposers to deliver the truth and enjoy the spectacle regardless. As noon approached, Chen Huayan rechecked his gear. To attempt the climb with terminal cancer, he needed to travel light. Initially, he planned to bring 2 power banks but decided to take only one to reduce weight, slinging it over his shoulder. His phone battery, already unreliable, had dropped to 27% after just 2 hours of streaming. With the power bank, he hoped to last until the descent. Are you Chen Huayan? A voice called out behind him. Turning, Chen Huayan saw a young man, 2 middle-aged men, and a punk-style girl. Are you from the livestream chat? That's right. We're here to expose you, Zhang Rui replied coldly, smirking. On the way to Mount Tais, Zhang Rui had coordinated with several other chat members intending to confront Chen Huayan. To ensure he couldn't flee, they gathered at the entrance before approaching him, effectively blocking any escape route. Nice to meet you all. Chen Huayan greeted them with a smile. I thought this would be a solo journey, but it's even better to have company. Zhang Rui ignored the pleasantries, pointing at Chen Huayan's leg. That lump on your leg, it's fake, right? Pull up your pants and let us see. Unfazed, Chen Huayan rolled up his pants. Zhang Rui and the others shone their flashlights on his leg. The punk girl reached out and pressed on the lump, only to gasp and cover her mouth. Oh my god, it's a real subcutaneous tumor. How is he even walking? Nuo. Was this guy for real? Zhang Rui felt his confidence waver. Looking away, he muttered, a tumor doesn't prove it's bone cancer. This is osteosarcoma, Chen Huayan said with a calm smile. You can look up information online and compare it to mine. Anyway, it's time for me to start climbing. Zhang Rui opened his mouth as if to say something, but Chen Huayan had already hoisted his livestream setup and begun the climb. You're being a bit much. The punk girl, Su Xiaoqian, shot Zhang Rui a glare. Regardless of whether it's osteosarcoma, his leg is clearly in bad shape. Considering all the evidence, the chances he's lying are slim. Show some compassion. She's right, young man, one of the middle-aged men agreed. My father died of cancer osteosarcoma. In fact, I can tell whether this is real or not. The fact that this kid is climbing Mount Tais instead of lying in a hospital bed speaks volumes. Exactly, the other man added. Bone cancer can cause spontaneous fractures. He shouldn't even be doing high-intensity activities like this. For him to take on such a challenge shows incredible courage and determination. Ashamed, Zhang Rui scratched his neck and fell silent. The group quickly caught up to Chen Huayan at novel bin at. Streamer, that setup looks heavy. Want me to carry it for you? Su Xiaoqian offered, feeling guilty. Chen Huayan shook his head. No need. Carrying it myself makes it easier to adjust the camera angle, and holding the rig is part of my commitment to my audience. You're amazing, one of the middle-aged men exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Unbelievable. Encouragement poured in from the group. Even Zhang Rui chimed in. Hey, man, sorry for earlier. I lost some games and wasn't in the best state of mind. I said some things I shouldn't have. It's fine. I understand people's concerns. Money doesn't come easy for anyone, Chen Huayan replied without looking back. How about I send you a gift to make it up to you? Zhang Rui offered. Chen Huayan immediately turned and flashed a friendly smile. What kind of gift? A big rocket 2,000 yuan each. Great. Thanks, you're a good guy. Zhang Rui. It was clear to him now this streamer was genuinely sick, but he was also genuinely out to make money. Still, Zhang Rui couldn't blame him. If he was battling cancer, it made sense to earn what he could for treatment. Zhang Rui's financial situation wasn't bad, so he decided to send the gift. Opening the live stream, he first followed Chen Huayan and then sent 10 big rockets. Whoa, what a boss move. Isn't this the guy who came to expose him? Looks like he's convinced now. Front row seats for a real-time investigation. Poor streamer. Let's support him, even if he doesn't make it to the top. The 10 rockets sparked a chain reaction of gift giving, drawing more viewers to the live stream. Thanks for the 10 rockets, boss. Chen Huayan, thrilled, panned the camera to show Zhang Rui, who blushed and dodged the frame. After the platform's cut, those 10 rockets would net him 10,000 yuan. This was his fortune carp streak paying off 100 spins in one go. The internet truly was a lucrative space. As the gift count climbed, so did the pain in Chen Huayan's legs. Each step sent waves of agony through him. Sweat drenched his protective talisman, its faint fragrance growing stronger. In his mind, the image of Li Qingran's smiling face surfaced. What was that girl doing now? What's Senior doing right now? Li Qingran propped her cheeks on her hands, gazing at the ceiling. She had a feeling that Chen Huayan was too busy to pay attention to her at the moment. Someone as extraordinary as Senior must be fighting for the cultivators of the entire Kangyun realm. Maybe he's out slaying some great demonic beast. Her imagination took off, conjuring the image of a silver-haired elder with an immortal aura, riding his flying sword as he gracefully cut down a demon. The thought brought a silly smile to her face. If only Senior were her master, how amazing would that be? No, Li Qingran, don't overstep. She gave herself a light slap on the head as a reminder. Earlier today, Senior had provided her with 12 spirit crystals, sustaining an advanced spirit gathering formation for 6 hours. That brute force enhancement had even pushed her cultivation base to the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Thanks to her meridians and internal injuries gradually healing, the leakage of spiritual Qi from her danion had slowed considerably. But ultimately, her danion was broken, a basin with a hole, unable to hold Qi for long. I have to figure out a way to fix my danion and spiritual root, Li Qingran mused. She couldn't rely on Senior for everything. If Senior was willing to help, it was out of his generosity, but she couldn't take the initiative to ask. She already had a plan in mind. The Kingyun sect was unreliable. She needed to seek out another sect, even a smaller one. These smaller sects often had rare ancient texts. If she was lucky, she might find a way to repair her danion and spiritual root. If all else failed, she could leave the world of cultivation altogether, retreat to a serene place, and slowly gather intelligence about her enemies. Or perhaps she could return to the Southern Dynasty and serve as a general. As for seeking revenge against her senior brothers, Li Qingran hadn't even considered it. She hadn't been their match before, and her chances were even slimmer now. It was cowardly and humiliating, but survival in the cultivation world was harsh by nature. She had already lost the will to live before. Now, she just wanted to stay alive a little longer, to live until Senior was no longer busy and might see her again. Even if it was just to hear him say one word to her. She really wanted to thank him in person. Something's wrong? Wasn't Li Qingran thrown into a thatched hut? Song Jiaojiao stood at the foot of the mountain, frowning at the stone house. Her cultivator's eyesight was excellent, and it was clear that the stone dwelling was newly built. This meant someone had been helping Li Qingran. But who? Could it be one of the personal disciples from Chixiao Peak? It wasn't impossible. Although Mu Bei's Huang had claimed those disciples hated Li Qingran to the core, perhaps they still had lingering affection and had decided to help her out? If that were the case, killing Li Qingran would put her at odds with them. But she couldn't give up the Foundation establishment pill. After weighing her options, Song Jiaojiao decided to test the waters first to see if those personal disciples had left any protective measures around Li Qingran's residence. She retrieved a half-meter-long red incense stick from her storage ring. This was the frenzied beast incense. Its aroma had a wide spread and was nearly undetectable to cultivators but could attract beasts with a keen sense of smell. Normally, it was used during beast hunts, but in certain circumstances, it was also a deadly weapon. Her original plan was to storm the hut, kill Li Qingran, and feed her corpse to the beasts in the mountains. But now, the plan had to change. She couldn't risk approaching, so she would use the incense to incite beasts to do the job. Even though a beast rampage might attract the sect's attention, it was worth the risk. Li Qingran, when a wall collapses, everyone gives it a push. Don't blame me for this. Song Jiaojiao lit the red incense and flicked her fingers. The incense flew through the air and lodged in a tree near the stone house. After setting up a formation to conceal her aura, she retreated to a safe distance. When the beasts arrived, some were bound to be ferocious. The formation was her safety net. All she had to do now was wait and watch. The beasts would need time to pick up the scent and gather. Inside the stone house, the sleeping girl was completely unaware of the approaching danger. At 5 in the morning, the horizon began to brighten faintly. Chen Huayan was close to the summit, but he was in a terrible state. The wind was strong and the temperature low near the peak. Many tourists, sweating heavily at the halfway point, found themselves shivering as they neared the summit. They either quickened their pace to warm up or stopped by a mountainside restaurant for some hot porridge. Chen Huayan, however, was different. His face was pale, his entire body soaked in sweat. Every step was shaky, and sweat dripped from the hem of his soaked shirt. This was pain. He had only eaten 2 pieces of bread along the way, drinking water constantly to sustain himself. Though his pace was unsteady, his steps were resolute. His back was straight, his gaze calm, fixed firmly ahead. The light in his eyes made him look like a pilgrim. Dude, let me carry you? Don't climb anymore. Zhang Rui's voice cracked as he held back tears. Tonight's events would stay with him for life. He had watched, step by agonizing step, as a man with legs riddled with osteosarcoma endured excruciating pain to climb the endless stone stairs. Even the 2 middle-aged men and the punk girl, Su Xiaoqian, were gasping for breath. Zhang Rui, who worked out regularly, had the stamina, but the mental pressure weighed heavily on him. Every time he saw sweat dripping from Chen Huayan's soaked shirt, it was like a blow to his heart. Chen Huayan had never once complained. He had faced their hostility with tolerance and peace. Behind Chen Huayan, it wasn't just the 4 livestream followers. A growing number of tourists, initially planning to turn back, had joined after hearing his story. The group swelled into a massive procession, a winding dragon on the stone steps. Almost there, Chen Huayan looked up at the summit and smiled. He had to make it. An hour earlier, a viewer with a level 57 account had promised to send 66 Drum and Gong City gifts each worth 2,888 yuan if he reached the summit by sunrise. After platform cuts, it would net him 95,000 yuan. With additional donations from tourists, tonight's earnings could reach 120,000 yuan. Of course, there was always the chance the viewer was bluffing. But Chen Huayan didn't care. He would have climbed regardless of gifts. It wasn't just about money. He wanted to push his limits in the time he had left to see how much light he could still bring to the world. But just 98 steps from the summit, a sudden, intense pain shot through his right leg. His balance faltered, and he fell to his knees on the stone steps. Su Xiaoqian instinctively looked at his leg, her face paling as she clamped her hands over her mouth. Ah, his leg, his leg. Gritting his teeth, Chen Huayan looked down. His right leg, from the ankle to the knee, was grotesquely twisted out of shape. He had fractured it at novel bin at. Pathological fractures are a common symptom among bone cancer patients. The destruction of bone tissue by cancer cells makes the bones soft and brittle, prone to breaking. It was only a matter of time before this happened to Chen Huayan. Pain had become so constant for him that it felt almost numb now. The physical torment was still bearable, the emotional pain hardly registered anymore. Nothing could compare to the grief of watching his parents perish in a fire years ago. So, amidst the concerned glances and murmured questions of nearby tourists, Chen Huayan calmly adjusted his camera and said to Zhang Rui, who was helping him up, "Bro, do me a favor, open my backpack." "Dude, forget the backpack. Call an ambulance already. Your leg's broken." Zhang Rui was dumbfounded by how detached Chen Huayan seemed, as though the twisted leg weren't even his. "Call all you want, the ambulance can't drive up here. Just open my bag, I've got my own plan." Skeptical but unwilling to argue, Zhang Rui opened the bag and handed it to Chen Huayan. From it, Chen Huayan pulled out a folded crutch. Zhang Rui, the tourists. "Wait a minute, bro, is this your big plan?" They'd expected at least some painkillers, maybe something miraculous, not this. "Alright, let's keep going." Chen Huayan expertly unfolded the crutch and supported himself. Bone cancer patients were prone to fractures, so he'd gotten used to walking with a crutch beforehand to avoid being caught off guard when it finally happened. And now it had. In a way, it felt like kissing fate on the lips at novel bin at. In the livestream, viewers were silently liking and sending gifts. Some begged him to head back down, while others, having abandoned their doubts about his illness, focused only on whether this relentless man could complete his journey. That bent leg symbolized the oppression of fate and the mockery of death, while the crutch in his hand was a bold middle finger to both. He wasn't just climbing to the top, he was defying fate, even with his broken leg. The tourists watched in awe as he struggled upward. In their hearts, they believed this young man must have an extraordinary purpose. "Let's go, just a few more steps to the 90,000 yuan sponsorship. I'm gonna draw 1,000 spins from the fortune car pool." Chen Huayan gritted his teeth, his face contorted with pain as he eyed the diminishing steps. Primordial heaven-mending pill? Ha ha ha, a mere heaven-mending pill. To the tourists, his grimace only deepened their respect. Finally, atop Mount Tais, Chen Huayan's trembling leg landed on the last step. A faint beam of light pierced through the thick clouds and stretched across the dim horizon, brushing against his head. Flocks of birds flew through the golden rays, and distant bells echoed among the mountains. In the next moment, the sun burst forth from the horizon, its light spilling across the sky and illuminating the world. Chen Huayan stared, his heart trembling, and the tourists around him fell silent, captivated by the sight of the golden-lit peaks. Suddenly, "Bow!" A resonant cry rang out from nowhere. The sunlight began to ripple as if the sky itself were water disturbed by a stone. In the shimmering waves of light, a procession of ancient ceremonial figures appeared. At the forefront stood a majestic figure dressed in a black dragon robe, with a jade crown and a sword at his side. Behind him followed civil officials holding jade tablets, military officers in dark armor, and attendants carrying ceremonial items. Thailand bodies. They walked on clouds, the ground beneath them appearing as paved tiles, as they ascended toward the peak of Mount Thais. What the hell is that? A mirage? Is this a movie set? The tourists were dumbstruck, their curiosity allowing for brief discussion. But in the next moment, the procession leaped across miles and appeared directly before them. Silence fell. The oppressive atmosphere rendered everyone motionless, their voices stilled by an invisible force. Chen Huayan stood frozen, watching as the emperor strode toward him. He couldn't see the man's face clearly, his eyes felt veiled by an inexplicable blur. The procession passed through the crowd like smoke and mist, untouchable and ethereal, as if it belonged to another realm. Chen Huayan assumed it was a vision from another time, a scene untouched by the present. Until the emperor paused before him. Just as the figure was about to pass through him, the emperor slightly inclined his head, lowering his gaze to meet Chen Huayan's. Golden vertical pupils locked onto his, piercing and full of scrutiny. Chen Huayan's scalp tingled. He swore the emperor was looking directly at him, not a coincidence, but a deliberate gaze. In that moment, he could feel the weight of judgment in the emperor's eyes. And then, as quickly as it began, the moment ended. The emperor passed through him, and the entire procession faded into the mist at the mountain's peak. The mirage atop Mount Thais became an internet sensation, shooting to the top of trending topics. Experts speculated that it was the ceremonial procession of the first emperor of Qin during his ritual ascension at Mount Thais. Why such a distant historical event would manifest in the present was unclear. While experts insisted on a scientific explanation, they hadn't yet concocted one. Chen Huayan wasn't bothered by the online frenzy, nor was he concerned about the emperor's gaze. As a steadfast materialist, if someone told him his house had a ghost, his response would be to head to the store and buy a box of Akamoto 001 condoms, not for anything else, just to support biodiversity. Meanwhile, the level 57 viewer kept his word. 66 Drum and Gong City gifts arrived, totaling nearly 95,000 yuan after platform cuts. The viewer even thanked Chen Huayan for the once-in-a-lifetime spectacle, promising to support his future endeavors. Chen Huayan couldn't be happier. He loved this kind of genuine fan. The livestream ended as his phone battery died. After a quick goodbye, he prepared to descend the mountain. Bro, how are you planning to get down? Cable car or sedan chair? Zhang Rui asked, utterly impressed by Chen Huayan. Cable car, of course, Chen Huayan replied. It was faster and cheaper, leaving him more time to recharge and check in on his virtual girlfriend. With 120,000 yuan in the bank, Chen Huayan considered his options. Was it worth throwing money at treatments like chemotherapy, with a low survival rate even after amputation? Or should he simply enjoy the time he had left? As he pondered, Zhang Rui and the others helped him to the crowded cable car station. Just as Chen Huayan was about to board, his talisman string inexplicably snapped, and it fell to the ground. Bending down to pick it up, he moved slowly, prompting irritated, insulting remarks from the tattooed men already in the cable car. Suddenly, boom, the ground beneath Mount Thais shook violently. Chen Huayan lost his balance, tumbling down to the ticket hall as chaos erupted. Look out! Screams echoed as debris rained down, accompanied by the shattering of glass and the earth-shaking sound of falling rocks. An earthquake struck Mount Thais, triggering a rockslide. A massive boulder crashed in front of the cable car ticket office, flattening a cable car about to descend. Fortunately, the cableway itself was unharmed, otherwise, every tourist on it would have faced disaster. What shocked people even more was that the 7 individuals killed in that cable car were drug traffickers, key players from both the buyer and seller sides of a major deal. In fact, these 7 were the masterminds of 2 large drug organizations, with countless lives already on their hands. Many people speculated that this was the work of the mountain god of Mount Thais. Others connected this sudden event to the mirage of the Fengchan ceremony that had recently appeared. This was all something Chen Huayan learned later at Novel Bin Adat. The first thing he did after descending the mountain wasn't calling an ambulance, it was finding a small convenience store to borrow a power bank. As he charged his phone, he nonchalantly opened the virtual girlfriend game and sat down on a chair, looking entirely unconcerned. Next to him, Zhang Rui was anxiously calling emergency services. Zhang Rui felt that Chen Huayan's fractured bones were partially his fault. If he hadn't made such cruel remarks earlier, maybe Chen Huayan wouldn't have insisted on climbing Mount Thais. I need to check what my virtual girlfriend is up to. As soon as the game loaded, Chen Huayan was bombarded with notifications. You have 130 days of lifespan remaining. Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran has been attacked by a small beast tide. Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran is fighting fiercely. Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran has been injured. Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran is severely wounded. What the heck? Chen Huayan's heart clenched. How did she get hurt after just a short mountain hike? Why would there be a beast tide in the middle of the night? Even if it aligned with the nocturnal habits of demonic beasts, this was still just a game. Didn't the characters ever sleep? He quickly dismissed all the pop-ups, only to see a heartbreaking scene unfold. The house was nearly in ruins from the demonic beast's onslaught. Li Qingran was surrounded by their corpses, kneeling amidst a pool of blood. Her head hung low, her black hair concealing her face. She held a broken sword in her hand, and though she was wearing a brand new outfit he had gotten from a top-up bonus, the once elegant garment was now riddled with claw marks. Beneath the tattered fabric, her wounds were gruesome and bloody. With acute. Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran is in critical condition. So close, but I still couldn't meet Senior one last time. Li Qingran felt herself nearing death. She barely raised her head to look through the hole in the ceiling at the sky beyond. Her pale, haggard face was devoid of color, and her once bright eyes grew dimmer by the second, her vision fading into gray. 19 years in this world, all filled with bitterness. Her father had died on the battlefield, and her mother had been poisoned by assassins from an enemy nation. She had hoped that joining the Qingyun sect would give her a chance to avenge her parents, only to find herself jumping from one quagmire into another. The cultivation world's rigid rules forbade interference in mortal affairs. Yet these rules only served as chains to bind ordinary cultivators. Determined to rise above those rules, she had poured her heart and soul into cultivating, striving to one day bring peace to her parents' restless spirits. Now, however, she had been expelled from her sect, her danion and spiritual root destroyed, leaving her in utter despair. A sparrow flew across the hole in the ceiling, catching a glimmer of light in her dull eyes. In just 2 short days, every moment spent with Senior played vividly in her mind. Even though he had never physically appeared, he had shown her an unselfish kindness and warmth. In this life, Qingran has no strength left to repay Senior's kindness. Cough cough cough. She hunched over, coughing blood mixed with tears. The crimson liquid trickled down the corner of her mouth, drop by drop. If there's a next life. A demonic beast, sensing her vulnerability, leapt forward to tear her apart. At that moment, countless streaks of lightning descended from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The blinding bolts of thunder annihilated everything, turning the surroundings of the house into a blazing white inferno. Song Jiaojiao, hiding within a concealed formation nearby, stared at the scene in utter shock. What had she just witnessed? A barrage of thunderfire talismans falling from the sky, raining destruction upon the demonic beasts. Whose talismans were those? Li Qingran's? Even the cheapest thunderfire talisman cost 500 low-grade spirit stones apiece, and this assault had consumed tens of thousands of them. The only explanation was that someone behind Li Qingran had intervened. But who could it be? Staring at the thunderstorm engulfing the area, Song Jiaojiao turned pale. The relentless assault continued. Dozens no, hundreds of thunderfire talismans rained down like worthless scraps, obliterating every demonic beast within and around the house. Not even their corpses remained, all were incinerated to ash. When the lightning finally ceased, the house was intact, but the surrounding area was scarred with countless craters from the strikes. Inside, Li Qingran lay unconscious in a pool of blood. Surrounding flames were blocked by a golden shield that encased her. This place is dangerous. Song Jiaojiao felt an ominous chill in her heart. Suddenly, a thunderfire talisman appeared above her. The glowing talisman radiated golden light, its silver-stroked characters exuding an oppressive majesty. An immortal-grade talisman. Her eyes widened in disbelief. An immortal-grade thunderfire talisman, targeting her a mere chi-refining cultivator? There was no need to wonder how she'd been discovered. To someone who could casually toss out talismans like trash, her concealment formation was a child's toy. Ha, ha ha. She let out a bitter laugh. The next second. Boom! A lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck, obliterating her formation and reducing her to nothingness. Seeing all the red markers vanish from the map, Chen Huayan finally relaxed a little. Not even breaking his bones or dodging falling rocks on Mount Tais had made him this tense. Can't this game give a warning for enemy attacks? Leave for a moment, and the base gets ambushed. He just rolled the fortune card pool 500 times. The prizes were either spirit stones, thunderfire talismans, or transmission talismans. Spirit stones weren't ideal, but thunderfire and transmission talismans were worth the investment. Among them, several premium and top-grade talismans had been drawn, and even 2 immortal-grade ones. Just now, he had used one of the immortal-grade talismans to kill the sneaky mini-boss hiding nearby. Oh, and he had also pulled a top-grade artifact, the silken string sword. Top-grade artifacts were invaluable, likely weapons commonly used by Foundation establishment cultivators. But now wasn't the time to calculate profits. With a grave expression, Chen Huayan tapped on Li Qingran's character. Status, severely injured, critical condition. Cultivation progress, 1456/4999, 5th layer. Remaining lifespan, minutes. Favorability, 35, admiration. For injuries this severe, the correct course of action is to administer medicine. Chen Huayan opened her storage ring and dragged a top-tier immortal-grade Great Recovery pill from his monthly subscription reward to her mouth. However, a notification popped up. Your virtual girlfriend Li Qingran is in critical condition and unable to ingest the pill. Administration failed. The game's adherence to realism and logic was almost too impressive. Chen Huayan muttered to himself. Did the developers aim to qualify this game for the civil service exam or what? Finding that the expensive item couldn't be used, Chen Huayan decided to contact customer service. Instead, he used the day's free heavenly divination. How can I heal Li Qingran's injuries? Performing heavenly divination for you. Boom! The skies over the Qingyun realm churned. Numerous sect elders and nascent soul old monsters were startled awake from meditation. Good heavens! Who is attempting heavenly divination again? It's only been 2 days. Could it be some grand master skilled in divination? Perhaps the patriarch of Ansi Chant Hall. Alas, the spiritual qi in the Kangyun realm is dwindling by the day. These powerful figures must be growing desperate. Let us focus on our own closed-door cultivation and strive to break through our bottlenecks. Evacuate! Evacuate! If they uncover the secrets of our demonic sect, it could ruin our plans. Heavenly divination complete, you may use either transmission and recovery or golden needle acupuncture to heal Li Qingran. The former offers moderate effects, restoring 30% of her injuries, while the latter provides powerful healing, fully recovering all current injuries except for her danion and spiritual root damage. The virtual girlfriend shop has captured a trace of heavenly insight. Would you like to purchase the lost skill Golden Needle Acupuncture for 9,998 yen? Once purchased, this skill will become a permanent feature and can be upgraded. Each use will only require purchasing needle consumables. Chen Huayan. He was losing his mind. The in-game shop was now capturing heavenly insights. What was next? Tracking heavenly insights in toilets and bathtubs. And 9,998 yen for a single skill? Fine, but having to pay for upgrades and needle consumables too? Did this game even consider players as human beings? But when Chen Huayan glanced at the blood-soaked Li Qingran, he couldn't help but think of his late parents. Though his family hadn't been wealthy, his parents had always tried to give him the best. For the first time, he could somewhat empathize with their sacrifices. Top up. Congratulations on obtaining the lost skill, Golden Needle Acupuncture. Technique activated, Flowing Cloud Hands. Technique activated, Spring Revival Acupuncture LV1. Consumable needed, Special Silver Needles, 64 units, totaling 640 yen. Please top up to purchase. Chen Huayan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. You think I'm not paying, huh? Please top up. Fine, fine, just take my money. As shameless as the game was, he couldn't abandon Li Qingran. Another 640 yen vanished from his account. With the skill unlocked and materials purchased, he asked, what's next? Please undress Li Qingran for treatment. Chen Huayan froze, typing a slow, into the chat box. Finally, it's happening? Wait no, now wasn't the time for such thoughts? Saving her life was the priority? Who called 120? Who needs treatment? Paramedics rushed over as the ambulance arrived. Zhang Rui pointed to Chen Huayan, who was focused on his phone with an intense glow in his eyes. Him. What's wrong with him? The paramedic, at a glance, couldn't see any apparent injuries. He's in the late stages of bone cancer, with osteosarcoma. His leg is fractured from climbing Mount Tais. Late-stage bone cancer and a fractured leg from climbing Mount Tais. The paramedic's eye twitched. Was this even coherent? Skeptical, he assumed Zhang Rui was joking. After all, the young man seemed engrossed in his phone, showing no signs of pain. Shouldn't someone with a broken leg be clutching it in agony, pale and wailing? And late-stage cancer? Was this guy one of the 18 copper men of Shaolin, immune to pain? A Nigerian Naira OES. Still, to err on the side of caution, the paramedic examined Chen Huayan's leg. Pulling up the pant leg, his expression immediately darkened. Quick, get a stretcher down here. The young man's leg was indeed fractured, with visible subcutaneous cysts, the hallmark of osteosarcoma. His shin was severely deformed, the fractured area swollen with a large purplish-red lump full of clotted blood. If left untreated, his leg would be beyond saving. Then again, with the tumors so advanced, the leg might already be beyond saving. The paramedics carried Chen Huayan onto the stretcher, stunned by his calm demeanor. It was their first time encountering such a composed patient. Dude, why are you still playing on your phone? Zhang Rui couldn't believe it. What kind of game was so engrossing? From his angle, Chen Huayan's screen was completely black. Was he hallucinating? As the ambulance drove away, Zhang Rui returned the borrowed power bank to the store, his thoughts growing darker. Could Chen Huayan have a mental illness? It would explain his insensitivity to pain and apparent indifference to death. Realizing he had been rude to someone with terminal cancer and possible mental issues, Zhang Rui slapped himself. I'm such in a hole. In the ambulance, two nurses watched Chen Huayan, still intensely tapping on his phone. His screen was pitch black, and yet he seemed completely engrossed. In Chen Huayan's perspective, he was focused on treating Li Qingran using golden needle acupuncture. Her clothing had been loosened purely for treatment purposes, of course. He held the phone close to his face, not for any ulterior motives but to avoid awkwardness. Besides, seeing her body covered in countless wounds left no room for improper thoughts. The game's interface displayed a floating acupuncture map over her body, with bright points marking the necessary needle placements. Even private areas were obscured by the overlay. He barely noticed any details beyond the flashing points. He was too busy keeping up with the frantic rhythm, which felt like an S-tier dance revolution challenge. A nurse waved a hand in front of his face, frustrated by his lack of response. Sir, the doctor is speaking to you. Chen Huayan tilted his head to dodge her hand without looking up. Sorry, I'm busy. Please wait a moment. The doctor sighed, sharing a glance with the nurse. Quietly, he said, prepare his admission paperwork. I'll fetch Dr. Wu from psychiatry. The medical team had just left when Chen Huayan completed the procedure. With the final needle twist, streaks of azure energy surged from the 64 silver needles. Li Qingran's bleeding wounds instantly closed, her injuries healing rapidly without a scar left behind. Grind the Immortal grade Great Recovery pill into powder and sprinkle it over the wounds. At novel bin at. Following the on-screen prompts, Chen Huayan used a virtual mill to grind the pill into fine powder, applying it meticulously. Li Qingran's wounds regenerated at an astonishing speed, returning her body to flawless health. Finally done. Chen Huayan exhaled in relief. Li Qingran's status now read as stable, though she remained unconscious. But now, Chen Huayan swallowed. It was time to. Battery low. Just as he prepared to admire Li Qingran's beauty, his phone died. No way. He stared at the blank screen in disbelief, frozen for half a minute before clenching his teeth. Where was that power bank from Mount Tai's? It was only then that he noticed something off. He wasn't at the mountain anymore. Looking around in confusion, he realized he was in a hospital. When did I get here? Did I teleport? Kid, keep it down. I'm trying to sleep, a dry, elderly voice croaked from the next bed. Turning his head, Chen Huayan saw an old man with a bandaged leg, dark circles under his eyes from what was likely a sleepless, pain-filled night. Chen quickly quieted down. However, his gaze soon fell on a set of silver needles on the old man's bedside table. He flexed his fingers, itching with anticipation. That small, thrilling sensation. He just wanted to prick something. That's right, this intense feeling wasn't an illusion. It even made Chen Huayan unable to control his sinful hands. He grabbed the set of silver needles, glanced at the old man next to him, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. That smile carried a mix of recklessness, lewdness, arrogance, nonchalance, and most importantly 88% eagerness. Then he opened the needle case. Inside lay 36 silver needles. As his fingers brushed over the needle tips, a familiar sensation surged through him, as if he were caressing his girlfriend's fingers at novel bin at. Forgive me. Chen Huayan silently clasped his hands in apology toward the old man beside him. Then, he pinched a silver needle and reversed his grip before stabbing it into his own leg. Using a needle that someone else had touched to stab his own leg, wasn't this a kind of NTR for the needle itself? This was his way of expressing his deep apology to both the old man and the needles. But why didn't he stab the old man instead? Was he crazy? While he had a strange feeling and a bit of curiosity, randomly stabbing others was not something he would do. However, stabbing himself didn't burden his conscience after all. He was dying anyway and would try anything on himself. His gaze fell on his leg. A network of acupuncture points emerged faintly before his eyes, overlapping with the diagrams he'd seen in the game. His fingers moved like lightning, and the needles flew as smoothly as clouds and flowing water. In the blink of an eye, all 36 needles were embedded in his right leg. Chen Huayan took a deep breath and held it. Next, he adjusted the depth of each needle, twisted their ends, and stimulated the acupuncture points on his leg. His hand, which normally trembled when holding a water bottle, was now as steady as a rock. After a while, he finished administering the needles. Chen Huayan returned the needles to their case and placed it back in its original position. The strange itch in his heart finally subsided. Ah, much better. He rubbed his hands in satisfaction and left. The injured leg was his right leg, so that's where he had applied the needles. At this moment, the bruising on his leg was already showing signs of fading. While the bones were still misaligned, the primary concern with fractures wasn't the break itself but the tissue damage and bruising that came afterward. Reducing the swelling was crucial. Beta. The acupuncture session hadn't even lasted 10 minutes, but the results were clear. The swelling had diminished, and the bruising was receding. Even Chen Huayan found it hard to believe. Wait, is this game really that hardcore? It wasn't just a game, it was actually teaching him something useful? But of course, not everyone could learn this. How many people could replicate the acupuncture techniques and memorize the diagrams after just one try? And yet, hadn't his memory always been bad before? This was starting to get weird. Chen Huayan pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands together in realization. Ah, I get it now. Ha ha ha. Outside the hospital room, Dr. Wu and Dr. Zhang were walking together, discussing Chen Huayan. This young man's a university student with no history of mental illness. Are you sure he's got problems upstairs? Dr. Wu had reviewed Chen Huayan's file and was skeptical of Dr. Zhang's assessment. Ha 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 ha, it's cancer? The mysterious cancer cells have unlocked my genetic potential? I'm a genius. A bizarre, muffled laugh came from the room. See. Dr. Zhang spread his hands and tilted his head toward the room. Dr. Wu. It seemed that this young man might have been slightly traumatized after seeing a mirage atop Mount Tai. Medical intervention was indeed necessary. Young man, Dr. Wu stepped into the room. Doctor, I'm not sick. I want to be discharged. Or do you guys have a power bank? If you do, I'll stay a bit longer. Dr. Wu stared at the young man on the bed, whose face was filled with seriousness, and began contemplating whether to increase his medication dosage. Dr. Zhang, however, noticed something unusual about Chen Huayan's leg and froze. Huh? What's going on with your leg? He clearly remembered that when he went to find Dr. Wu earlier, Chen Huayan's lower leg had a massive, dark bruise at the fracture site. If left untreated, it would have led to necrosis. But now, the swelling was noticeably reduced, and the bruising wasn't as severe. Noticing the doctor's gaze, Chen Huayan instinctively pulled his leg back and chuckled nervously. I've been tough since I was a kid. I have a natural talent for recovery. There was no way he could say that the swelling had been reduced by his secret acupuncture technique. Even if he did, no one would believe him, and it'd just lead to more trouble. As for demonstrating his needlework to the doctors, that was out of the question. The old man in the next bed would have been a great guinea pig, but Chen Huayan doubted he'd even get a chance to start before being hauled off to the psych ward. Besides, there was no guarantee it'd work on someone else just because it worked on him. These days, you couldn't even help someone cross the street without worrying about the legal consequences, let alone stabbing someone with needles. Dr. Zhang thought about it for a long time but couldn't make sense of the situation. At least the bone tumor on Chen Huayan's leg hadn't disappeared. If it had, Dr. Zhang would have had no choice but to escalate this to his superiors. Young man, you need to find a way to treat your cancer. Ignoring it won't end well. I understand, but I don't have money. Chen Huayan smiled faintly. Didn't you buy insurance? Nope. What about your parents? They're gone? Sigh. Dr. Zhang fell silent. A few quick questions, and even he felt defeated. As an experienced doctor, he had seen countless cases like Chen Huayan's patients with nothing to rely on, left with no choice but to wait for the inevitable. But a patient who seemed this indifferent about his situation? Rare. Doctor, I know my condition. I can't afford expensive treatments. Just treat my broken leg normally. Dr. Zhang nodded but still added, if you need help raising funds, let me know. I might be able to assist a little. Thank you, doctor. If I ever make enough money, I'll definitely get proper treatment. While Chen Huayan and Dr. Zhang were talking, Dr. Wu had been observing quietly. The young man's thoughts were clear, and his eyes were bright, no signs of mental illness. If anything, he was just a bit dramatic. They'd almost used a tranquilizer dart for nothing. Close call. Chen Huayan stayed at the hospital until the afternoon. He underwent a procedure for his fractured leg, which was now encased in a plaster cast. Though the doctors recommended hospitalization for observation, he refused, citing lack of funds. Before leaving, he bought a set of silver needles from the pharmacy next to the hospital. Power bank? Power bank. Once outside, Chen Huayan scanned the surrounding stores like a starving wolf, his eyes gleaming. He needed a power bank? He hadn't logged into the game all afternoon. What if Li Qingran was attacked by a beast again? He couldn't bear the thought. Besides, he'd already invested nearly 60,000 yuan in the game. If his character got deleted, he'd be furious enough to jump off the hospital's second floor. Hands off that power bank. In the terrified gaze of a female student, Chen Huayan, wielding a crutch, darted forward and seized the last power bank from a restaurant charging station. He powered up his phone and logged into the game. Phew. Li Qingran was still unconscious in the Sunjia formation, safe and sound. With the power bank clamped in his mouth, a crutch under one arm, and his phone in the other hand, he limped over to a table in the restaurant under the bewildered gaze of the female student. Boss, 3 liang of dry noodles. Coming right up? Want an egg with that? No, but I want soup. Got it. An egg cost 3 yuan, not worth it. Soup was free, definitely worth it. For now, Li Qingran's coma could wait. Chen Huayan opened the fortune carp lottery pool. He was 500 draws away from the guaranteed prize. TCH, I've got no luck. With a snort, he tapped the screen to draw, accompanied by the e-pay deduction prompt. He went all in. Li Qingran had a dream. In her dream, she was being relentlessly chased by hordes of demonic beasts. There was no light in sight, darkness surged toward her like a suffocating tide. But just as the beasts were about to catch her, a crisp clap of thunder echoed through the sky. A young man in strange clothing appeared on the horizon, his features obscured. Like seasoning food, he flung talismans from his left hand, and with his right hand, unleashed a barrage of magical artifacts. The beasts pursuing her were either struck down by lightning from the talismans or impaled by the descending artifacts. Is that the senior? Li Qingran gazed up at the sky. She had a strong intuition it had to be him. The senior had come to save her. Though she couldn't make out his face, he seemed far younger than she'd imagined. Before she could observe more closely, the senior suddenly appeared right in front of her. Flustered, Li Qingran felt her face flush red, the color creeping to her ears. In her panic, she prepared to bow down in reverence. But in the next moment, a pair of strong hands gently stopped her. Then, the figure handed her a square-shaped object. The item was pitch black and looked like a brick, though it was much lighter than one at novel bin at. Etched on its surface were 3 simplified characters that seemed to read. Electric charge full? What was electric charge full? Some kind of magical artifact? As she stood there, puzzled, the senior's figure grew fainter and fainter, like mist dissipating into the air. Senior, I'm so grateful to you. This is something very important. The senior's voice echoed faintly through the dispersing mist. Make sure to take good care of it. Let's go with this one electric charge treasure. It sounds reliable. Chen Huayan clicked on the purchase button. He couldn't afford a 3 yuan fried egg, but a 300 yuan power bank? That was an instant buy. After his earlier ordeal, he was now terrified of being without a power bank. From now on, he vowed to carry one at all times, and it had to have plenty of capacity. Alpha yes. As for replacing his phone, he had considered it. But could he transfer the My Virtual Girlfriend game to a new phone? After all, it wasn't even a proper app but a mysterious virus-like program with no installation file. He had no idea how to handle that. Glancing at his computer, he saw that it was already 9 p.m. It had been over an hour since he'd gotten home. Li Qingran should be awake by now. Chen Huayan opened the My Virtual Girlfriend game. Sure enough, Li Qingran was awake. The girl sat curled up in a corner, wrapped in tattered clothing, her knees clutched to her chest. Her vacant eyes stared at the ground, lost in thought. Chen Huayan noticed a half-burned red incense stick at her feet. Your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, has lost her home. Recharge 6 yuan to restore it. Without batting an eye, Chen Huayan clicked, recharge. For just 88 yuan more, you can gift your virtual girlfriend 2 stylish new outfits. Recharge. Your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, is hungry and feeling down. Recharge 68 yuan to recharge. In an instant, her house was fully repaired, new outfits appeared neatly on her bed, and plates of chicken, duck, fish, and fruit clattered onto the table. The commotion was impossible for Li Qingran to ignore. She knew the senior had come to check on her. She already suspected he'd been here earlier. After all, the small craters of scorched earth surrounding her house, the demon beast corpses reduced to ash by lightning, and her own recovered injuries were evidence enough. The sudden appearance of the beasts was bizarre, but while exploring the charred surroundings, she had found a broken frenzied beast incense stick under a tree. This kind of incense, used to lure beasts, was a common tool for sects when hunting. Different sects crafted their incense sticks with distinct markers. For instance, Qingyun Sect's frenzied beast incense was marked with azure cloud patterns at the base. These cloud patterns, an essential part of the incense's design, were engraved using specific materials. Removing them would significantly weaken the incense's effect. Naturally, since this was a dangerous item, all sects made sure to brand it to avoid false accusations. The person who threw the incense likely assumed it would burn away completely, leaving only ash. Little did they expect the senior to arrive and turn the surrounding 500 meters into a wasteland. The perpetrator probably hadn't intended to kill her yet had been reduced to ash alongside the beasts. Senior. Li Qingran gazed at the ceiling, her face etched with exhaustion. Her dry lips parted slightly as she whispered, Senior, do you think I'm someone who's hard to like? Hehe, I'm absolutely smitten with you. How could you think that? Before the first dialogue option could finish appearing, Chen Huayan dismissed it and switched to freeform conversation. Fresh from drawing in the fortune carp lottery pool, he now had over 70 communication talismans. He was feeling invincible. Clearing his throat, he held down the talisman and spoke in a gentle tone. Of course not. In my eyes, you're a polite, thoughtful girl who works hard in your cultivation. Blah, blah, blah. Why would you think that? What Chen Huayan said was a heartfelt 300-word mini-essay. What Li Qingran heard, however, was the solemn voice of the Dao. Why would you say that? If that's not the case, then why does Qingyun Sect, my senior brothers, my master, want to kill me? My danion and spiritual roots have already been destroyed. I've been expelled from the sect and banished to Wangqing Mountain to fend for myself. Why won't they leave me alone? Did I commit some grave sin? Chen Huayan watched Li Qingran's eyes, once clear and bright, now shrouded in darkness. He understood her doubts all too well. Li Qingran was a textbook example of a self-sacrificing personality. She repaid kindness 100-fold. When deist Qingxian accepted her as a disciple, she revered him as her most respected elder, even though he never formally guided her. When senior brother Lu Changtian looked out for her during her initiation, she treated him like a true elder brother. When second brother Xiao Yaifeng gave her leftover elixirs, she managed his spiritual herbs and even volunteered to test his pills. When third brother Yunzimo gifted her a storage ring, she silently accepted his false accusations and allowed herself to be expelled. When fourth brother Zhang Hengxiao helped her once during a mission, she spent most of her monthly spiritual stones cleaning up the messes he created. Like a flower blooming under sunlight, she thrived on even the slightest warmth. But beneath her smiling facade was likely a face full of scars and tears. Kind people are often taken advantage of, just as gentle horses are ridden harder. It's not a joke, it's wisdom passed down by ancestors. Just like how he'd poured his heart into his ex, only to be betrayed. Stories like this were all too common, treasures wasted, loyalty repaid with betrayal, hearts broken. No wonder people now devoted their time and money to pets or virtual companions. Were they foolish? No, they were just tired of being hurt. Li Qingran. Chen Huayan gazed at her through the screen, their eyes seemingly crossing the boundaries of space and time to meet. He stared into her eyes, and in their reflection, he saw himself. Today, I will help you restore your danion. The solemn voice of the Dao transmitted his words without omission. No matter how muddy your past may be, your future will bloom with brilliance. Qingyun Sect. At the peak of Chixiao Peak at Novel Bin at. Deist Qingxian exited seclusion only once a week to give a lecture, each session lasting 2 hours. Afterward, he would dedicate another hour to answer any questions his disciples had encountered during their cultivation. At this moment, the disciples of Chixiao Peak were gathered under a venerable pine tree whose age was immeasurable. The lecture had concluded, and it was now time for inquiries. Lu Changtian was the first to stand, performing a respectful kneeling salute before addressing the figure in green robes under the pine tree. Master, it's said that the sect leader's direct disciple, Zhao Lingtian, was struck by a magic cultivator, shattering his danion. The sect leader has been spending exorbitantly to find a solution. Is it true that there's no way to restore a shattered danion? The question caused varied reactions among the other disciples under the pine tree. After all, Zhao Lingtian wasn't the only one who had suffered such a fate. There was also their former 5th junior sister, Li Qingran. Daoist Qingxian cracked open his eyes slightly and stroked his beard before responding calmly, it's not that a danion cannot be repaired. It merely requires a particular ancient divine medicine. With that medicine, even a completely destroyed danion can be restored. Without it, it's as hard as ascending to the heavens. What kind of medicine, Master? The primordial heaven-mending pill, Qingxian answered solemnly. The crowd exchanged stunned glances, feeling a surge of awe just from hearing the name. A priceless treasure? Qingxian began to elaborate. When all beings are born, their danion is fixed and unchangeable constant. The quality of each person's danion varies, influencing the capacity and purity of spiritual qi it can hold. While a danion's impact on innate talent isn't as pronounced as a spiritual root, as cultivation progresses to deeper levels, the differences in danion quality become increasingly evident when two cultivators of similar aptitude and cultivation face off. In ancient times, when spiritual qi was abundant, danions were classified into 9 grades, with 9th grade being the lowest and 1st grade the highest. A 1st grade danion could accommodate vast amounts of spiritual qi, refining it swiftly and to an unparalleled purity. Back then, the quality of a disciple's danion often determined their ultimate potential, making it a critical criterion for sect recruitment. Then, Master, how would you grade my danion? Zhang Hangxiao stepped forward confidently, patting his abdomen twice. He believed his danion was exceptional, his cultivation speed was fast, and his spiritual qi fairly robust. However, Qingxian merely glanced at him sideways and scoffed, you, ungraded. Zhang Hangxiao. Laughter erupted under the pine tree, leaving Zhang Hangxiao mortified, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Then Qingxian continued, what are you all laughing at? Most of you are ungraded as well. Only Li Qingran's danion barely qualifies as 7th grade. In the ancient era, when spiritual qi was abundant, you would have been relegated to cleaning up after the sect's spirit beasts. Only now, in the spiritually desolate Kangyun realm, does danion quality matter less than spiritual roots or external tools, giving you the chance to become inner disciples or even direct disciples. RAS. The laughter subsided, replaced by somber expressions. Having crushed their spirits thoroughly, Qingxian finally brought the topic back on track. A cultivator's danion is fixed. Once shattered, it cannot be restored, just like water spilled on the ground cannot be retrieved. However, the heavens always leave a trace of hope. In ancient times, an alchemist refined the primordial heaven-mending pill by uncovering this faint thread of possibility. This divine medicine can turn the unchangeable into the changeable. Not only can it restore a shattered danion, but it can even improve its quality. And that's merely the effect of the mortal grade pill? Who knows what the celestial grade version can achieve? Perhaps only that ancient alchemist would know. The disciples all looked hopeful. If they could acquire a single primordial heaven-mending pill and offer it to the sect leader, they might never have to worry about cultivation resources again. Next month, a minor ancient secret realm will open in Zhongzhou. It's said to have not only battlefields for demonic beasts but also the caves of ancient cultivators. Perhaps such a divine medicine could be found there. Li Qingran's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As someone with a 7th grade danion, obtaining the pill might elevate him to 6th or even 5th grade. You may try your luck, Qingxian nodded. He didn't hold much hope. Such a pill was rare even in ancient times, let alone in a minor secret realm. Still, exploring the realm would provide valuable experience and resources, so he refrained from discouraging them. Today's lecture ends here. Return to your caves. Qingxian waved his sleeve to dismiss the disciples. But just then, boom, a pillar of green light shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds above Wangqing Mountain. It continued to ascend, splitting the heavens as if it were a divine column connecting the earth and the heavens. Every cultivator in the Kangyun realm looked up in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. Spiritual light forming a column, medicinal fragrance filling the air. A divine pill has emerged. It's coming from the direction of Wangqing Mountain. Let's go, we might make it in time. What kind of pill could it be? If I get my hands on it, my cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. At the peak of Chixiao Peak, Qingxuan's eyes snapped open. In the blink of an eye, he soared toward the green light, while powerful cultivators from other main peaks of Kingyun sect followed suit. All capable cultivators near Wangqing Mountain mobilized instantly. Celestial grade primordial heaven-mending pill detected. Would you like to pay 18 yen to conceal the heavenly phenomenon? Huh. Chen Huayan stared at the notification on his phone, his mouth twitching. Makes sense, this celestial phenomenon was as blatant as a neon sign declaring a treasure's presence. On the map, countless red dots appeared and began converging on his location, sending chills down his spine. Thankfully, the game developer seemed lenient since he'd already spent over 90,000 yen. They didn't push him to spend more. Still, he felt annoyed. Couldn't they offer the concealment function for free? Gritting his teeth, Chen Huayan paid the 18 yen. Concealing heavenly phenomenon. The green pillar of light vanished, along with the medicinal fragrance in the air. Qingxian, who had nearly reached Wangqing Mountain, stopped midair, dumbfounded. His divine sense swept the area for miles, but he found nothing. Isn't that Li Qingran? Recognizing his former 5th disciple in a small hut, Qingxian scowled. Does she think staying in Wangqing Mountain will get her back into the sect? Shaking his head, he dismissed her presence with a cold laugh. Failing to locate the pill, he returned to Kingyun sect in frustration. Unbeknownst to anyone, the divine pill that had shaken the Kangyun realm now lay on an ordinary wooden table. In the corner, a girl sat trembling, completely petrified. Predecessor, what is this? Li Qingran was initially startled when Chen Huayan mentioned helping her restore her danion. Then something landed on the table, and the entire room was engulfed in a radiant green light accompanied by a dense medicinal fragrance. Just one breath made her feel as though her spiritual qi was circulating faster. This is the medicine that can restore your danion, Chen Huayan replied. He didn't reveal the name of the pill after all, just one look at it screamed priceless. To Chen Huayan, Li Qingran was essentially a high-intelligence AI character. Given the current level of AI technology, it wasn't impossible to achieve this degree of sophistication, provided there was enough data to train the model. Since the game developers were skilled hackers, creating such an advanced AI model would be a walk in the park. Although high-intelligence AI differed from humans, it could simulate emotions under the influence of its data streams. If he outright told Li Qingran that it was a primordial heaven-mending pill, she'd surely refuse to accept it. Medicine to restore a danion, Li Qingran murmured, stunned. She had never heard of such a thing. To her knowledge, once a danion was shattered, it was virtually impossible to repair. Even if restoration was conceivable, it would involve methods far beyond the reach of a foundation establishment cultivator like her. Moreover, the sheer commotion caused by the appearance of this pill indicated its immense value. Predecessor, this medicine is too precious. I cannot accept it. Li Qingran's tone was resolute. She indeed longed to restore her danion, but she had already received far too many favors from the predecessor. She had no means to repay him in equal measure, and this imbalance filled her with guilt. Take it if I say so, Chen Huayan muttered as he tapped the communication talisman, amused at how lifelike the AI was. In most other games, even ones with nurturing elements, the NPC would simply accept the item without question. He continued, this pill was prepared specifically for you. It's useless to me. Take it now, or others will come and snatch it. What Li Qingran heard was, this pill is useless to me. The commotion just now has already drawn attention from other cultivators, and I can't conceal the heavenly phenomenon for long. If you don't consume it now, you'll only be making trouble for me. Li Qingran glanced at the ceiling, her eyes returning to the pill on the table. She bit her lower lip, visibly conflicted. Consuming the pill would leave her with a crushing debt of gratitude. But refusing the pill would mean causing trouble for her predecessor. Hurry up. The sharp reprimand from above startled her, causing her to tremble. Faced with a choice between breaking her principles and defying her predecessor, she ultimately chose to break her principles. She couldn't bear to make him angry. Carefully, she picked up the pill, her expression filled with apprehension at novel bin at. Chen Huayan smirked as he watched her hesitantly cradle the pill in her hands. So in the end, you still obediently listened to me. He realized that being called predecessor by Li Qingran was starting to get to his head. Perhaps from now on, he should refer to himself as this lord. It felt more fitting for the occasion. If you don't take the pill, my 90,000 yuan will have been wasted. Amid the urgency earlier, he hadn't even had the chance to check what he'd won during the last 500 draws. Li Qingran, holding the pill, decided that if she was to break her principles, she must find a way to make amends. Looking up at the ceiling, she raised one hand, holding 3 fingers upright to represent heaven, earth, and man, and declared in a loud voice, today, this junior Li Qingran received the aid of the predecessor, gaining the divine medicine to restore my danion. I am deeply ashamed of my inability to repay this kindness. From now on, should the predecessor require anything of me, I vow to face mountains of blades and seas of fire, even the infernal depths, without hesitation or regret. No bess. She swore this to the Dao of heaven and to her Dao heart, her words resonating with the heavens. Spiritual qi surged around her, lifting her long black hair and revealing her determined gaze. Having made her vow, she was free of burden. With no hesitation, she raised the pill to her mouth and consumed it. She had now entrusted everything she had to the predecessor. It was the only thing she could offer. The celestial-grade primordial heaven-mending pill dissolved the moment it touched her tongue, transforming into a clear stream that flowed directly toward her shattered danion. From Chen Huayan's perspective, a golden thread snaked its way into her abdomen. At the same time, the entire room began to spin, as if drawn into a vortex centered around Li Qingran. The vortex expanded outward, forming a tornado that reached the sky. So this is a spiritual qi vortex, Chen Huayan mused. Since the game was set in a cultivation world, Li Qingran was likely absorbing a vast amount of spiritual qi to fuel the pill's effects. Speaking of which, isn't this causing a bit too much commotion? Shouldn't I conceal it again? The spiritual qi vortex tore through the clouds above, leaving a gaping hole in the sky. On the map, the chaotic red dots swarmed toward his location like moths to a flame. Li Qingran has consumed the celestial-grade primordial heaven-mending pill, triggering continuous heavenly phenomena. Would you like to pay 28 yen to conceal the heavenly phenomenon? What the? Chen Huayan was both furious and amused. Drip-feeding me now, huh? Can't you just be straightforward? Despite his grumbling, he begrudgingly paid the 28 yen. In Wonking Mountain. It's over there? It's over there. Such an overwhelming surge of spiritual qi, this must be where the divine pill emerged. Ha ha ha. I'm going to ascend to immortality. Suddenly, the vortex of spiritual qi dissipated, snuffed out as if by an invisible hand. The treasure hunters were left dumbfounded once again. Damn it! Where did it go? Are you kidding me? Forget it? Search everywhere? Don't let anything slip past, even if it's a pile of dung, sniff it just in case. Meanwhile, Chen Huayan was contentedly admiring Li Qingran as she meditated in a cross-legged position. She sat quietly, strands of black hair cascading over her shoulders, swaying gently amidst the flow of spiritual qi. Her simple attire complemented her serene and elegant demeanor. Usually, her eyebrows carried a hint of heroism, but now, with her eyes closed and her lips pressed tightly together, her pale face bore a delicate, sickly beauty that evoked pity. Chen Huayan, a practical-minded science student, didn't have much in the way of flowery language. Still, he couldn't help but marvel at her beauty in his own way. Damn, she's stunning. He forced himself to look away any longer, and he might find it impossible to concentrate later. He still hadn't checked what treasures he'd drawn from his 1,000 attempts at the fortune carp pool. Opening his inventory, he saw all 12 slots packed to the brim: low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, communication talismans, thunderfire talismans in 4 grades from mortal to celestial, a black armor formation, an intermediate spirit gathering formation, the Suxian sword, and a golden jade slip. Seriously? Why can't all the thunderfire talismans go into one slot? Chen Huayan cursed his luck but decided against giving them all to Li Qingran. After all, if she got controlled, he'd need them for backup support. The most intriguing item was the golden jade slip. A golden tier treasure, definitely something extraordinary? The moment Chen Huayan opened the golden jade slip, a wave of imposing energy unique to a top-tier item swept over him. I am a madman from Chu, singing with laughter at Confucius. With a 3-foot sword in hand, I challenge the sorrows of the 9 heavens. The Green Lotus Sword Manual was created by the Green Lotus Sword Immortal. It contains 36 foundational sword chapters and 12 sword styles, ranked as celestial grade. Anyone with unblocked meridians can practice this manual, but to achieve ultimate mastery, one must possess the sword bone, sword spiritual root, and sword heart without fail. The description confirmed the manual's status as a peerless treasure. But as Chen Huayan finished reading it, his expression turned peculiar. Wait a minute, this Green Lotus Sword Immortal isn't supposed to be Li Bai, right? Li Bai, the great poet of the Tang dynasty, wasn't he known as the immortal poet? When did he become a sword immortal? Whatever, it's not surprising these days. After all, even Tang monk can wield a Gatling gun. Turning Li Bai into a sword immortal isn't that much of a stretch. Shaking his head, Chen Huayan chuckled. He remembered that Li Qingran used a sword. This Green Lotus Sword Manual would be perfect for her. A celestial grade sword manual should be incredibly powerful, right? The manual opened to its first page, and to Chen Huayan's surprise, it wasn't just a static in-game item. The first page contained text and even small brush-drawn illustrations. Whoa, is this a small indie studio? This is insane. Sword Chapter 1, Crane Stance. Stand with your legs together, bending one knee to lift one foot in a crane-like posture. Beginners can omit lifting the leg. Keep your body upright, the sword held vertically in front of you, parallel to your body. The hilt should be horizontal and level with the ground, with the blade close to your arm, maintaining vertical alignment. Breathe steadily, calm your heart and mind, and focus on the fusion of your sword and your spiritual breath. The page included an accompanying illustration for clarity. Chen Huayan continued flipping through the manual. Sword Chapter 2, Pine Stretch. Sword Chapter 3, Blade Holding. The list went on, all the way to Sword Chapter 35, Return to 1. Sword Chapter 36, Carefree Wanderer. Not a single chapter lacked detailed descriptions and illustrations. By the time Chen Huayan reached the final chapter, he was already marveling at the dedication of the game's developers. The attention to detail in crafting this manual was astonishing. Even his earlier annoyance at how much money he'd spent on the game began to fade. The 36 chapters seemed to be foundational techniques. Beyond them were the 12 sword styles. As he prepared to flip to the sword styles, a notification popped up. You must master sword chapters 1 to 12 before you can access the sword styles. At novel bin at. What the? I have to learn it? How do I even do that? Instinctively, Chen Huayan searched for a pay-to-progress option, but there wasn't one. This Green Lotus Sword Manual apparently didn't rely on money to unlock upgrades. Would you like to begin learning Sword Chapter 1? Yes. Let me think. Without hesitation, Chen Huayan chose yes. He was curious to see what the game had in store. Activating camera. The game screen vanished, replaced by the phone's camera in selfie mode. The game interface now floated over the live feed. Please follow the instructions for Sword Chapter 1, Crane Stance. Current progress, Novice, 0%. Are you serious? Chen Huayan stared at his reflection on the screen, his lips twitching uncontrollably. If he understood correctly, the game wanted him to perform the crane stance and record it. Man, this game really knows how to mess with people. Can't spend money? Fine, let's just humiliate you instead. Chen Huayan imagined the game developers gleefully watching player-uploaded videos of awkward stances while enjoying takeout. Like hell, I'm going to let you win. He huffed. Clearly, the developers wanted players to get frustrated and eventually pay to skip the grind. He'd seen it all before in other games that dangled rewards just out of reach until players caved and spent money. But as the minutes passed, no pay-to-progress option appeared. Fine, I'll just give the sword manual to Li Qingran. He tried dragging the Green Lotus Sword Manual into Li Qingran's inventory. You cannot directly transfer the Green Lotus Sword Manual. Please achieve at least novice mastery in the 36 sword chapters to unlock the teaching feature. What the hell is this nonsense? Frustrated, he clicked a small help icon on the corner of the screen. Help. The core intent of this game is to provide players with the most authentic nurturing experience. Players can support their virtual companion with resources and guidance, becoming their mentor and source of inspiration. However, iron must first be tempered to become strong. To better teach your virtual companion, we encourage you to improve yourself too. Chen Huayan was stunned into silence. He had always found games lacking immersion. No matter how skilled you weren't the one storming the battlefield or taming the wilds. The separation between reality and the game world always felt insurmountable. But this game was doing something new. As grueling as it was, Chen Huayan had to admit he was intrigued. The idea of personally teaching his virtual companion, seeing her learn sword techniques, and overcoming challenges with his guidance, this was a level of immersion no other game offered. It was hardcore. It was expensive. But he loved it. Chen Huayan reopened the learning interface for the Green Lotus Sword manual. He propped his phone on a stand and took a deep breath. Fine. If I have to look ridiculous to teach Li Qingran the ultimate sword technique, so be it. No one can see me anyway. Without a sword, he used a drying rod. The instructions were simple on paper, but in practice, they were maddeningly precise. The blade couldn't waver, the angles had to be perfect, and every part of his posture required alignment. It was manageable at first, but after less than 2 minutes, his arms began to ache. Worst of all, after 30 grueling minutes of holding the drying rod, his progress in Sword Chapter 1 had only reached 1%. Even so, Chen Huayan persevered for another hour. By the time he stopped, his back was drenched with sweat, and his body felt like it was falling apart. Ugh, I'm done. I'm going to collapse. He shakily set the rod aside and stretched his stiff muscles. It was nearly midnight. He reeked of sweat and hadn't even washed his clothes or taken a shower. If I treat this as exercise, maybe it's not so bad, he muttered, massaging his sore arms. Just as he decided to call it a night, a sudden thud echoed from the doorway, as if something had struck it. Chen Huayan opened the door. Outside, there was no one. He looked puzzled and muttered to himself, could it be another delivery from the game company? Instinctively, he glanced down. At the door was a small, fluffy black ball that resembled a lump of coal. Squinting, he could just make out its eyes, nose, and ears. It was a kitten. Last I checked, I'm staying in a chain hotel, Chen Huayan murmured, glancing at the long hallway. He sank into thought. How did a cat get into a chain hotel? He crouched down and poked at the little fluff ball. The kitten didn't react, only trembling all over. Picking it up by the scruff of its neck, Chen Huayan examined it more closely. The kitten had a white marking on its face resembling the character, a distinctive feature often referred to as a buff cat. Its back legs were a mangled mess of blood and flesh, and its back bore visible wounds. Looking around, Chen Huayan noticed that the room at the end of the hallway, near the window, had its window completely open. There was also a small smear of blood on the door, located much too high for the kitten to have reached. Near the window, a few feathers lay scattered, ones that clearly belonged to a bird of prey. Something isn't right here. Could this cat be some kind of demon? Narrowing his eyes, Chen Huayan pondered the strange situation. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He snapped his fingers. Got it? Mystery solved? A bird must have crashed into the window, dropped its prey here, and then fled in fright, leaving the kitten behind. What keen insight? Chen Huayan concluded that his cancer must have activated some latent potential in his brain. Little one, you and I are fated. He carried the kitten into the room. If left untreated, the kitten would surely die. As a long-term hotel guest, he wasn't allowed to keep pets, but Chen Huayan dismissed the rule with a wry smile. What do rules matter to someone with a terminal illness? He temporarily placed the kitten in a shoebox. It was too late to go to a pet hospital. Most of them were closed by midnight, and the nearest 24-hour clinic was over an hour and a half away in the city. The kitten wouldn't survive that long. With Tildanu. Blood was already seeping into the shoebox in the time it took him to search for a nearby vet. Little one, conventional means won't save you. If your fate is to survive, then grow strong and stay away from birds in the future. If it's not, don't blame me for your fate. Chen Huayan clasped his hands together and gave the kitten a solemn bow. Then, he retrieved a set of silver needles he'd purchased earlier. Originally, he'd planned to use the needles on himself to see if acupuncture might speed up his leg's recovery. Today, however, the kitten had become the perfect test subject. As soon as he held a needle and focused on the kitten, an acupuncture point diagram for cats appeared vividly in his mind. Cat acupoints were different from human ones. He didn't know how he knew this. It was as if the knowledge had been etched into his brain. Perhaps it was latent potential at work again. The spring awakening technique was designed to stop bleeding, promote blood circulation, and speed up wound healing. To upgrade this skill, it required either 1,000 successful applications or a payment of 998 credits to unlock the pulse opening technique, LV2. Following the glowing sequence in the acupointment diagram, Chen Huayan administered the needles swiftly and efficiently. The results were immediate. The bleeding stopped entirely, and a thin layer of blood membrane covered the open wounds on the kitten's back, something that hadn't been present before the treatment. Wow, this acupuncture technique is amazing, he muttered, stroking his chin in thought. Although he didn't understand traditional Chinese medicine deeply, he had always respected its mysterious power. But now a question nagged at him: was the effectiveness due to his skill, or the techniques he'd learned from the game? For now, all he could do for the kitten was done. The rest depended on its will to survive. He turned toward the bathroom for a shower. Unbeknownst to him, a black dragon, wreathed in smoky mist, emerged behind him. Its form flickered between reality and illusion, and its golden eyes exuded an overwhelming aura of dread, like an abyssal chasm. In the shoebox, the black kitten struggled to turn over. Its mouth twitched slightly, emitting faint crunching sounds. A pale bone joint peeked out from its jaws, disappearing as it chewed. The kitten's body convulsed, shifting between a lamb-like form and its feline shape. Its features twisted into a terrifying visage of fanged, eyeless ghostly creature, its mouth enormous, with eyes growing from under its armpits. After several transformations, it finally settled back into its cat form, lying motionless. Song Jiaojiao was dead. Mu Bei's Huang learned this from Song Jiaojiao's Dao companion, Yang Batao. How did she die? Under Mu Beishuang's interrogation, Yang Batao's face turned pale. I don't know. I only told her to kill that Li Qingran. After that, she never came back. She left a soul lamp with me. When I returned to my cave to retrieve some spirit stones, I found her soul lamp extinguished. Mu Bei's Huang was shocked but maintained a facade of grief and anger. What did you just say? Why did you tell Song Jiaojiao to kill Li Qingran? Song Jiaojiao was my best friend, and Li Qingran is my senior sister. Are you out of your mind? I did it for you. Yang Batao stammered. His voice trembled as he continued, Bei's Huang, that Li Qingran dared to hurt you and humiliate me. I couldn't stand it anymore. Didn't you tell Song Jiaojiao about all the suffering you endured because of Li Qingran? I just wanted to help you get revenge. Call me Mu Bei's Huang. We're not that close. What I said to Song Jiaojiao is between us as friends. What does it have to do with you? Who asked you to get involved? Mu Bei's Huang kept a cold expression, but her mind was racing. Her original plan had been to play the victim in front of Song Jiaojiao, knowing she would confide in Yang Batao. That way, Yang Batao would incite Song Jiaojiao to act on his own. With Song Jiaojiao under the guidance of their fourth senior brother, Zhang Hengxiao, the responsibility for her actions would fall on him, not her. Song Jiaojiao was at the 9th level of qi refinement, while Li Qingran was nothing but a cripple with a destroyed danion and severed spiritual roots. Killing Li Qingran should have been an effortless task, and Song Jiaojiao could have done it without leaving a trace. But who would have thought that Li Qingran would survive while Song Jiaojiao ended up dead? Something had definitely gone wrong. Even earlier, when Li Qingran's injuries seemed to heal unnaturally quickly, it had felt suspicious. But Mu Bei's Huang had dismissed it as unimportant at novel bin at. Bei's Huang. I did it all for you. Yang Batao pleaded desperately. Li Qingran's expulsion from Qingyun's sect made her an ordinary person, but if it became known that a cultivator had attacked a defenseless mortal, Yang Batao would face severe punishment for tarnishing the sect's reputation. I don't care. Yang Batao, prepare to face the sect's judgment. Mu Bei's Huang skillfully shifted all blame onto Yang Batao. At that moment, senior brother Li Qingran of Chixiao Peak entered the room. Mu Bei's Huang immediately hid behind him. Yang Batao, this is Chixiao Peak, not your Xianling Peak. What are you doing here? Brother Changtian. Mu Bei's Huang cried, tears streaming down her face as she clung to his arm. Yang Batao ordered Song Jiaojiao to assassinate Li Qingran and got her killed. How could he do such a thing? Song Jiaojiao was my best friend, and Li Qingran was my senior sister. Wait, no, Senior Lu, I can explain. Before Yang Batao could finish, the furious Lu Changtian kicked him to the ground. Yang Batao, you're bold indeed. Even if Li Qingran is no longer part of Qingyun sect, she was once under Chixiao Peak's protection. When did Chixiao Peak's matters become yours to meddle in? Do you think killing Li Qingran would earn you any favor here? Ordering Song Jiaojiao to assassinate Li Qingran has violated sect rules. You will be coming with me to face the discipline hall's judgment. Just as Lu Changtian was about to seize him, Mu Bei's Huang tugged on his sleeve and whispered, Brother Changtian. Senior sister Li didn't die. It was Song Jiaojiao who did. Lu Changtian froze mid-action, confusion evident on his face. After a long pause, he finally processed what she said. What did you just say? Song Jiaojiao was dead. Li Qingran wasn't. After unraveling this cause and effect, Lu Changtian found it hard to believe. What level of strength did Li Qingran possess? At best, her body nurtured by prolonged exposure to spiritual qi allowed her to be a slightly stronger than average martial artist. And Song Jiaojiao? If memory served, she was at the 9th level of qi refinement. Killing someone like Li Qingran should have been as effortless as squashing an ant. Yet, here was the baffling result, Song Jiaojiao was dead. Was Song Jiaojiao killed by Li Qingran? Lu Changtian demanded, glaring at Yang Batao. I don't know. Terrified, Yang Batao stammered, I only told her to kill Li Qingran. At first, she didn't want to, but I promised her a foundation establishment pill. That convinced her. After that, I left to fetch some spirit stones to buy the pill. When I returned to my cave, I found her soul lamp shattered. A shattered soul lamp meant only one thing. For cultivators below the nascent soul stage, this rule was ironclad. The soul lamp housed a fragment of the cultivator's spirit and a drop of their essence blood. If the main soul perished, the fragment would become rootless and dissipate, causing the lamp to extinguish. Brother Changtian, this is very suspicious, Mu Bei's Huang chimed in with a fearful expression. I've heard rumors that demonic cultivators have been active in the Qingyun realm recently. Could it be that senior sister was possessed by someone from the demonic sect? She added with a look of concern, even though senior sister Li is no longer part of Qingyun sect, I'd hate to see her harmed by those from the demonic section. Lu Changtian's expression darkened, his mind churning. Yang Batao would undoubtedly face punishment. That much was clear. But the situation with Li Qingran was strange. Whether she lived or died didn't concern him, but he couldn't allow her to become a hidden threat to Qingyun sect. He needed to understand why she had been able to kill Song Jiaojiao, whether it was by sheer coincidence or due to something deeper. Mu Bei's Huang, feigning newfound knowledge of Li Qingran's whereabouts, added, Brother Changtian, no matter what, senior sister Li was once part of Chixiao Peak. If we don't intervene, what will the other peaks think of us? Regardless of whether she's responsible, we should bring her back even as a servant rather than leaving her to die in Wangqing Mountain. Her expression was one of false compassion, her eyes brimming with pity. You're too kind, junior sister. Even after all the harm Li Qingran caused you, you still speak up for her. Zhang Hangxiao should have ended her back then. Lu Changtian said through gritted teeth, but he took Mu Beishuang's words to heart. If Song Jiaojiao had died accidentally, he would simply send Li Qingran away from Wangqing Mountain, far from Qingyun sect. But if Song Jiaojiao had indeed been killed by Li Qingran, whether by some newfound opportunity or possession by a demonic sect, she would become a ticking time bomb. Better to keep her under observation than to let her explode unchecked. That said, he believed the former was more likely. Aside from possession or defecting to the demonic sect, he couldn't think of any other way a crippled cultivator could defeat a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator. His master had once said that only the primordial heaven-mending pill could restore a shattered danion. That ancient divine medicine? No way Li Qingran could have gotten her hands on something like that. Don't worry, junior sister. I'll report this to master and make sure you're satisfied with the outcome, Lu Changtian said, stroking Mu Beishuang's head with a gentle smile. Song Jiaojiao won't have died in vain. If Li Qingran didn't kill her, we'll bring her back to Chixiao Peak. After all, Chixiao Peak can afford to support one mortal. Are a Nigerian Nairobi's. You're the best, brother Changtian. Mu Bei's Huang replied, her smile sweet, though a flicker of cunning shone in her eyes. Lu Changtian reported the mysterious circumstances of Song Jiaojiao's death and his suspicions about Li Qingran to the sect. Qingyun sect's sect master, Wu Duantian, took the matter seriously. He punished Yang Batao by sentencing him to 6 months of reflection at Thunderclap Cliff and stripping him of all resource allocations for a month. Additionally, Wu Duantian appointed Lu Changtian to lead a team of Discipline Hall disciples to investigate Wangqing Mountain. Before their departure, the sect gathered at the Discipline Hall, where Wu Duantian sternly reminded them, if you encounter anyone from the demonic sect, do not act rashly. Demonic cultivators are cunning, and the strength they show might be a deliberate deception. Lu Changtian, your top priority is to report back using the communication jade slip. Rest assured, sect master. I will act with caution, Lu Changtian said, bowing respectfully. He then turned to seek instructions from Qingxian Daoist, the peak master of Chixiao Peak. Qingxian Daoist stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing. You've always been prudent in your actions. I have nothing more to say. Go forth. Hearing this, Lu Changtian drew his sword with a flourish, his suave gesture sending many female disciples swooning. As the team prepared to take flight, a sudden clap of thunder roared through the sky. Boom! The once clear heavens above Qingyun realm darkened as blood-red lightning flashed within the thick, ominous clouds. A terrifying aura swept across the land, suffused with an overwhelming pressure. Lu Changtian's mind went blank as the pressure struck, causing him to topple off his sword mid-step. The disciples of Qingyun sect looked up at the sky, their faces pale with fear. Even sect master Wu Duantian and the peak elders wore grave expressions. What's been going on these past few days? Why does someone attempt heavenly divination every afternoon? Heavenly divination was a last resort for powerful cultivators facing insurmountable challenges. However, not just anyone could perform such divination. It required both mastery of a specific technique and immense cultivation. Furthermore, it was highly taxing, depleting the cultivator's vitality and potentially damaging their fate and fortune at novel bin at. Normally, even a single divination per year would be considered excessive. But one per day? That was unheard of. Could it be related to the divine pill that appeared in Wangqing Mountain yesterday? This realm is becoming harder to fathom, Wu Duantian muttered, sighing heavily. For all their power, even nascent soul cultivators were mere ants beneath the tides of destiny. If those capable of daily heavenly divination were struggling to find answers, how could lesser cultivators hope to survive the dangers ahead? Lu Changtian, to be safe, take the Discipline Hall disciples and travel on foot, Wu Duantian ordered, turning his gaze away from the darkened sky. If there are demonic cultivators lurking, they won't act recklessly amidst such divine scrutiny. Whether you arrive sooner or later, it won't make much difference. Keep a low profile. Yes, sect master, Lu Changtian replied grimly, clenching his fists as he glanced at the foreboding sky. One day, I will also become one of those mighty figures. For now, the slightest disturbance in the heavens rendered weaker cultivators too afraid to even fly on their swords. Are you some kind of AI? At his bathroom door, Chen Huayan, now dressed in his pajamas, furiously tapped on his phone. Heavenly divination in progress. Divination failed. Please try a different question. When does 1 + 1 = 3? Divination in progress. 1 + 1 = 2. Please try a different question. There are 10 birds on a tree. You shoot one. How many are left? Divination in progress. One is dead on the ground. None remain on the tree. Try a different question. Haha, this is fun. But there's definitely a GM behind this, Chen Huayan mused, rubbing his chin. If the AI couldn't answer riddles that would stump most programs, then there must be a real person pulling the strings. In that case, can I get a developer's account? I'll write detailed reports for you daily and won't complain about spending money anymore. Oh, by the way, I've mastered acupuncture now. It's unbelievable, like learning kung fu through tai chi exercises. My skills are practically miraculous. If you ever need someone to reattach a limb, I'll do it for free. As soon as he sent the message, the game window closed automatically. TCH, stubborn, Chen Huayan muttered. When the developers eventually came begging for his help, they better not regret it. How to restore a spiritual root, he typed, opening the divination again. Li Qingran was still absorbing the primordial heaven-mending pill. As an ancient divine medicine, it would take time to fully integrate its effects. Chen Huayan had nothing better to do, so he decided to bother the divination system again. Li Qingran had two major issues, her danion and her spiritual root. While the danion problem was solved, the spiritual root still lacked a solution. Heavenly divination complete. Spiritual roots cannot be repaired but can be artificially implanted. The cultivation stage mission has captured a sliver of heavenly fate for you. For just 12,888 yen, enjoy a tenfold rebate. Achieve great rewards at each milestone, Qi refinement perfection, foundation establishment mid-stage, late stage, and perfection. Reaching foundation establishment perfection will grant a superior mystical spiritual root. Activate the mid-Qi refinement to foundation establishment perfection stage mission. Chen Huayan. Screw your mission. Is there no other way to obtain a spiritual root? Does this war order really have to be activated? Is Chen Huayan's money just blown in by the wind? As Chen Huayan wrestled with his frustration and confusion, the system's virtual girlfriend shop popped up on the screen. The first item catching his eye was the gleaming Xianshui spiritual root, priced at an astronomical 19,990,000 yen. This 5-element spiritual root, considered top tier, was the cheapest option available. Below it were even more outrageously priced spiritual roots, the zeros trailing far longer than his remaining lifespan. Ordinary spiritual roots? Not even listed. This shop only sold the best of the best. And to top it off, the Xianshui spiritual root was locked. Li Qingran would need to reach the nascent soul stage to unlock the right to purchase it. Absolutely insane. If he had 19.99 million, wouldn't it be better spent curing his cancer? If cured, he could relax and spend the rest of his life in comfort. Clearly, this game wasn't planning to let him obtain spiritual roots through this route. Then what's the point? Chen Huayan chuckled bitterly. On the bright side, this darned game had accidentally unlocked his genetic potential. Fine then, top up it is. Another hefty sum vanished from his payment account. Chen Huayan collapsed onto the couch, the emptiness hitting him harder than any post-climactic blues he'd ever felt. Meow. A weak cat's cry interrupted his melancholy. Chen Huayan immediately sprang to his feet and dashed to the shoebox. Well, aren't you a tough little guy? Compared to the pitiful state it had been in earlier, the black kitten looked much better now. It could at least move inside the shoebox, though its wounds still seemed severe. On closer inspection, however, they appeared to have healed slightly since its bath. Chen Huayan, you're a genius. This time, his declaration was in a tone of absolute certainty. But then he shook his head, laughing at himself in self-mockery. Shame I won't live much longer. Unbeknownst to him, the black kitten was staring intently at his neck, a glint of murderous red flashing in its jet-black eyes. Eat. Eat him. If I devour him, my injuries will heal completely. That stupid bird wasn't enough. What are you staring at? Chen Huayan and the kitten locked eyes. As his gaze met the kitten's, its fierce expression softened instantly. Its slit-like pupils rounded, and it let out a small, plaintive meow. Still not feeling well. Chen Huayan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. All right then. He turned his back, exposing himself completely. Now's my chance. The black kitten arched its back, preparing to pounce. Its fur bristled, and its eyes blazed with killing intent. But just as it was about to strike, the man suddenly spun around. A set of silver needles in one hand, its scruff firmly pinched in the other. The kitten's eyes widened in shock. What did this damned human do? Why can't I move? This frail body, move already, move. You only got one round of acupuncture earlier. Let me reinforce it now. Chen Huayan placed the kitten on the couch, wrapped it in a towel, and began applying the needles. Who knew if this kitten had rabies? Now that it could move again, better to be cautious than risk a hospital trip for a rabies shot. That'd cost a fortune. Curse this vile human, daring to swaddle me in a towel. The black kitten struggled madly, baring its fangs. Chen Huayan, well prepared, expertly jabbed 2 acupoints with his needles. The kitten's eyes bulged again. What kind of sorcery was this? It couldn't move. Again. Wow, this technique is really effective. Chen Huayan marveled, shaking his head as he worked. If I can't use this on people anymore, maybe I could fake a vet license, open a pet hospital, and make bank. I might even get thank you banners from grateful pet owners. By the way, are you a boy or a girl? Lifting its tail, Chen Huayan peeked. Oh, a boy. All right, once you grow up, I'll personally perform your neutering. Can't have you harassing lady cats everywhere. The kitten did Did this human just say he's going to neuter me? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. At novel bin at. I must devour him? I must. But as Chen Huayan continued inserting needles, the kitten suddenly noticed something. Its wounds were healing rapidly, and the pain in its body was fading. Instead of discomfort, the needles sent waves of warmth coursing through it, leaving it so comfortable it almost drifted off to sleep. This human. Perhaps he's useful for more than just food. His needle technique seems to be capable of healing. Interesting. So, there are still inheritors of the golden needle technique in this era? Intriguing. Fine then, I'll wait until he heals me completely before eating him. Then the golden needle technique will be mine? Muahaha. Your virtual girlfriend has absorbed the primordial heaven mending pill. A game window popped up. Chen Huayan glanced at it from the corner of his eye, his spirits lifting. He quickly removed the silver needles from the kitten, flicking them effortlessly into the shoebox. The box bounced on the couch, the lid snapping shut. The kitten. You haven't finished healing me yet. Meow. Human, I'll have your life. Ignoring the kitten's enraged scratching from inside the shoebox, Chen Huayan focused entirely on Li Qingran. Status, meditation and danion reconstruction in progress. Cultivation progress, 3679/5999, 6th level, . Remaining lifespan, 273 years. Favorability, 50, respect, . Wow, things are heating up. Seeing that Li Qingran's lifespan had extended to 273 years, Chen Huayan felt a mix of comfort and envy. Meanwhile, his own life expectancy, updated at midnight, still showed just 129 days. Shrugging off his envy, he came to terms with it quickly. As long as he kept pouring money into the game, ensuring Li Qingran avoided any mishaps, her existence would outlast his. Even if he died, as long as the game account remained, she could carry on his legacy for centuries. But that would only work if the game company didn't pull a fast one and shut down the servers. Turning his attention back to the game, Chen Huayan noticed the area around Li Qingran was undergoing strange changes. Curtains had stilled, the dust outside her small room settled, and the spiritual chi fluctuations had stabilized. Tiny golden sprouts resembling plant buds began emerging around her, spreading throughout the room. These sprouts started forming flower buds, hinting at something extraordinary about to be born. Li Qingran is entering the final stage of danion reconstruction. A grade 1 danion may attract prying eyes. Would you like to top up 88 yen to protect Li Qingran? Another cash grab. Chen Huayan smirked with disdain. He knew full well that without the purchase, Li Qingran's danion reconstruction would fail, and some old monster would conveniently appear to steal it. After all, the game's script was entirely in the developer's hands. Thankfully, 88 yen wasn't much, so he paid up. Please select your guardian method. Avatar Guardian, 100,888 yen per session. Gluttonous Beast Mount Guardian, 58,888 yen per session. Sword Spirit Guardian, 38,888 yen per session. Ultimate Guardian Package, 35,888 yen, includes 1 miniature Zeus Yen Sword Formation, 1 Sunwoo Formation, and 7 Nine Suns Lightning Talismans. Advanced Guardian Package, 18,888 yen, includes 1 Thunder Lock Dragon Formation and 1 Nine Suns Lightning Talisman. Intermediate Guardian Package, 1,888 yen, includes 1 Sky Piercing Sword Formation and 10 Supreme Lightning Talismans. Basic Guardian Package, 188 yen, includes 1 Thunderfire Scorched Sky Formation, 10 Supreme Thunderfire Talismans, and 1 Nine Suns Violet Lightning Talisman. Custom Combo Package, add items to your cart and pay as you go, limited time offer, act now Heartsuit. Chen Huayan's lips twitched. How naive he'd been. The 88 yen was just the key to opening the floodgates. Without it, he wouldn't even qualify to spend more, but at least the options seemed functional. The game ensured any package bought would suffice to protect Li Qingran. Expensive ones were just for rich players flaunting their wealth. Chen Huayan chose the basic Guardian package without hesitation. Strangely, for a man who grumbled about 15 yen takeout being too pricey, the 188 yen price tag felt almost reasonable at this moment. Basic Guardian package activated. A glowing lightning array materialized around Li Qingran's small room, extending for 100 meters before fading from sight. Simultaneously, 10 Supreme Thunderfire Talismans appeared on the room's exterior. Inside, a massive Nine Suns Violet Lightning Talisman glowed on the table before her, its surface etched with arcane patterns. Now it's time for a monster siege, right? Chen Huayan crossed his arms, already predicting the game's next move. Li Qingran's danion reconstruction progress had reached 90%. In the Kangyun realm, deep within Wangqing Mountain, at a barren, rocky slope concealed by towering peaks, a pair of sinister eyes snapped open in the depths of a pitch-black pool. Such a delectable aroma. This scent of a grade 1 danion. Its unbelievable and unparalleled genius in this era has actually condensed a supreme danion. GGG, heaven favors me? Truly, heaven favors me. Senior brother Lu, is it true there are demonic cultivators active in Wangqing Mountain? I heard demonic cultivators use fellow cultivators to refine pills, strip their tendons, and skin them to craft artifacts. They're said to be cruel and ruthless, though that might be an exaggeration. A group of Qingyun Sect disciples descended from their mountain base. Since entering the Foundation establishment stage, they had primarily traveled via flying swords, leaving little time for casual conversation. But today, with the leisurely pace of their journey, they seized the rare chance to chat. Silence. Li Qingran's cold snort cut through the chatter. His indifferent gaze swept over the group as he said dismissively, "So what if there are demonic cultivators? Wonking Mountain is the Qingran sect's territory. Even if a patriarch from the demonic sects shows up, they'd have to bow before us." The disciples nodded vigorously, their expressions filled with flattery. Senior Brother Lu is right. Indeed, Senior Brother Lu is the strongest among the new generation of Qingran sect's direct disciples. His talent far surpasses those demonic cultivators. If we run into demonic cultivators, we'll just slaughter them all. Outwardly, Li Qingran maintained a stoic expression, but inwardly, he felt a twinge of satisfaction. True, there had been a time when the sect leader's favored disciple, Zhao Lingtian, overshadowed him. But now, with Zhao Lingtian's danion crippled, Li Qingran was unquestionably the top disciple of his generation, the strongest foundation establishment cultivator in the Qingran sect. The mere thought of demonic cultivators seemed laughable. Whoosh! The previously clear night sky abruptly darkened. Li Qingran looked up, spotting a mass of black clouds rising from the mountains, blotting out the moonlight as they surged westward at alarming speed. Within the black clouds swirled ominous crimson demonic energy. Even from afar, its oppressive aura sent chills down their spines. It's a demonic cultivator. Such terrifying demonic energy. Quick, notify the sect. Li Qingran's face turned pale, his earlier arrogance evaporating. This level of demonic energy, capable of forming a cloud, could only belong to a powerful elder-level demonic cultivator. To confront such a monster as mere Foundation establishment disciples was nothing short of suicide. One of the Qingran sect disciples from the enforcement hall fumbled with his communication jade slip, attempting to activate it. But before he could, his body froze, immobilized. GGG. Little ones, I can't let you go spreading news so freely. A chilling voice echoed from behind them. Li Qingran's blood ran cold as he realized the black cloud had disappeared from the sky. The demonic cultivator was already behind them. In an instant, the disciple attempting to send a message was engulfed in a mist of demonic energy. He didn't even have time to scream before the mist consumed him, leaving behind only a twisted corpse. With a cute new Omicron. Don't have time to deal with you brats today. Here, have a little toy to play with. GG. The demonic energy dissipated, leaving no trace of the demonic cultivator except for the grotesque remains of the fallen disciple. Did he leave? Junior Brother Zhang. Don't bother. He's dead. We need to return to the sect immediately and report this. The jade slip was destroyed, and Wonking Mountain was no longer a safe place for disciples of their level. The matter required senior disciples or even elders to resolve. One of the disciples stepped forward to collect Junior Brother Zhang's remains. Don't touch him. Step back. Li Qingran, his gaze fixed on the corpse, noticed something amiss and shouted a warning, but it was too late. Suddenly, red fur sprouted all over Junior Brother Zhang's corpse. With a predatory leap, the reanimated body lunged at the nearest disciple like a leopard, its blood-stained maw revealing sharp fangs. With a sickening crunch, the monster bit through the disciple's neck, tearing flesh and spraying blood everywhere. The horrific scene left the surrounding disciples frozen in fear, unable to react. The bloodthirsty creature, now empowered by its kill, grew even more ferocious. It's a red fur ghoul. Li Qingran drew his flying sword, his expression grave. Form up. This is a dangerous enemy. If we don't destroy it, none of us will make it out alive. As the ghoul snarled and advanced, Li Qingran felt a chill in his heart. This demonic cultivator had casually turned a Foundation establishment cultivator's corpse into a red fur ghoul, a monster equivalent to a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Just who was this demonic cultivator? Inside a small house at the base of the mountain. The elixir senior gave me is more than just precious. Li Qingran was in utter disbelief as she examined her danion through inner sight at Novel bin Adat. The nascent danion, bathed in golden light, defied her expectations. As the reconstruction neared completion, a spinning golden lotus platform appeared before her. This is my new danion. The lotus-shaped danion radiated a faint green glow, its intricate petals etched with mysterious Daoist scriptures. This was no ordinary danion, its quality was unheard of. Though she had read many records in the sect's library, none described a danion of this caliber. The closest comparison was the Grade 1 danion, the pinnacle of innate danion quality. Even so, legends spoke of an even higher grade, the supreme danion, attainable only through extreme effort and rare resources. Li Qingran's intuition told her that her current danion was supreme grade. What kind of extraordinary elixir did the senior give me? Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at the golden lotus blooming around her. She felt overwhelmed by gratitude. Restoring her danion alone was an unrepayable favor, but the senior had also granted her such a profound opportunity. GG, a supreme danion indeed? My fortune has arrived. A sinister, elderly laugh broke the silence outside. Li Qingran turned toward the window and saw a dark cloud in the sky, swirling with demonic energy. A shadowy figure loomed within. A demonic cultivator. The intruder exuded malice and formidable power. Senior, a demonic cultivator is here. Without thinking, Li Qingran picked up her broken sword, her eyes fixed firmly on the threat outside. GGG. The figure in the cloud laughed maniacally. I am Ye Fuxian, Patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Sect, none of you will escape tonight. You will become the foundation of my ascension to the Dao. Arrogant fool. Li Qingran's gaze sharpened, and she gripped the broken sword, ready to fight. But before she could act, a gentle force pushed her back. In his hotel room, Chen Huayan smirked as he observed the black cloud and the glowing red dot on the game map. Pressing a communication talisman, he spoke with a devilish grin. Girl, step back and get under the covers. Your senior is about to show off. What Li Qingran heard, however, was, do not worry. Mere ants. I can crush them with ease. The moment he saw the prompt, you can freely manipulate formations and talismans, a peculiar grin spread across Chen Huayan's face. As a premium player, wasn't the whole point of spending money to crush bosses effortlessly? Thunderfire Incineration Formation, stop hiding, activate it. Kangyun Realm. A commanding voice echoed above a small hut. Thunderfire Incineration Formation, activate. Buzz? What's this? From Yefushin's perspective, glowing purple formations appeared across the ground within a 100-mile radius of the hut. From these formation patterns, thunder and fire burst forth, intertwining into a massive circle that trapped him and the hut within its boundaries. A slight sense of danger arose in his heart, though not enough to alarm him. Yefushin was a cautious man. After all, it was this very caution that had allowed him to evade death countless times while being hunted by righteous cultivators. Many others of the demonic path in his place would have long been torn to shreds. In the past, even the slightest threat would have sent him fleeing. But today was different. The temptation before him was simply too great. A supreme danion? If he could obtain this body, what did the bottleneck that had plagued him for years amount to? He wouldn't even hesitate to disperse his cultivation and start anew if necessary. The spiritual energy in Kangyun Realm was dwindling, and rare treasures alone could no longer provide the breakthrough he needed. Fortune favors the bold. Even if every elder of the Kingyun sect were to arrive today, he would still take the risk? Huh? Just a mere formation trying to stop me. Yefushin's figure was obscured by demonic energy, his voice emanating from within. The demonic energy surged and condensed into a bloody demonic palm that launched toward the hut's roof. As it descended with a force akin to Mount Tai, a violent gale scattered sand and gravel, and the surrounding vegetation bent low. Nuomicron Thailand body. Inside the hut, Li Qingran felt a chilling fear climb up her spine, her breathing turning labored under the oppressive force. Boom! The demonic palm slammed into the formation. The formation patterns flickered momentarily but held firm without breaking. What the H**CK? Chen Huayan jumped in fright, staring at his phone. He had only just begun figuring out how to operate the formation when the boss launched its attack. This old geezer doesn't play fair. Fine, let's start with a few celestial-grade Thunderfire talismans. With a flurry of taps on his phone, Chen Huayan activated 3 talismans placed on the hut's walls and door. The talismans shot out like arrows, aiming straight for the demonic energy cloud. Yefushin didn't even flinch at the 3 talismans. His mind was focused on the formation, which had withstood his full-strength strike, a clear indicator of its high quality. He knew how troublesome formation masters could be. If given the choice, he would avoid crossing paths with one altogether. He began charging a second strike with full force, aiming for a swift victory. The technique he employed was the Blood Cloud Palm, a low-tier Earth-grade skill with a unique ability to corrode spiritual energy. Those struck by it would find their spiritual energy increasingly consumed by the demonic energy of the palm. This effect worked on formations too. In no time, the 3 talismans reached Yefushin. As their golden light surged, thunder boomed. Wait, these are celestial grade. Yefushin's scalp tingled, but it was too late to adjust his move. The celestial-grade Thunderfire talismans detonated midair, unleashing a storm of thunder and fire that engulfed the blood cloud entirely. Meanwhile, Chen Huayan had finally figured out how to operate the formation. His phone displayed a keyboard interface. Following the given prompts, he began inputting a sequence of Chinese and English combinations. Each correct input triggered a new burst of the formation's power. This is child's play for me, Chen Huayan boasted. In the past, he wouldn't have been so confident. But ever since mastering acupuncture, his hands had become both fast and steady. He even wondered if he could break records in rhythm games. Tap tap tap. Chen Huayan's fingers flew across the screen. Come is go at novel bin at. Boom! A thunderbolt from the formation struck Yefushin squarely in the face before he could recover from the previous attack. Nod is yes, shake is no. To greet someone, say hello, hello hello, ha ha hello. Boom, boom, crackle. As Chen Huayan's typing speed increased, so did the frequency of the thunderbolts. Though the formation alone couldn't instantly kill Yefushin, the sheer number of attacks gradually wore him down. Soon, the demonic cloud dissipated, revealing a charred, tattered, and disheveled old man with white hair resembling a dandelion. Enough, I'll kill you. Furious, Yefushin abandoned all pretense. He leaped onto the hut's roof, his dark hands spreading out before him. A surge of demonic energy formed a colossal figure behind him, a ferocious, blue-faced avatar with razor-sharp fangs. The avatar's actions mirrored Yefushin's, pressing forward with a gigantic claw. Boom! The immense pressure shattered the formation's glowing patterns, breaking it apart. To Chen Huayan's surprise, the boss entered a new phase. Wow, 3-stage transformation? This boss is something else. Still, Chen Huayan wasn't worried. After all, he had bought the premium package. Victory was guaranteed. Inside the hut, Li Qingran gripped her sleeves tightly, her face pale. She anxiously warned, "Senior, demonic cultivators are cunning. Be wary of hidden tricks." Her voice trembled with guilt. She had no power to intervene, only able to pray that the senior wouldn't get injured. As the fight escalated, Chen Huayan unleashed his trump card, the Nine Suns Purple Thunder Talisman, a tool capable of summoning heavenly lightning. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and a purple lightning dragon descended with terrifying force. The lightning obliterated Yafushan, draining the boss's health bar in an instant. Chen Huayan smirked, blowing on his fingers like a gunslinger. "Tisk, that's it. Looked tough, but $188 for an instant kill. What's there to say?" Meanwhile, in Qingyun Sect Master Wu Duantian gazed at the sky, feeling the intense spiritual energy rippling through the heavens. This must be the same expert who crafted that divine elixir. Hope reignited in his heart. Turning to his bedridden disciple Zhao Lingtian, he declared, "This is our last chance. If we can gain that senior's help, your Danshan might still be saved." By the time Wu Duantian arrived at the scene with his personal disciple, the battle had long since ended. The heavenly phenomena had dissipated, the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy had faded, and the senior expert was nowhere to be found. There's residual demonic energy here. Could it be that the senior was fighting a demonic cultivator? He scanned the area and soon spotted a massive thunder crater dozens of meters wide. Upon closer inspection, the crater was over 3 meters deep, filled with molten rock from the intense heat, and arcs of lightning still flickered in the lava. The remnants of demonic energy lingered faintly in the pit, but its owner was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they had been obliterated without a trace, or maybe they had fled at novel bin at. To wield such terrifying lightning. Tisk, this senior's strength truly defies comprehension. On the surface, Wu Duantian maintained the composure of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. In reality, his heart was in turmoil. Nascent soul cultivators could refine their avatars to cooperate in offense and defense, and they could even begin to harness the forces of nature. However, to summon the power of the Dao itself, as the senior had done, was entirely beyond Wu Duanation's capabilities. What level of cultivation could achieve such a feat? Still, since the senior had fought against a demonic cultivator, it was reassuring to assume they were on the righteous path. This thought eased his mind somewhat. "Master, look, there's a woman in that hut," Zhao Lingtian said, pointing to a small house by the stream at the foot of the mountain. Wu Duantian squinted. His enhanced vision easily pierced the distance, and he recognized the figure inside the hut. "Isn't that the disciple from Chixiao Peak who injured her junior sister on purpose? What was her name?" "Li Qingran." "Yes, that's her." Zhao Lingtian sneered. During the sect tournament, where attacks are supposed to stop before causing real harm, she sought personal revenge. Getting expelled from Chixiao Peak and the sect was what she deserved. I heard Zhang Hangxiao sent her back to the mortal world. Looks like she's crawled back here, thinking she can rejoin Qingyun Sect. Don't waste time on insignificant people, Wu Duantian replied, withdrawing his gaze. A disgraced disciple with her cultivation base crippled wasn't worth their attention. Still, Li Qingran had been lucky to survive. The thunder crater was only 300 or 400 meters away from her hut. If it had been closer, even the residual force of the lightning could have been fatal. As for whether the mysterious senior had any connection to Li Qingran, Wu Duantian never considered it. The difference in their statuses was as vast as heaven and earth. A cultivator capable of crafting divine pills wouldn't care about a mere ant. Zhao Lingtian, that senior might still be nearby, Wu Duantian said. After such a battle, they're likely resting in a secluded location. Be sincere in your plea, perhaps they can help restore your Danshan. Yes, Sect Master. Zhao Lingtian was brimming with confidence. Born a prince of a great mortal kingdom, he possessed rare talent, with a radiant flame spiritual root. Before his Danshan was shattered, it was rated as 4th grade. Combined with his striking looks and extraordinary charisma, he believed anyone would admire his potential. Cultivation emphasized karmic ties. High-level reclusive cultivators, often stuck at bottlenecks, would roam to seek opportunities, doing good deeds to enhance their karmic balance. Zhao Lingtian stepped forward, bowing respectfully toward the thunder crater. Tears welled in his eyes as he pleaded, "This junior is Zhao Lingtian, personal disciple of the Qingyun Sect Master. I witnessed your divine pill refinement and heroic battle against the demonic cultivator. I have long admired your strength. My Danshan was shattered by a demonic cultivator, and I harbor deep hatred toward them. I humbly ask for your guidance or a prescription to restore my Danshan. If you help me recover, I will never forget your kindness. I am willing to serve you loyally for the rest of my life." Wu Duantian, standing nearby, felt a twinge of jealousy. Zhao Lingtian had never expressed such devotion to him. Still, he suppressed his feelings, hoping his prized disciple's Danshan might be restored. They waited patiently in the wilderness. Inside the hut, Li Qingran glanced out the window and quickly returned to her bed. So Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian came here to seek an opportunity from the senior. Her thoughts were complicated. Would the senior grant Zhao Lingtian the chance he sought? She didn't know. The senior wasn't the type to hand out opportunities freely, but neither were they stingy. Though she hated to admit it, Zhao Lingtian's talent and background far outstripped hers. Investing in him would likely yield greater returns. But she didn't want the senior to help Zhao Lingtian, not because she was selfish, but because she understood his character. Zhao Lingtian was arrogant, narrow-minded, and prone to causing trouble. If he misused the senior's resources, it could bring harm to the senior in return. Ultimately, the decision wasn't hers to make. All she could do was watch quietly. Someone is requesting an opportunity from you. Chen Huayan was reviewing his spoils when the game displayed this notification. What the H**ck, he muttered. The game showed Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian near the hut. Huh? Big shots, huh? Isn't Qingyun Sect where Li Qingran used to belong? And these guys want something from me. Chen Huayan felt amused and furious. Who was he? Li Qingran was his virtual girlfriend. That made him her cyber boyfriend, right? These people had bullied his girl and now dared to come asking for help? A dialogue box appeared. First opportunity granting event triggered? This transmission talisman is free to use. Granting an opportunity may affect your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, in unpredictable ways. Effects could be positive or negative. Please choose wisely. You may select items from your inventory to gift. Chen Huayan paused to read the prompt carefully. What do they want? Zhao Lingtian is requesting a primordial heaven-mending pill. Will you grant it? What the H**ck is this? A heaven-mending pill? That's not an opportunity, that's my life savings. He opened his inventory, dragged out a handful of Thunderfire talismans, and aimed at Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian. Can I just zap these two idiots to death? Wu Duantian is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Do you wish to engage in battle? Guess I can't pay to win here, Chen Huayan muttered, calming down. He knew he didn't have enough power to defeat a nascent soul cultivator. Losing would tarnish his dignity and worse, it might affect Li Qingran. Maintaining his air of mystery, Chen Huayan activated the transmission talisman. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed, SCRWU? Who the hell do you think you are, coming to me for opportunities? Get lost, you piece of SH. You're not worthy. In Kangyun realm, a violent gust of wind swept through the area, flattening the grass. Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian perked up as they sensed a spiritual presence in the wind. Finally, the senior is responding. Wu Duantian thought excitedly. My danion can finally be saved. Zhao Lingtian clenched his fists in anticipation. They strained to listen but all they heard was a single, thunderous word. Scram. Inside the hut, Li Qingran's eyes widened in surprise before she burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Pfft. Hearing the roar carried by the wind, Wu Duantian and Zhao Lingtian's faces turned dark. Senior, have I done something to offend you? Zhao Lingtian protested, unwilling to accept the humiliation. I have never crossed paths with you. Why would you treat me with such contempt? Zhao Lingtian, a peerless talent wherever he went, was accustomed to being revered. His danion had been shattered by a demonic cultivator, a fact that caused his late-stage nascent soul master, Wu Duantian, endless grief. After all, Zhao Lingtian was expected to elevate Qingyun Sect to new heights. Now, even a single word scram was a blow to his pride. But no further response came from the mountain. Zhao Lingtian stood there, torn between anger and awkwardness, hesitant to leave yet unable to give up the chance to restore his danion. He glanced at Wu Duantian for guidance. Let it go, Wu Duantian sighed. If it's yours, it will come to you. If not, it wasn't meant to be. We can't force fate. As a master, he longed to shield his disciple from this indignity. If the other party were an equal, he would have sought justice for Zhao Lingtian. But thus far, he couldn't even pinpoint the senior's location despite the use of spiritual senses and communication talismans. This demonstrated that the senior could evade them at will. Pursuing this any further would only bring disgrace. Master, Zhao Lingtian's voice quivered with resentment. Wu Duantian placed a reassuring hand on his disciple's shoulder. Feigning calm, he said, Come, let's go. Inside, his frustration burned even brighter than Zhao Lingtian's. As a master, he should stand up for his disciple. Instead, he was left with no choice but to retreat in silence, swallowing his pride. Meanwhile, Li Qingran and a group of Enforcement Hall disciples sat under a pine tree, shaken. Of the 50 who set out, only 36 remained. 14 had perished in the fight against the red-haired zombie. Thankfully, a mighty expert had intervened, splitting a bolt of heavenly lightning to annihilate the zombie. Without that aid, their losses would have been far greater. Which powerhouse was it that summoned such divine lightning to cleanse evil? Their methods are beyond our reach, a disciple mused in awe. Li Qingran remained silent but was equally impressed. He secretly yearned for an opportunity to encounter this mysterious figure, hoping to receive guidance that could accelerate his own cultivation. Senior brother Liu, given the circumstances, should we continue with the mission? Yes, senior brother. The demonic cultivator might still be alive, at novel bin at. Though the disciples didn't voice it outright, their hesitant gazes and faltering words betrayed their reluctance. Li Qingran sneered inwardly but kept a calm demeanor. The sect master entrusted us with this mission, and it must be completed. However, since many of you are not in the right state, report the casualties back to the sect. I'll handle the rest alone. Ah, senior brother, that's not proper. Wonking Mountain is dangerous. How can you manage alone? Hearing their insincere protests, Li Qingran curled his lip in disdain. This is my decision. As the team leader, I command you to obey. Seeing no room for argument, the disciples reluctantly expressed their gratitude and left, leaving Li Qingran alone under the pine tree. Cowardly fools, he muttered. People like you will never seize opportunities. Continuing the mission wasn't just about appearances or orders. It was about opportunity. Fewer people meant a bigger share of the pie. In the small hut, all was peaceful. Senior, this junior is endlessly grateful to you for restoring my danion. Li Qingran bowed toward the ceiling, struggling to express her joy and gratitude. Words felt inadequate, and the more she said, the more superficial they seemed. Instead, she decided to keep her feelings in her heart. Nui, no need for thanks, you're my virtual girlfriend, after all. Seeing Li Qingran's affection level rise to 60, Chen Huayan couldn't contain his glee. As your cyber boyfriend, it's only natural to help you out. Li Qingran, just focus on cultivating and trample those who look down on you. I may be stuck in this lifetime, but you're different. You may be data, but even data can grow. Before the game officially launches, I'll make you the strongest female cultivator. That way, I can die a happy man and reincarnate as the world's richest tycoon. What Li Qingran heard. Cultivate diligently and remain humble. Yes, senior. I will not disappoint your expectations. Li Qingran bowed deeply, her expression solemn. Yet in her heart, she couldn't help but think, senior is as cold as ever, but he's surprisingly reliable and comforting. A small smile escaped her lips before she quickly composed herself. From her storage ring, she retrieved a bracelet made of spirit stones. Senior, this is a fortune bracelet I made. The materials are not exceptional, so I hope you don't mind. Once I have better resources, I'll craft you a new one. She had used low-grade spirit stones, her only available resources, to make the bracelet. High-grade materials like spirit crystals were essential for maintaining the advanced spirit gathering formation and couldn't be spared. Your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, has made you a small gift. It has been sent. Please check your inventory. A gift? Li Qingran, you're the best. Chen Huayan grinned widely at his phone, feeling that every penny he had spent was worth it. Official game mechanics or not, the emotional value was priceless. Meanwhile, in Kangyun realm, Li Qingran heard. Not bad. Thoughtful of you. Later that night, Chen Huayan found himself in a budget hotel, still clutching his phone. Last time, that protective talisman was pretty subpar. It couldn't even survive a single climb without the ink washing off. He grumbled but held on to hope that this new gift would be of better quality. From the shadows of a shoebox, two glowing cat eyes peeked out. What's this human idiot grinning at on that black box? The eyes belonged to a black cat, whose sleek form slipped silently onto the table. My current body is too weak for a direct confrontation. Plus, this human seems to have some unique abilities. It's safer to act while he sleeps. As the moonlight filtered through the window, the cat's shadow on the wall morphed into a terrifying beast. The world outside fell silent. Time itself seemed to thicken. All living beings are at their most vulnerable when they sleep, vulnerable enough to be killed by entities far weaker than themselves. And now was no exception. The black cat crouched low, its gaze fixed on Chen Huayan's exposed neck. Having only recently awakened, it was still too weak to face an adult human in direct combat. However, with more time to recover and a few more prey to restore its vitality, even those four-wheeled steel contraptions would no longer pose a threat. The thought of those vehicles made the cat's eyes flicker with hatred. Those cunning humans had hidden themselves inside fast-moving steel boxes. Caught unaware during their first encounter, it had nearly been run over. Its revenge would begin now, by devouring this human. Whoosh! The black cat leaped at Chen Huayan, moving so quickly it blurred into a shadowy streak. Its claws extended, leaving crimson trails in the air, aimed directly at the man's throat. Just as it was about to strike. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar exploded in its mind, making the cat dizzy. Its nimble limbs stiffened, and it dropped to the floor like a lump of dead weight. Ancestral dragon. This aura, how is this possible? Trembling, the black cat staggered to its feet, shaking its head to clear the disorientation. It looked again at the sleeping man, disbelief filling its round eyes. The noise caused Chen Huayan to smack his lips and roll over, the blanket slipping to reveal his bare back. On his skin, a black dragon tattoo coiled and writhed, its golden eyes glowing faintly with an aura of dominance. As if sensing the cat's gaze. Roar! Another dragon's roar reverberated in its mind. The black cat froze as the tattooed dragon leaped off Chen Huayan's back. What the? Isn't this overkill? Terrified, the cat turned to flee, but the dragon's tail, edged with golden scales, lashed out and swatted it straight back into the shoebox. Bang! The lid snapped shut. Curse it all. This human has the protection of an ancestral dragon. Curled up in the box, the cat shivered in pain. Its organs burned as if on fire, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. Having just awoken, its body was fragile. In this era of spiritual energy scarcity, healing was already difficult. Add to that its earlier injuries from being struck by a car and attacked by a bird, it had barely survived. Now, the dragon's strike had worsened its condition considerably. No, yes. I must leave. This place is too dangerous. It tried to steady itself but felt faint. After staggering 2 steps, it collapsed inside the box, unconscious. The moonlight remained serene, washing over the room. The dragon tattoo circled the bed once before returning to Chen Huayan's back. In his sleep, Chen Huayan chuckled, scratched his rear, and rolled over again. At 7 a.m., Chen Huayan's alarm went off. He reached out blindly, grabbing his phone and swiping to unlock it, revealing a face with deep dark circles. Virtual girlfriend, activated? On screen, Li Qingran was seated cross-legged on her bed, meditating and absorbing spiritual energy from the mid-level spirit gathering formation. Status, cultivating. Progress, 7631/9999, 8th layer. Remaining lifespan, 273 years. Affection level, 60, close. Not bad. Chen Huayan perked up, immediately awake upon seeing her progress. Although he could only afford a mid-level spirit-gathering formation due to his dwindling funds, Li Qingran had still managed to ascend 2 whole layers overnight. Her rapid advancement was remarkable. This was the terrifying power of a supreme danion. Smiling with satisfaction, Chen Huayan tapped her shoulder in the interface, triggering several reward notifications. 3 golden bags materialized on Li Qingran's desk. Spirit Stone Mystery Box contains random rewards such as 1 Spirit Crystal, 99 high-grade Spirit Stones, or 999 mid-grade Spirit Stones. Guaranteed minimum, 1000 low-grade Spirit Stones. For Li Qingran only. Not bad, I guess, he muttered, unimpressed by the small rewards. His focus was on the grand prize awaiting Li Qingran when she reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage. The prize's interface glowed with a dazzling purple light. Tideborne technique, low-tier profound rank. The description made his eyes widen in awe. Wow, no wonder this is a reward from the system. It's terrifyingly good. Although he hadn't asked what cultivation technique Li Qingran currently practiced, he doubted it was anywhere near as exceptional as this one. Opening her profile, he found her technique. Chiun technique low-tier profound rank. It was the same rank as the Tideborne technique, but switching techniques required discarding her current cultivation base. All the progress she had painstakingly made would be lost. Better hold on to it for now, Chen Huayan mused. He noticed the Tideborne technique wasn't marked as exclusive to Li Qingran, sparking a curious thought. Could I use this myself? His mind wandered to the Green Lotus Sword manual. What if he needed to learn the Tideborne technique first to unlock it? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. These game developers sure know how to make everything feel serious, as if cultivation will make you a real immortal. Just then, 2 notifications popped up. Your virtual girlfriend's gift has arrived. Your selected loot has arrived. The first was the bracelet Li Qingran had made for him. The second was a choice of items dropped from Yafusion, a fragmented demonic cultivation manual, a low-grade magic sword, a damaged mid-grade spiritual weapon, and several spirit stones. He had selected the sword as his real-world loot. A knock came from his door. Startled, Chen Huayan hopped out of bed with his crutch and dashed to the door. He was determined to catch the mysterious early morning delivery person. But when he flung the door open, no one was there. Parkour master, he muttered, glancing at the stairwell. Looking down, he spotted 2 packages at novel bin at. One was a small box labeled Qingran's gift, perfectly sized for the bracelet. The other was a long, heavy package, nearly 5 feet in length, with the bold word Spoils of War printed on it. Just as I thought, he muttered. Bending to pick up the long package, he was caught off guard by its weight. It thudded back to the floor, leaving a noticeable dent in the hotel's wooden flooring. Crap. Panicked, he grabbed a corner of the carpet to cover the damage. Only then did he lift the package carefully, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. What a sword. What a sword. He couldn't help but cackle. Now I have my own sword. If only his streaming account had more followers, Chen Huayan thought wistfully. He could have made an unboxing live stream out of this moment. Grinning from ear to ear, he carried the 2 boxes into his room, locked the door, drew the curtains, and switched on the bedside lamp. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he rubbed his hands together in excitement. Let's start with Qingran's adorable little gift. Using a nail clipper, he carefully snipped the tape and opened the box. His expression darkened immediately. Inside was a sealed bag containing a bracelet strung with beads. The material looked suspiciously like glass marbles. So lazy. Chen Huayan took out the bracelet, feeling its smooth, cool surface. As he breathed in, the air seemed to grow fresher, and the morning grogginess lifted from his mind. Sure, the material's mediocre, the craftsmanship is shoddy, and the engraved blessing looks so bad it makes me want to cry. He squinted at the crooked characters on the beads. Still, he slipped the bracelet onto his wrist with a smile. But knowing it's a gift from Li Qingran makes me feel energized already. He attributed the refreshing sensation to the power of love. Not far away, the black cat lying in the shoebox twitched its nose and cracked open an eye. Now for the main event. This time, Chen Huayan wasn't gentle. With a few rough tears, he revealed the contents of the large package, an ancient-looking longsword. The sword measured 1.5 meters in length and had a bronze hue, with black scale-like markings on the blade. The hilt bore intricate carvings in archaic script, which Chen Huayan assumed might be the blacksmith's name. A fitting name, Black Scale Sword. He held the sword up to the light. The lamp's glow reflected off the blade, revealing a cold gleam that seemed to belong to another era. It felt as though this sword didn't belong to his world but to Li Qingran's the realm of the Kangyun realm. This wasn't a mere decorative piece but a genuine flying sword from that world. Ugh, I must be sleep-deprived, Chen Huayan muttered, shaking his head at his own fanciful thoughts. Still, he couldn't help but admire the game developer's attention to detail. Even the protective talisman he'd received previously, despite its fading ink, had seemed genuinely crafted by Li Qingran. The bracelet, with its faint fragrance, shared the same aura of authenticity. As for the sword, it was clearly the real deal, perfect as a wall decoration, and undeniably stylish. Is this thing sharp? Chen Huayan scratched his head, tempted to test it with his hand before pulling back instinctively. Instead, he picked up a stray black hair from the floor and gently let it fall onto the blade. Ring? A faint sword hum echoed, and the hair split cleanly in two, drifting to the ground. Holy sh! It's that sharp. This thing must count as a restricted weapon. How the heck did it get delivered? Panicking slightly, Chen Huayan quickly sheathed the sword. Spying a nail on the wall where a painting had once hung, he mounted the sword there. Surprisingly, the ancient weapon didn't clash with the room's modern decor. It looked perfectly at home. Decision made. Black scale sword. You'll join me in the crematorium someday. Ha ha ha. Black scale sword. Black cat in the shoebox. What's with this weirdo? A flying sword? A real magic weapon. The black cat's wide eyes peered from the shoebox, fixated on the sword. It had been awakened by the spiritual energy radiating from the spirit stones used in the sword's creation. To its weakened body, even inhaling air infused with spiritual energy hastened its recovery. Anno Thailand bot. Gold needle techniques, ancestral dragon protection, now spirit stones and a magic weapon? The cat's thoughts raced in confusion. It couldn't comprehend how this strange human possessed so many treasures in an era where spiritual energy had supposedly vanished. When it awoke, the world seemed to have lost all remnants of cultivation. But this human, how did he have it all? Deciding to put aside these questions, the black cat resolved to recover its strength using the spiritual energy in the room. The ancestral dragon's protection posed a problem, but as long as it didn't harm the human, it wouldn't trigger the dragon's wrath. Preparing to feign a pitiful meow to attract Chen Huayan's attention, the cat realized he had already left the room. Where'd he go? Dragging its weakened body, the cat climbed onto the windowsill and saw Chen Huayan, still in his pajamas, running toward the hotel square with a drying pole in hand. In the square, old man Li had practiced Tai Chi under the same tree for 20 years. Among the elderly Tai Chi enthusiasts in the area, he was unmatched. Watch where you're going, he shouted at two kids crossing the street while playing mobile games. One of them flipped him off. Mind your own business, old man. You little. Shaking his head in disappointment, old man Li muttered, kids these days, no energy, no discipline. Always glued to their screens. Back in my day, he sighed, lamenting how modern technology, while advancing society, had stripped away much of its simplicity and charm. Another heavy sigh. He approached his usual tree, only to find someone had beaten him there. A young man in pajamas was crouched awkwardly with a drying pole, sweating profusely as he maintained a bizarre posture. Though the man's form was rough, old man Li saw a spark of hope in the darkness, a vigorous young person, something he greatly admired. Hey, young man, you're doing it all wrong, old man Li said, walking over. Your stance is unstable. That's not how you do a horse stance. At novel bin at. Chen Huayan, struggling to practice the Green Lotus sword manual, turned to see an elderly man behind him. Suddenly, a firm hand pressed down on his shoulder, forcing him lower. A foot nudged between his legs, correcting his balance. The adjustment sent sharp pain through his cast leg, but Chen Huayan wasn't angry. As the old man corrected him, Chen Huayan noticed with astonishment that his cultivation progress in the Green Lotus sword manual had skyrocketed from 2% to 13%. What a surprise! A huge surprise. Originally, Chen Huayan thought teaching Li Qingran the foundational moves of the Green Lotus sword manual was an unattainable dream. But now, with just a small correction from the old man, a glimmer of hope emerged. At the same time, Chen Huayan confirmed something important. The hacker team monitoring him through the camera, or at least an AI system, was tracking his every movement. Only by performing the moves perfectly would his training progress advance. This game was detailed to the extreme, down to the golden needles replicating authentic traditional Chinese medicine techniques. It was evident that the foundational chapter of the Green Lotus sword manual was adapted from genuine martial arts, meaning precise movements were essential. Master. Chen Huayan turned to bow with deep gratitude, his eyes brimming with tears. Thank you for correcting my moves, Master. Old Li was utterly dumbfounded. Then, a surge of joy rushed straight to his head. Master? Sure, sometimes his old friends called him that as a joke. But being addressed as master by a young person? This was a first. The young man in front of him looked sharp and upright. Despite his shaved head and pale complexion, he seemed genuine. What's more, old Li noticed something unusual: the cast and swelling on Chen Huayan's leg. A young man like you with this kind of injury, and you still came out early in the morning to practice martial arts. He pressed lightly on the leg, his brow furrowing as he felt the hardened cast and swollen lump beneath. Young man, give me your wrist. Without waiting for a reply, old Li checked Chen Huayan's pulse, his face growing darker with each second. Terminal cancer, Chen Huayan said nonchalantly, noticing the old man's worried expression. I know my condition, no need to sugarcoat it. And I must say, your pulse reading is remarkably accurate. Old Li sighed deeply. Young man, with this illness, how are you still smiling? Since it's inevitable, why not face it calmly? Chen Huayan replied with a carefree smile. All I want in my remaining days is to live a fulfilling life. Life's journey may be shorter for me, but at least I've experienced it fully. Old Li was silent for a moment, staring at this young man who had seemingly seen through life and death. It was a maturity that often came at great cost. Is there no chance of a cure? Almost none, Chen Huayan replied, shaking his head. Even if I had insurance, it would only buy me time, not a cure. Honestly, I'd rather spend my days happy and carefree, doing things I never dared to before. Old Li, moved by Chen Huayan's resolve, said, well, since mindset is so crucial, why not keep practicing? Martial arts training has worked wonders for others in dire conditions. Chen Huayan chuckled but didn't refuse. After all, he was serious about mastering the Green Lotus Sword Manual. That morning, Chen Huayan's progress in the manual reached 80%. No matter how much he practiced, it wouldn't budge further. As Old Li explained, muscle fatigue had set in, making additional training counterproductive. On the way back to his hotel, Chen Huayan thought about how his stamina had improved significantly. Last night, I could barely manage half an hour before exhaustion. This morning, I lasted 5 to 6 hours without breakfast. His gaze landed on the glass bracelet on his wrist. One of the beads seemed dimmer. I get it. Chen Huayan laughed, clutching the bracelet tighter. The cancer might have shortened his lifespan, but it seemed to have awakened some hidden potential in his genes. Back at the hotel, he opened the skill interface for golden needle acupuncture. To upgrade to the next level, he needed to perform the spring needle technique 1,000 times. He had only managed 3 so far. Newbie. $998. Chen Huayan stared at his balance and grinned. Time to swipe. With the payment complete, the skill interface shone brilliantly, upgrading the golden needle acupuncture to level 2 and unlocking the pulse opening needle technique. He eagerly chose to start the training sequence. Warning, the pulse opening needle technique is highly dangerous. Insufficient proficiency may result in severe injury or disability. Proceed, at novel bin at. Yes. Please select a target for the procedure. Chen Huayan hesitated. Li Qingran was out of the question. Maybe he could find a wild boar later? The screen suddenly switched to selfie mode, showing his own face. Target selected. Begin procedure. Chen Huayan. Seriously? You're not even pretending anymore? Not even trying to hide it? I know you can hear me. From now on, stop controlling my phone, and stay out of my private life, or I'll sue you. Chen Huayan's voice was stern, his anger palpable. The pulse opening needle technique is highly dangerous. Using it on a suitable target will greatly improve proficiency. This session will grant 20% proficiency and reduce the chance of disability by 20%. The technique's powerful effects can help your virtual girlfriend train faster and stabilize a cultivator's foundation. Chen Huayan furrowed his brows as he read the game's prompts. He calmed down and his gaze instinctively fell to his right leg. Well, it's not entirely impossible, right? After all, his right leg was already messed up. What's the harm in messing it up a little more? Besides, this was just a game prop. What's the worst that could happen? It's probably just exaggerating the risks. From its perch on the couch, the black cat watched Chen Huayan tapping away at his phone with suspicion. It needed to stay close to absorb the spiritual qi radiating from Chen Huayan's spirit stones, but it didn't dare get too close, wary of the ancestral dragon aura protecting him. What's this brat messing with now? The black cat edged closer, its curiosity piqued. Wait a second. Could it be, all the treasures this human has come from that black box? If I steal it, his fortunes will become mine. Its eyes gleamed with a dangerous glint. The cat crouched lower, one eye fixed on Chen Huayan's phone and the other watching his movements. Suddenly, Chen Huayan picked up the silver needles. The black cat's ears perked up, thinking it might finally be its turn to get some acupuncture. But to its shock, Chen Huayan drove the needle straight into his own right leg. Meow. A piercing scream echoed through the hotel room, loud enough to rattle the windows. Thankfully, it was midday, otherwise, the neighbors would have come knocking. RN. Holy *T, that hurts. Chen Huayan glanced at the spot where the needle had pierced his skin, now bruised purple. Then he noticed something unusual. The area he just jabbed had been completely numb before, but now he could feel pain, a clear sign the needle was working. Well, it's just a bit of pain. I'm not scared of that. He gritted his teeth and continued, driving in another 10 needles in quick succession. The black cat, seeing him absorbed in his self-mutilation, prepared to pounce on the phone. As the final needle went in, the black cat leapt forward with a loud meow, but just as it reached Chen Huayan's thigh, his injured leg jerked upward in a sudden, reflexive motion. The force was like lightning. Bam! The black cat was sent flying in a perfect arc, landing neatly back in its shoebox, which closed tightly on impact. Wow, it really hurts, but I can feel it again. Chen Huayan exclaimed, rubbing his leg in delight. The pulse opening needle technique was designed to clear meridians and circulate blood and qi. His leg's numbness had been caused by a combination of fractures and tumor pressure. Whether by coincidence or design, the needle treatment seemed to be working. Wait, did I just hit something with my knee? He glanced around the room but saw nothing unusual. Shrugging it off, he returned to studying his leg at novel bin at. Meanwhile, in the Kangyun realm, Li Qingran's cultivation speed was advancing at an astonishing rate. Last night, she had broken through to the 8th level of the qi refinement stage. By this afternoon, she was nearing perfection in the stage, thanks to the unmatched quality of her supreme grade danion. Her cultivation base had skyrocketed due to its enormous capacity for spiritual qi, despite her lack of a spiritual root. In the cultivation world, those with single attribute spiritual roots were considered the most talented, with variant roots being even better. Meanwhile, 5-element and rootless cultivators were seen as the worst. For most rootless cultivators, their rapid cultivation speed was offset by low-quality qi and difficulties breaking through bottlenecks. Li Qingran had resigned herself to these limitations, until now. The supreme grade danion bestowed by my benefactor is incredible, Li Qingran thought as she observed her danion, brimming with purer and greater volumes of spiritual qi than she'd ever had. Her excitement grew as she prepared to break through to the foundation establishment stage. But just as she was gathering her strength, an excruciating pain erupted in her mind, and a suffocating darkness swallowed her whole. In the darkness, an elder in a green robe appeared. Deist Qingxian, her former master. Li Qingran, you harmed your junior sister, how unrighteous. You neglected my teachings and tarnished the sect, how unfilial. You bullied outer disciples after being demoted, how unjust. And you dared to think of betraying the sect for another master, how disloyal. His booming voice echoed through her mind, shattering her focus and scattering her qi. The shadow of her senior brother, Lu Changtian, loomed beside Qingxian. He sneered coldly. Li Qingran, someone as treacherous as you dares to dream of advancing? Ridiculous. Other figures followed, each one hurling accusations and insults. No, I didn't. Li Qingran clutched her head, curling up in the freezing darkness. She wanted to refute them, but 1,000 shadowy hands silenced her, leaving her isolated and unheard. The specters of her sex members continued to accuse her, their voices drowning her protests. Among them, her sixth junior sister, Mu Bei's Huang, stood beside Lu Changtian, shielded by the crowd's approval. She smiled softly, her lips moving just enough for Li Qingran to hear her whispered words. Senior sister Li Qingran, just disappear. Someone like you doesn't deserve to live. Oh right, I rescued a black cat yesterday. I wonder how it's doing now, Chen Huayan said, standing up and heading toward the shoebox. Inside, the black cat, still dazed from the earlier blow, perked up at the sound of movement. It braced itself, ready to charm Chen Huayan and get closer to him. But just as Chen Huayan was about to open the box, buzz, his phone on the coffee table vibrated with a notification. Chen Huayan paused and sat back down on the couch, leaving the black cat's hopes dashed once again. It slumped back into the shoebox, its fleeting aspirations crushed. Your virtual girlfriend is under attack by heart demons. The message made Chen Huayan jump. He quickly opened the app, where he saw Li Qingran sitting cross-legged on the bed, meditating. Her face was pale, sweat dripped from her brow, and her lips were an ominous shade of blue. Her expression was one of deep anguish, with dark energy gathering ominously at her brow. Heart demons? At the qi refinement stage, Chen Huayan muttered in confusion. He had read enough cultivation novels to know that heart demons usually appeared only during advanced stages. Opening Li Qingran's status bar, he found an explanation for the condition. Heart demon arising. Heart demons are unrelated to cultivation stages and stem from a practitioner's inner thoughts, obsessions, malice, greed, and more can give rise to them. They can form naturally through experiences or be induced by certain demonic techniques. To defeat a heart demon, one must break free of the inner thoughts that bind them. So it's about what's troubling her. But what exactly is weighing on Li Qingran's mind? Chen Huayan racked his brain for answers, recalling Li Qingran's backstory. Besides the tragic death of her parents, the biggest source of pain in her life was undoubtedly the people of Chixiao Peak and the Qingyun sect. Knowing the source, however, was one thing, solving it was another. Still treating the situation as part of the game, Chen Huayan started tapping around the app, looking for a recharge option. But the game, as usual, refused to make things straightforward. Hidden pay-to-win features like this only appeared at specific moments in the story. God, this game is such a tease, Chen Huayan grumbled, frustrated by the developer's coyness. Whatever. When in doubt, use heavenly divination. This divination will cost 100 yen and apply a lost fortune debuff for 24 hours. Proceed. Proceed. In the Qingyun realm, the sudden divination caused a stir. Again? That mysterious powerhouse is divining twice in one day. What's happening in the Qingyun realm that warrants this? At novel bin at. First a divine pill appeared at Wangking Mountain, then spiritual light surged skyward. Could these be connected to the divinations? It seems Zhongzhou's secret realm is about to open. These are turbulent times indeed. Wanjian Pavilion. Sect Master Sokinian stood atop the mountain, white robes billowing in the wind. His long, snowy hair whipped dramatically around him, and his narrowed eyes fixed on the direction of Wangking Mountain. A picture of elegance and gravitas. Rs. At least, for a moment. The next second, his composure shattered. D*MN that Qingyun sect? Why does Wangking Mountain get all the benefits? Just wait, when Zhongzhou's secret realm opens, I'll make them pay. Sect Master. A pavilion elder descended from a flying sword, bowing respectfully. Two pressing matters require your attention. What matters? Sokinian smoothed his robes, resuming a calm demeanor. First, we're broke. What? The spirit stone mines in the back mountain have been completely depleted, the elder explained with an uneasy expression. D*MN it. I knew this day would come, but so soon. Sokinian clenched his fists. Wanjian Pavilion was already infamous as the poorest sect in the Qingyun realm. And the second matter. Our sect's guardian beast has gone into heat. It's demanding to mate and has threatened to destroy the spiritual herbs in the back mountain if we refuse. Sokinian's eye twitched. Taking the beast to the 10,000 beast sect for mating would cost money, and ordinary beasts wouldn't satisfy it. Letting it destroy their herbs was also unthinkable. After a long pause, Sokinian finally made his decision. Tell it to hold it in. If it can't, we'll neuter it. What? The elder gaped in horror. I said neuter it. Sokinian roared, his eyes flashing with murderous resolve. Tell that beast this sect has no money. If it doesn't behave, I'll personally take care of it. The elder left with a pained expression, while Sukinian stared into the horizon, muttering darkly. He adjusted the sword at his waist, seemingly lost in thought. His hand reached into his storage pouch, where he felt the familiar texture of his Black Knight raid uniform. Guess I'll find a way to get some money. Heavenly divination complete. To overcome her heart demon, Li Qingran must return to the Qingyun sect and sever her ties to Chixio Peak completely. Warning, Li Qingran is suffering from a heart demon backlash, and her cultivation base is about to regress. Use the pulse opening needle in conjunction with the free supreme grade heart protection pill to stabilize her foundation. This use of the needle carries no risk. You have gained the lost fortune status for 24 hours. A free supreme grade pill. Chen Huayan was shocked. The developers actually gave me something for free? Have they finally grown a conscience? A flash of green light appeared, and the pill materialized on the table. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Sect's Chixio Peak, Xiao Yaifeng had just returned to his cave and eagerly retrieved his pill furnace. I finally got a supreme grade heart protection pill. Once I figure out how it's made, I'll refine it myself and amaze everyone including junior sister Mew. Reaching into his storage pouch, his face went pale. Gone? Everything I bought is gone. My supreme grade heart protection pill. The theft of a supreme grade heart protection pill from an inner disciple of Chixio Peak was no trivial matter at Novel Bin Adat. Especially when the pill, worth tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, had cost Xiao Yaifeng all the connections he could muster. To buy it, he had borrowed from everyone willing to lend. He thought that as an alchemist, learning to refine a supreme grade heart protection pill would allow him to easily repay his debts. When asked about the theft, Xiao Yaifeng stammered out that the pill had vanished from his storage pouch without explanation. He swore it had been there when he returned to Qingyun Sect and checked it before heading up the mountain. The elders and deist Qingxian, who had been ready to rally behind him, were left speechless by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Sect Master Wu Duantian issued an order for a sect-wide lockdown and an inspection of all disciples' belongings. After much chaos and an exhausting search, they turned up nothing. If I ever find out who stole my pill, I'll tear them limb from limb. Xiao Yaifeng swore to the heavens. Meanwhile, on Earth, Chen Huayan had already fed the pill to Li Qingran. Achoo! He sneezed 3 times in rapid succession. Who the heck is talking about me? He refocused on his phone as a prompt popped up. Press the Qia cup ointment with your left hand and circulate energy. Slide your fingers toward the Guanyuan A cup ointment. Use your right hand to perform acupuncture according to the pulse opening needle technique. The screen zoomed in, highlighting Li Qingran's waist and abdomen. Due to her battle with the heart demon, sweat soaked her thin clothing, leaving her attire almost translucent. The damp fabric clung to her skin, outlining the elegant curve of her waist. Beneath her top, her undergarment a pale green dudo was visible, embroidered with a lotus leaf and a small frog. In the corner, the words Li Qingran were stitched in clumsy, crooked handwriting. Wait, is that her handwriting? Any fleeting inappropriate thoughts vanished as Chen Huayan stared at the childish scrawl. It reminded him of the poorly written characters on his talisman and bracelet. Shaking his head, he focused on the task at hand. Guided by the glowing acupoints on the screen, he pressed the indicated spots with his fingers. Li Qingran's body trembled slightly under his touch. Did that hurt? Chen Huayan wondered to himself, oblivious to Li Qingran's reaction. Inside her mind, Li Qingran continued to struggle in the murky darkness, surrounded by taunts and accusations. Every inch of her body felt like it was being torn apart, her soul pierced and shredded by cruel words. You think you can reach the foundation establishment stage? Laughable. Trash like you deserves to have your cultivation crippled. Get out of Qingyun Sect. Get out. Someone like you doesn't deserve to live. Despair engulfed her. She reached out desperately, but her hands grasped only cold, empty air. The mocking faces drew closer, mouths opening wide as if to devour her. No, someone, save me. Suddenly, a clear sword cry rang out, slicing through the oppressive darkness like a stream of cool spring water. A beam of light pierced the void, dispersing the chaos. Li Qingran. A voice called her name, firm and steady. The faces froze in shock. One by one, they were severed by an invisible blade. Flames erupted from the clean cuts, consuming the twisted visages until they disintegrated into ash. Li Qingran. The voice grew closer. Through the smoke and debris, a figure emerged. A black-clad silhouette stood tall, a sword in hand. White hair cascaded down their back, and a majestic 5-clawed black dragon coiled around them, its golden eyes burning with authority. Predecessor, Li Qingran murmured, her voice trembling. She felt a wave of calm wash over her, sweeping away the turmoil in her mind. The suffocating darkness receded, as if cowed by the figure's presence. Li Qingran opened her eyes, finding herself back in the small room. The terrifying illusions caused by the heart demon had vanished. Now drenched in sweat, her body ached from head to toe. Her abdomen and waist tingled with an unfamiliar sensation. Glancing down, her face turned crimson. Golden hands of pure spiritual qi were pressing her acupoints, massaging her waist and abdomen. One hand circulated energy, while the other performed acupuncture. The sensation was peculiar tingling, ticklish, and almost unbearably intimate. Clenching her teeth, she fought the urge to gasp aloud. Li Qingran's face burned as she watched her soft flesh yield to the pressure of the glowing hands. Her fingers twisted the hem of her damp robe, turning her knuckles white. Her feet shuffled restlessly on the floor as she prayed for a hole to crawl into. He definitely saw the dudu. Why did I embroider a lotus leaf and a frog on it? He must think I'm so childish. Li Qingran, you're so stupid. So stupid. Her mind spiraled with embarrassment. The heart demon's torment felt trivial compared to her mortification. Even after Chen Huayan finished, she remained lost in her thoughts, replaying countless awkward scenarios in her head. Done. Chen Huayan sighed in relief. Her cultivation base is intact. The heart protection pill, combined with his acupuncture and techniques, had effectively stabilized her foundation establishment stage. Now, however, he had to tackle the root problem, her heart demon. According to the heavenly divination, she needed to return to Qingyun Sect and sever her ties to Chixiao Peak to fully overcome the issue. Chen Huayan frowned. If he had a choice, he wouldn't send her back to such a dangerous place. But the game left him no alternatives. Going back might be risky, he muttered. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. A cold voice followed from outside. Li Qingran, open the door. I know you're in there. The visitor was Li Qingran. Li Qingran was absolutely certain. After spending 3 years on Chixiao Peak, she was far too familiar with Li Qingtian's voice. At the same time, she sensed a faint killing intent and a sweeping spiritual probe. Li Qingran, you've reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage? How is that possible? Li Qingtian's voice was filled with shock. Li Qingran's danion had been crippled. In theory, she should have been unable to cultivate normally. Even if she forcefully attempted it, there was no way she could have reached the peak of Qi refinement in such a short time. He needed to see for himself and reached out to push the door open. Someone is attempting to barge into your virtual girlfriend's room. Please choose a countermeasure. Unleash a palm strike and blast him away, teaching him the consequences of touching your virtual girlfriend. Suppress him with the might of a superior cultivator, forcing him to kneel and learn the meaning of respect. Let out a cold snort and shatter his eardrums with internal energy, scaring him into fleeing. Warning, this may cause him to suspect you are a demonic cultivator. Chen Huayan wasn't satisfied with the game's choices. The man outside was none other than one of Li Qingran's greatest obsessions, senior brother Li Qingtian. He had arrived quickly, appearing as a neutral yellow dot on the map, which meant there was no immediate danger alert. Yellow dots could turn red or green at any moment, red for enemies, green for allies. I'll pay extra, can I just squash him? Chen Huayan's face darkened. If this were real life, casually taking a human life would trigger a moral dilemma. But this was just a game. He had no ethical concerns about killing Li Qingtian. After waiting a moment, no new pay-to-win options appeared. Clearly, Li Qingtian was part of an essential plotline and couldn't be killed outright. But Chen Huayan quickly realized something. Li Qingtian was a heart demon for Li Qingran. The customer service had mentioned that Li Qingran had to sever her own heart demons, so naturally, she had to deal with Li Qingtian herself. He was curious to see how the story would unfold. After thinking it over, he chose option 2. Since Li Qingtian was just a stepping stone for Li Qingran, he wouldn't interfere. This damn door won't budge. Outside the cabin, Li Qingtian was getting anxious. Just as he was about to channel his spiritual energy and punch the door open, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon him, crushing him like a mountain. Ugh. Crack. His blood surged chaotically, his internal organs feeling as if they were being crushed by an iron grip. Unable to hold himself up, his knees slammed into the ground, shattering the stone tiles beneath him. A Nigerian Nairo Omicron, yes. Panic flooded Li Qingtian's mind. In the entire Qingyun sect, only his master, the sect leader, and a few elders could suppress him purely through their aura. But this pressure, it was even more devastating than what those elders could unleash. He couldn't muster the slightest resistance. Junior of the Qingyun sect, Li Qingtian of Chixiao Peak. I was unaware that senior was inside. I have been disrespectful, and I... Shut up. A thunderous voice erupted from within the cabin. A powerful gust of wind slammed the door open, then shut it again with a deafening bang. Li Qingtian was sent flying backward, landing in a crater left by a previous lightning strike. He felt as though his abdomen had been punched with immense force, his internal organs twisted in pain, and the words he had been about to say died in his throat. Qingran, this is someone from your section. I won't interfere. Yes. Thank you, senior. Did Li Qingran just call that man senior? Their relationship seemed close. Had this senior helped Li Qingran recover from her injuries? Was he also the one who killed Song Jiaojiao? Had Li Qingran defected to the demonic sects? But, that earlier pressure had been upright and balanced, with not a hint of demonic energy. This mysterious senior didn't seem like a demonic cultivator at all. Then how had Li Qingran ended up connected to such a powerful figure? Li Qingtian's mind was in chaos when the cabin door opened. Li Qingran stepped out, now clad in fresh robes, her delicate face still tinged with a faint blush. Li Qingtian, what do you want? Li Qingtian looked up at his former junior sister. Not much time had passed, yet she had changed drastically. Her aura was now ice cold, completely devoid of the pitiful weakness she once showed when begging them for mercy. She was like an unsheathed sword, radiating a faint, deadly sharpness. She was no longer the same person. Faced with this version of Li Qingran and knowing that the mysterious senior was inside, Li Qingtian instinctively abandoned his authoritative demeanor. Clutching his chest, he stood up and spoke in a calm tone. Junior sister, I came to bring you back to Qingyun Sect. Though you injured 6th junior sister during the Sect tournament, your crime is not punishable by death. I didn't know that Dog Zhang Hangxiao abandoned you here on Wangqing Mountain to die. If I had known, I would never have allowed it. Not punishable by death. Li Qingran let out a bitter laugh, her icy gaze locking onto Lu Changtian. Not punishable by death, so you crippled my danion? Not punishable by death, so you ripped out my spiritual root? What a joke. Lu Changtian, you should know better than anyone what a danion and a spiritual root mean to a cultivator. You didn't kill me outright, but you made me suffer a fate worse than death. Lu Changtian frowned at her aggressive tone. In the past, if he had simply offered to bring her back, she would have been overwhelmed with gratitude. Now, she looked like she would rather die than comply. Since she could still cultivate, her danion must have only been damaged, not completely destroyed. With the help of that mysterious senior, and some elixirs for stabilization, she had recovered. Lu Changtian pressed his lips together. Junior sister, crippling your danion was wrong, but you're still able to cultivate, aren't you? Master and I can help you restore it further. As for your spiritual root, we can find another one for you. My spiritual root. Li Qingran's voice trembled, her eyes filling with cold fury. Your spiritual root. Lu Changtian hesitated before finally forcing himself to speak. You know that little junior sister has always been frail, with a weak foundation. So, we transplanted your water spiritual root to her. But don't worry, junior sister, I promise, I'll find you another single attribute spiritual root, even if I have to spend everything I have at an auction. At Novel bin at. Li Qingran lowered her head, her long bangs casting a shadow over her face. Her hands clenched into fists, then relaxed, then clenched again. No one knew what she was thinking. 2 teardrops rolled down her cheeks and fell to the ground with soft plops. Outside the game, Chen Huayan, having witnessed the entire conversation, was both furious and amused. The people of Chixiao Peak were truly something else. They had ripped out Li Qingran's spiritual root and given it to some pathetic excuse of a junior sister? Were they insane? Even after suffering such cruelty, Li Qingran still held lingering feelings for Qingyun Sect and Chixiao Peak. She was someone who cherished old bonds, remembering Daoist Kingsuan's teachings and the kindness of her senior brothers. But now, as her tears fell, those old sentiments were finally crumbling away. Lu Changtian, I will return to Qingyun Sect. Li Qingran lifted her head. Her tear-streaked eyes were devoid of emotion, only an icy void remained. Under that gaze, Lu Changtian felt no joy, only a bone-chilling dread. Then, he heard Li Qingran's cold, deliberate words. I will return tomorrow only to sever my past once and for all. Senior, I have made my own decision. I wish to return to Qingyun Sect tomorrow. After Lu Changtian left, Li Qingran returned to the cabin, knelt down before the ceiling, and remained in that position without rising. I am not a foolish, stubborn child, nor am I holding on to any misplaced gratitude toward Qingyun Sect or Chixiao Peak. But they have become obstacles on my path of cultivation. I must personally sever them to continue forward and live up to your expectations. Her head was lowered, and her tone was sincere. She knew Qingyun Sect was a den of dragons and tigers, yet she had to enter. She also understood that, from her senior's perspective, he likely wouldn't want her to return. He might even become suspicious of her motives. She had already received too much kindness. If she went back to Qingyun Sect now, wouldn't she be an ungrateful wretch? So, she waited. Waited for his decision. If he permitted her to return, she would go. If not, she would stay. Chen Huayan thought for a moment, then pressed the communication talisman and said, It's fine. Only the one who ties the knot can untie it. Since this all began at Chixiao Peak, it should end there. You handle it yourself, I believe in you. Inside the cabin, Li Qingran waited a while before a voice as ethereal as drifting clouds finally echoed in her ears. When joy peaks, sorrow follows. One must understand the ebb and flow of fate. Every cause has its effect, every bite and sip predestined. This is your burden to bear. Go. Li Qingran carefully pondered Chen Huayan's words, her heart trembling. Then, she bowed deeply once more. The hesitation in her gaze disappeared, replaced by unwavering determination. Junior Li Qingran thanks Senior for his guidance. Before you leave, I bestow upon you a gift at Novel bin at. Whoosh! A flying sword appeared on the table, its sheath pure white like moonlight, its tassel crimson like flowing blood. This sword is called Suxian. It is a top-grade magical flying sword. I noticed that your previous sword was broken. Take this as your protection. Li Qingran held Suxian's sword in her hands, a deep warmth surging in her heart, touching her beyond words. She wiped away the tears in the corners of her eyes, embraced the sword, and bowed respectfully. I will not disappoint you, Senior. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? I am. We have a variety show and would like to invite you to participate. Would you be interested? What kind of scam call is this? Chen Huayan frowned and hung up immediately. He was already troubled about how to help Li Qingran survive tomorrow's ordeal. He was nearly out of money, and this damn game was sure to find a way to force him to spend more. He had no time to waste on scam calls. AOES. In the past, he might have spent an hour lecturing these scammers about life and philosophy. The phone rang again. Chen Huayan looked at the caller ID and smirked coldly before answering. Fine, you refuse to drink the toast and insist on drinking the penalty cup? Today, as Immortal Chen, he had intended to lay down his blade and spare some souls. But since these scammers were practically throwing themselves onto the blade, he might as well have some fun. Mr. Chen, please don't hang up. We're not a scam. We're from an outdoor variety show called Adventure with Celebrities. We saw your vlog about your challenge on Mount Ties, and our director is very interested in you. We'd like to officially invite you to join our show. We have quite a few popular young actors and idols participating, and our ratings on Mango TV are excellent. If you join, it'll be a great promotion for your livestream account. You'll gain a huge fan base. It's a win-win. Chen Huayan narrowed his eyes, sensing that this was no simple matter. He immediately turned on his hotel computer, searched online, and found that the show did indeed exist and it was actually quite popular. The show's basic format involved taking a group of young celebrities and putting them through extreme outdoor challenges: hiking, diving, bungee jumping, wilderness survival, and more. It was perfect for crafting an adventurous, brave public image for the stars. Of course, it also exposed the ones who were pampered and spoiled. But why were they inviting him? He wasn't a celebrity. Still puzzled, he opened his livestream account only to be completely dumbfounded. The vlog he had casually edited had over 100 million views, more than 7 million likes, and an overwhelming number of comments and private messages. The sheer volume had even caused his backend to lag. Holy sh*t, I went viral. Chen Huayan gawked at his follower count, which had surged to 270,000. This was the power of the internet. He couldn't help but sigh. Fate was fickle. No wonder so many college graduates nowadays wanted to become influencers. After all, working a regular job for some boss was a dead end. Becoming an online personality, however, at least had a sliver of hope. The key was that self-media covered a wide range of interests. You could do what you loved. If it made money, great. If not, life still wouldn't feel meaningless. His vlog was trending alongside another hot topic: the mirage of the ritual ascension at Mount Ties. Experts had already provided an explanation. A film crew in Shanghai had been shooting a historical drama, and atmospheric optical phenomena had projected their scene onto the summit of Mount Ties. To prove this, they even presented a drama crew supposedly filming the ritual ascension of Mount Ties. Chen Huayan took one look and instantly knew they had cobbled this crew together at the last minute. The emperor they cast did wear a dark imperial robe and was indeed handsome, but his aura was utterly lacking. To put it bluntly, it was the difference between a mudfish and a true dragon. No comparison. Other trending topics related to his vlog were calls for cancer awareness, encouraging patients to fight bravely, and so on. All of them had high engagement. Now it all made sense. His livestream hadn't sold products or begged for donations, and his vlog hadn't been a sob story. From start to finish, his content embodied an unyielding fighting spirit. It wasn't that fundraising or selling products was wrong. Many seriously ill patients relied on those methods for medical funds. But audiences had become desensitized. Scams were everywhere, eroding people's sympathy. In contrast, his livestream and vlog were a breath of fresh air. They crushed everything else in the same category. With a little push from the platform, he had exploded in popularity. His content had only been out for 3 days. There was still massive potential for growth. That variety show was clearly trying to ride the wave. A win-win? More like they were trying to milk him for free exposure. Damn capitalists, rotten to the core. I'm not interested in joining any variety show, Chen Huayan rejected flatly. I just want to peacefully live out the rest of my days. The person on the other end of the line chuckled, seemingly expecting this response. Mr. Chen, who wouldn't want a chance at treatment? If you agree to participate, we'll pay you 500,000 yuan in appearance fees. How much? Chen Huayan's eyes instantly turned into 2 golden coins. 500,000 yuan. It's a buyout fee for this season. We film 3 episodes per season. Whether you appear in later episodes or not, once you sign the contract, the money will be transferred to you immediately. Chen Huayan forced himself to calm down. 500,000. That was the appearance fee for some second or third tier celebrities. The producers were clearly serious about capitalizing on his viral fame. After all, many rookie actors had to pay to get onto variety shows. Getting an actual fee was rare. So, Mr. Chen, what do you think? Chen Huayan had always believed in win-win situations. A broad smile spread across his face. Sounds great. So, what's the theme of this episode? The doctor's words were clear. In plain terms, kid, you don't have many days left. Hurry up and spend all your money before you die and someone else benefits from it. Chen Huayan had no choice but to return to his hotel. It was already past 9 in the evening. Sigh, making money is useless if this disease can't be cured, he muttered, opening the game. He saw that Li Qingran had finished her meditation and was now sitting by the window, staring at the moonlit night in a daze. The girl was probably worried about tomorrow, but she really had nothing to worry about. Because at this moment, his bank account held 500,000 yuan. For this game, 500,000 was already a massive fortune. It was enough to do all sorts of things. An immortal grade primordial heaven mending pill only cost 100,000 yuan, and 500,000 might even be enough to buy the life of a nascent soul cultivator. If only I could spend money to buy myself a new life too, Chen Huayan sighed. Unfortunately, his life wasn't a game, and there was no one outside this game offering him any heaven-defying artifact to change his fate. Tomorrow, Li Qingran would return to Qingyun Sect, and he would be heading to Tianmen Mountain to record the variety show. In the end, changing fate is still up to me. At least now, I have 500,000 yuan money that allows me to do things I never dared to dream of before. In some way, isn't this also a form of rewriting destiny? Lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, Chen Huayan spoke to himself. His anxiety quickly faded. Things couldn't possibly get worse than they already were. From now on, every step forward would be a blessing. Sigh, nothing to do for now, might as well give that black cat some acupuncture. He suddenly remembered that there was still a living creature in this room. He reached into a shoebox and pulled out the black cat. The cat had been sleeping. When Chen Huayan placed it on the sofa, its eyes were still dazed. But soon, it reacted, letting out a pitiful meow before limping 2 steps forward, then turning back to meow at him again. Alpha yes. Could Chen Huayan resist that? Staring at the cat's limp leg, he stroked his chin in thought. What acupuncture method should I use? The pulse-opening needle technique worked well last time, though it might have some risks. But hey, the cat's already limping, what's the worst that could happen? And besides, my luck can't be that bad. The black cat stared at Chen Huayan, deep in thought as well. Haha, this king is adorable, right? Hurry and treat this king's injuries? Once I recover, I'll have a better chance at stealing your treasures. Ha ha ha. Alright, pulse-opening needle it is. Let's see if this gamble pays off. Chen Huayan pulled out his silver needles and began his acupuncture treatment on the black cat. Half an hour later, the black cat stared at its now completely paralyzed right leg, lost in deep contemplation. Hiss? No, this isn't right. Could it be, this brat doesn't actually know acupuncture? But my leg was fine before this. It had only pretended to be injured. Now, it was actually crippled. A shadow loomed over its vision Chen Huayan's expressionless face. You and I were destined to meet, Chen Huayan intoned solemnly, masking his guilt. He could tell that the black cat's right leg was now entirely numb, completely stiff like a wooden club. Since fate has brought us together, I shall take responsibility for you. From now on, your name shall be Bag. In the human world, naming a pet means accepting it as one's own. From today on, you'll grow up strong and healthy under my care. Whatever I eat, you'll eat, no picky eating allowed. While babbling on, Chen Huayan stuffed the utterly bewildered Bag back into the shoebox and closed the lid. What would a little cat understand anyway? Once he fully grasped the pulse-opening needle, he'd fix its leg. Then, he grabbed his crutch and hobbled downstairs to buy steamed buns. Now that he had money, he wouldn't just buy steamed buns, he'd get a chicken drumstick too. Bang! The door shut behind him. On the table, the shoebox suddenly shook violently. Ah! My leg? Dem human brat, just you wait. If this king gets the chance, I'll make you pay. At midnight, Chen Huayan had fallen asleep, his phone still running the virtual girlfriend game. As the clock struck 12, a system notification popped up. Remaining lifespan, 72 days. Did you hear? Li Qingran is coming back to the sect. Li Qingran? Who's that? The one who injured Xiao Peak's little junior sister. They say it was intentional. Pretty serious offense, how does she even dare return? Does it even matter if it was intentional? Injuries happen in sect tournaments all the time. Is Xiao Peak really that dramatic? SHH, stop talking, she's here. All eyes turned toward the entrance of Qingyun sect. At some point, a slender figure had appeared there. She wore a blue and white daoist robe, her long black hair tied at the back with a white ribbon. In her right hand, she carried a pale moon-colored flying sword. As the morning breeze swept past, 2 strands of hair lifted slightly over her forehead, her robe and sword tassel fluttering gently. Her pace wasn't particularly fast, yet in just a few moments, she had reached the sect's main plaza. That's Li Qingran. People keep saying Mu Bei's Huang is the most beautiful girl in the sect, that Li Qingran was just jealous of her taking her place in Xiao Peak, but looking at her now, Li Qingran is way more beautiful than Mu Bei's Huang. Hey, Li Qingran was always prettier than Mu Bei's Huang. When she got expelled from the sect, I actually thought it was a shame. Li Qingran stood in the center of the plaza, meeting the stairs around her. Qingyun sect had around 1,200 disciples, and she could clearly hear the buzzing whispers of their discussions at Novel bin at. She didn't know exactly what they were saying. Probably nothing good. Li Qingran, there's nothing to be afraid of. She tightened her grip on Su Xian's sword, its icy sheath biting into her palm. Forged from millennia-old black iron, the blade emitted a faint, frost-like chill even through the scabbard, merging with the morning mist. But she didn't feel cold. On the contrary, her heart was growing steadier. She wasn't standing here alone. She wasn't without support. Even though she couldn't see her senior's figure, she could feel his gentle gaze watching over her. Every day and night when she was training, eating, sleeping, even bathing, that gaze was always there. At first, she had been shy and embarrassed. But later, she found that without that presence, she would feel uneasy. At some point, she had become completely reliant on him. She knew it wasn't good, but she couldn't control her feelings. She waited. Time passed, the sun shifting slightly. One by one, the sect elders arrived. The doors of the main hall opened, and sect master Wu Duantian stepped out, flanked by his 3 direct disciples. From the peak of Xiao Peak, 5 streaks of light shot forth. A blue flying sword descended first, carrying Daoist Qingxian. Behind him, Xiao Yaifeng, Yunzimo, and Zhang Hangxiao followed suit, each dismounting their flying swords in the plaza. Lu Changtian was the last to arrive, with Mu Bei's Huang seated behind him. Li Qingran met Mu Beishuang's gaze indifferently. Mu Bei's Huang, on the other hand, visibly flinched and immediately hid behind Lu Changtian. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the plaza, making Li Qingran's ears ring. He one who spoke was deist Qingxian. Li Qingran met deist Qingxuan's gaze with cold indifference and said icily, I, Li Qingran, am innocent. For a brief moment, the entire square before the grand hall fell into silence. Everyone stared at Li Qingran in shock. Where did she get the audacity to defy a nascent soul cultivator? To most disciples in the sect, an elder like deist Qingxian was a revered figure, an existence akin to the natural order itself. Whether he was right or wrong didn't matter, his word was law, and they were to obey without question. If something seemed unjust, there were ways to explain it later. But to directly confront a nascent soul cultivator like this, that was nothing short of courting death. Forget about authority, absolute power was the real law here. If a nascent soul cultivator wanted to suppress you with his cultivation level, what could you do about it? In the end, in the cultivation world, strength ruled above all. Sect Master Wu Duantian shook his head and sighed. Li Qingran has a commendable temperament. Even under Elder Qingxuan's pressure, she remains composed. But she's too rigid, unyielding, things tend to break. She's not suited for survival in the cultivation world. Innocent. Deist Qingxian let out a furious laugh. You dare defy your elders? That alone is an unforgivable crime. Kneel before me. Boom! A terrifying pressure crashed down upon Li Qingran. Even as she gritted her teeth and resisted, she was still being forced down, inch by inch, about to kneel. But at that moment, a gentle force rose up to support her knees. It spread through her entire body, allowing her to withstand deist Qingxuan's oppressive might. It's him. Li Qingran's heart warmed. As expected, he had arrived. But there were 7 nascent soul cultivators in Qingyun sect, along with over a dozen core formation cultivators. If he stepped in for her, wouldn't he be in danger? Beta. She relied on him, yet she constantly worried for his safety. I've troubled you again, senior. It's nothing. A cold voice whispered in her ear. As long as I'm here, who dares to humiliate you? In the game, Chen Huayan was awe-inspiring. Outside the game, Chen Huayan was utterly dumbfounded. 10 minutes earlier, just as Li Qingran stepped into the grand hall, a flood of notification windows popped up on Chen Huayan's screen, just as he had expected. You have triggered Main Quest 1.0, help Li Qingran sever ties with Xiao Peak and survive this crisis. This mission is extremely difficult. If you fail, your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, will remain at Xiao Peak and ultimately perish in the Sect's dungeon. Please create your game character. Chen Huayan's mouth twitched. Unbelievable. He had already spent over 100,000 yuan on this game, and only now did it let him create a character? If this damn game hadn't popped up this window, he wouldn't have even known he could make a character. He had thought his character was just some formless mass of spiritual qi, or worse, just a pair of floating hands. Let me see what's going on here. Chen Huayan opened the character creation panel and found that the customization options were quite limited. He could only make minor adjustments to his current appearance. Luckily, he looked decent enough. After a few tweaks, he actually had a bit of an immortal aura. He scrolled to the hairstyle section. His hand froze. Limited time offer, celestial flowing white hair, Wuxian. One-time purchase, permanent use, only 998 yen? Take home a top-tier white-haired style today. What the F? Chen Huayan's expression became incredibly complex. He had assumed the game wouldn't push microtransactions here, but it didn't even bother pretending otherwise. There were over 100 white-haired styles available. And not just white hair, there were golden, red, silver, and thousands of different hairstyles. The so-called limited-time white hair was actually the cheapest option. It looked suspiciously similar to Wei Wuxian's ponytail, except bleached white. He tried it on. Absolutely stunning at novel bin at 998, not bad. Way cheaper than those 9,998 ones. I'll buy it. Chen Huayan shook his head. As a devoted fan of white-haired characters, some sacrifices had to be made. Fortunately, he was wealthy now, so this amount was nothing. Next up, outfits. Without purchasing an outfit, he'd be stuck in the default burlap robe, not exactly the look of a grandmaster. He'd barely look better than a beggar on the streets. He needed to buy a proper robe. After careful selection, he chose a black daoist robe daijun with gold dragon embroidery on the cuffs. Price, 3,988 yen, another limited time offer. The other daoist robes all cost over 10,000 yen, and some with special abilities were in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Some even required spirit stones for purchase, though he had no idea how that worked. He couldn't afford those anyway. Now that he had a stylish outfit and flowing white hair, his character finally looked impressive. But compared to the nascent soul old monsters in the sect hall, who were covered in dazzling treasures, he still fell short. That's where the next microtransaction came in. Aura effects. Dragon Ancestors Protection. Gain a divine dragon's blessing. When entering a scene, a dragon leads the way, surrounding you with awe-inspiring might. Single day pass, 9,988 yen/monthly, 288,888 yen/yearly, 3 million yen/permanent, 3 yen billion. Golden crow chasing the sun, erupt with blazing solar radiance upon entry. Single day, 8,888 yen/monthly, 250,000 yen/yearly, 2.08 million yen/permanent, 2 yen and 50 sen billion. 1999 Dragon Ancestors Seal, summon a black dragon's phantom. Today's special price, 99 yen and 80 sen, original price, 998 yen per day. Chen Huayan. After a long pause, he chose the Dragon Ancestor seal, the best bang for his buck. As soon as he equipped it, a 5-clawed black dragon's shadow coiled around his character. Not quite the full Dragon Ancestor's protection, but 99 yen and 80 sen, a steal. Besides, he was up against a nascent soul cultivator, not a bunch of grand immortals. No need to go overboard. There were more expensive things ahead. Finally, the main event cultivation boost. Instantly reached nascent soul peak, 660 million yen/1 day trial 88,000 yen. Instantly reach fusion realm peak, 1.88 billion yen/1 day trial 188,000 yen. If this were before, especially before his last hospital visit, he would have scoffed at these ridiculous prices and cursed out the game developers. But now, he simply chuckled and clicked nascent soul peak, 1 day trial. 188,000 yen vanished from his bank account. His character erupted in divine radiance, an overwhelming presence sweeping across the game. Right at that moment, Deist Kingsuan's enraged voice echoed. Kneel before me. Kneel? Make Li Qingran kneel? Ha! Chen Huayan pressed his communication talisman and let out a cold laugh. As long as I'm here, let me see who dares. At the Qingyun Sect Grand Hall Square, 2 overwhelming nascent soul auras clashed, triggering a spiritual chi explosion centered around Li Qingran. The disciples nearby felt as if their heads were suddenly submerged in water, their ears ringing violently. The force of the clash sent dust and debris flying, stone tiles ripped from the ground by the shockwave, crashing into the sect's outer walls and leaving deep pits in their wake. This is bad. A powerful expert is here. Sect Master Wu Duantian turned pale and urgently commanded the elders beside him, hurry and activate the sect protection formation. Ensure the safety of the disciples. Yes. At Novel bin at. The 2 elders didn't dare to hesitate and immediately set to work. But their precaution was unnecessary. That overwhelming aura targeted only Chixiao Peak's people specifically, the arrogant deist Qingxian. For the other disciples, it was no more than a gentle breeze. Even the flying debris curved away, avoiding them entirely. However, the disciples behind deist Qingxian weren't so lucky. The immense pressure from 2 nascent soul cultivators bore down on Li Qingran and the others, forcing them to the ground, their faces turning an alarming shade of purple-red. Yet, none of them dared utter a single complaint. Who are you, and why are you interfering in Qingyun Sect's affairs? Deist Kingsuan's face was grim. He was the strongest cultivator in Qingyun Sect, second only to Ancestor Qingyun. Even Wu Duantian, the sect master, was no match for him. But now this mysterious expert, still unseen, was able to go toe-to-toe with him? Previously, Li Qingran had reported that Li Qingran had met a mysterious senior outside the sect. This must be him. Qingxian had expected this person to give Li Qingran some resources or minor help. He never expected this person to openly stand against Qingyun Sect for her. Did this person truly fear nothing, not even Qingyun Sect? I have interfered. So what? You. Deist Qingxian almost choked on his own breath. Before he could gather his words, that ethereal voice floated in once again. Li Qingran is no longer a disciple of Qingyun Sect. I am merely here to settle an old cause and effect. Stay calm. Cultivators deeply respected karma whenever cause and effect were involved. The matter was never trivial. Deist Qingxian frowned. What cause and effect? The cause was planted in Chixiao Peak. The effect belongs to Li Qingran. I will not interfere further, but neither will you. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding Qingyun Sect's dignity. These words sent a wave of unease through Chen Huayan. If only he could buy the Fusion Realm cultivation upgrade. If he had Fusion Realm power, he wouldn't even need to talk, he'd just cut them all down with a sword. Right now, he could only buy nascent soul perfection, and if all the elders ganged up on him, he'd have to burn his life force and self-destruct to take them with him, assuming they didn't flee first. Noi. Seems like I still have to play the mysterious expert act. Since his character model hadn't been revealed yet, the enemy had no way of locating him. As long as he maintained the air of an unfathomable expert, Deist Qingxian wouldn't dare make a move. And why was Chen Huayan so sure? Because he could see Kingsuan's basic character profile. Deist Qingxian, late nascent soul, 651 years old, cautious by nature, highly suspicious, arrogant and ruthless. Chen Huayan was the same type of person. He usually acted carefree, but in truth, he was always scheming. If someone provoked him, he'd ensure they suffered true despair. Qingxian, too, was this kind of person. And until he figured out Chen Huayan's true identity, Qingxian would behave himself. Just as Chen Huayan expected, Qingxian, Wu Duantian, and the other elders all turned pale at his words. What did he mean by not considering Qingyun Sect's dignity? What level of strength must he have to say such a thing? Wu Duantian wanted to prove Qingyun Sect's might, but he had no idea where this person even was. When he sent his spiritual sense out to locate him, there was nothing but empty space. Not knowing the enemy's full strength, he had no choice but to endure the humiliation. You too, continue searching for that person's whereabouts. Wu Duantian ordered 2 elders to investigate further, while he subtly gestured for Qingxian to remain patient. His voice was transmitted directly into Kingsuan's mind. Qingxian, they are in the shadows while we are exposed. Until we understand their power, we must not act rashly. That girl is merely at chi refinement. How much trouble can she truly cause? Let's wait and observe. Qingxian hesitated, then gave a slight nod, withdrawing his oppressive aura though his icy gaze remained locked on Li Qingran. Li Qingran had brought an outsider to challenge the sect, humiliating Xiao Peak. From this moment on, no matter what, she would never be forgiven. Even if Lu Changtian and the others pleaded on her behalf, it would be useless. Thinking of rejoining Qingyun sect? Ridiculous. Qingxian still assumed Li Qingran wanted to return, but he was stuck in the past. With Chen Huayan backing her, Li Qingran felt at ease. She stepped forward, stopping before the Xiao Peak disciples. Ignoring King Xuan's dagger-like glare, she swept her gaze across them before finally settling on Zhang Hangxiao. She clasped her hands together in a polite bow. Fourth senior brother, I trust you've been well. Well, Li Qingran. Zhang Hangxiao crossed his arms, smirking. No wonder you came back so confidently, you've found someone to back you up. This was Qingyun sect. With the elders and sect master present, no matter how strong that outsider was, he wouldn't dare keep defending Li Qingran. Once that senior was gone, wouldn't Li Qingran be at his mercy? Senior is, of course, supporting me. Li Qingran didn't deny it. She simply held her Suxian sword, looking Zhang Hangxiao in the eye. But do you still remember, fourth senior brother, before I was expelled from Qingyun sect, who was it that covered for you whenever you got into trouble? Who paid off all your gambling debts? If not for me, your reputation would have been ruined long ago. Zhang Hangxiao's face flushed red, humiliated by the public exposure of his past. You, what nonsense are you saying? Stop slandering me. Slander. Li Qingran reached into her storage bag, pulled out a stack of debt records, and threw them into the air. The papers fluttered down like falling snow, the sheer number shocking everyone. Her cold voice cut through the silence. These are all the records of the debts I paid for you. I kept track of them at first, but I couldn't write fast enough to keep up with your reckless spending. Zhang Hangxiao, in public, you are Xiao Peak's brilliant fourth senior brother. But in reality, you're nothing more than a parasite feeding off your junior sister. A storm of murmurs erupted among the disciples. And before Zhang Hangxiao could react, Li Qingran's sword was already at the ready. Very well. Draw your sword. Zhang Hangxiao, the top-ranked disciple in Qingyun sect's mission records, was undeniably powerful. Although he indulged in gambling and pleasure, his talent was remarkable. At not even 30, he had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Within Xiao Peak, he was slightly older than Mu Bei's Huang and Li Qingran, though his cultivation level was lower than that of Lu Changtian and others. However, he had always kept Li Qingran firmly under his thumb. Back when she was still on Xiao Peak, Zhang Hangxiao often used her as a sparring dummy, and she had never been able to defeat him. Both of them practiced Xiao Peak's signature sword technique, Little Formless Sword. Zhang Hangxiao had mastered the technique, while Li Qingran, having joined Xiao Peak later and being neglected by deist Qingxian, had barely reached the entry-level stage after 3 years. Facing Zhang Hangxiao, whose swordsmanship, inner strength, and cultivation level were all superior, it was impossible for Li Qingran to feel no pressure. Yet, she held her Suxian sword firmly. Li Qingran, I heard from senior brother that you managed to cultivate to Qi refinement perfection despite your shattered danion. Impressive perseverance. If only you had worked this hard back when you were on Xiao Peak. But back then, you wasted your days fooling around. Now that you finally want to improve, it's too late. Zhang Hangxiao instinctively reached for his flying sword, only to grasp at empty air. Only then did he remember he had already gifted his preferred sword to Mu Bei's Huang. Now, he was left with nothing but a low-grade artifact sword, a dull, worn blade he usually used for chopping vegetables. He pressed his lips together but still pulled it out. Against Li Qingran, even this broken sword would be enough. Li Qingran, I'm at mid-stage foundation establishment. If I fight you at full power, it wouldn't be fair. So, I'll suppress my cultivation to Qi refinement perfection, just like you. Zhang Hangxiao pointed his sword at Li Qingran, tilting his chin arrogantly. Not far away, deist Qingxian twitched slightly, his face darkening further. This idiot. Even if Zhang Hangxiao suppressed his cultivation, Li Qingran still had no spiritual root due to her shattered danion. If he wanted to make it look fair, he should have suppressed his cultivation to mid-stage Qi refinement at most. How the hell did he end up recruiting such an embarrassing fool into Xiao Peak? Sect Master Wu Duantian understood deist Qingxian well. This elder cared deeply about his reputation. Seeing deist King Xuan's face turning black as coal, Wu Duantian figured that once today's ordeal was over, Zhang Hangxiao would likely be sent to reflect in the Cliff of Penitence for 6 months. Alpha N. However, Li Qingran did not respond to Zhang Hangxiao's taunts. Instead, she drew her sword, a flash of cold lightning as she charged straight at him. Junior sister, your first stance, frightening the branches, is still lacking. Zhang Hangxiao laughed, leaping into the air as his sword slashed downward. 3 illusory sword shadows converged toward Li Qingran, one of Little Formless Sword's deadliest moves, Solitary Goose Shadow. In the past, Li Qingran had lost to this very attack countless times. But today, it no longer felt so difficult to deal with. Even though Zhang Hangxiao had suppressed his cultivation, his mastery of the sword technique remained lethal. Yet, in Li Qingran's eyes, his movements seemed slower than before. Why? Is it because of my supreme grade danion? The moment the thought surfaced, she was certain of it. A supreme-grade danion was incredibly rare even in ancient times, it was highly coveted. There was no way it wouldn't have special abilities. Her thoughts flashed by in an instant. She locked onto Zhang Hangxiao's real body amidst the sword shadows. Clang! Their swords clashed. Zhang Hangxiao's smug expression froze. He had aimed straight for Li Qingran's weakness, attacking with an unstoppable killing move. But it missed. On the ground, a broken blade lay motionless. He lowered his gaze. His own sword had been severed in half at novel bin at. A low-grade artifact sword was destroyed in a single strike. Zhang Hangxiao looked at Li Qingran in disbelief. She stood a few steps away, sword in hand, a faint frosty mist curling around the blade. The sword's jet-black body gleamed under the light. Its pure white hilt contrasted starkly against the red tassel swaying in the wind. That wasn't her original sword. That sword is no ordinary weapon. Wu Duantian squinted slightly. If I'm not mistaken, that sword is at least a top-tier artifact. The chilling aura running down its blade suggests it's one of the finest even among top-tier artifacts. With further nurturing, it could easily develop a sword spirit, elevating it to the level of a true spiritual weapon. Deist Qingxuan's expression darkened as his fingers tensed on his sword hilt, his teeth grinding audibly. He wanted nothing more than to cut Zhang Hangxiao down himself. Earlier, he had felt embarrassed when Zhang Hangxiao used his full cultivation level against a chi refinement cultivator. Now, he felt even more humiliated watching Zhang Hangxiao's sword shatter in one strike. And if Zhang Hangxiao actually lost, that would be an even bigger disgrace. Forget about artifacts, weapons were part of a cultivator's strength. But this Suxian sword was definitely overpowered. For a nascent soul cultivator, this quasi-spiritual weapon was ordinary. But for a chi refinement or foundation establishment cultivator, it was a priceless treasure. Who was this mysterious benefactor? What was his connection to Li Qingran? Why would he go to such lengths to help her? Or was it that, to him, a mere top-tier artifact sword was nothing worth caring about? While Deist Qingxuan's thoughts were in turmoil, the battle on the Grand Square had already shifted dramatically. With his weapon destroyed, Zhang Hangxiao didn't dare to clash directly with Li Qingran. With a longer reach, her flying sword made up for her weaknesses in technique. Zhang Hangxiao tried to drag out the fight, hoping to exhaust Li Qingran's spiritual qi. But as time passed, he was the one running out of energy. Impossible? Before, she would have long since exhausted her spiritual qi. Seeing Li Qingran fighting fiercely without any signs of fatigue, Zhang Hangxiao's mind wavered. A fatal mistake. Li Qingran did not waste the opportunity. Her sword technique suddenly shifted from a cautious approach to an overwhelming assault. Her robes fluttered like a dancing butterfly. Little formless sword, ninth stance, dancing shadows beneath the trees. Her wrist trembled. Her sword seemed to split into countless light fragments, each precisely aimed at a vital point. She felt it completely now. This supreme-grade danion wasn't just improving her spiritual qi capacity. It was enhancing her comprehension as well. Li Qingran's heart grew warm. She knew how precious that elixir had been. Yet Senior had given it to her without hesitation. Senior, I won't let you down. Li Qingran, don't push your luck. Zhang Hangxiao roared. He unleashed his full power, restoring his foundation establishment cultivation. But at that moment, Li Qingran's sword struck. Blades of golden light rained down. A miserable scream rang out. Zhang Hangxiao's body was sent flying, rolling across the dust-covered ground, his chest and limbs covered in deep sword wounds, blood seeping from every cut. 3 steps away, Li Qingran sheathed her sword and stood tall. Fourth senior brother, no, Zhang Hangxiao, you lost. Li Qingran looked at Zhang Hangxiao, who lay motionless on the ground. The pent-up frustration in her chest instantly dissipated, leaving her feeling lighter than ever. The entire Sect square had fallen into an eerie silence. Everyone stared in shock. Li Qingran's spiritual qi fluctuation was clearly at qi refinement perfection. Yet a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator like Zhang Hangxiao had lost to her? Yes, Zhang Hangxiao had only removed his self-imposed suppression at the last moment. Yes, his flying sword had broken. But still he shouldn't have lost so easily. Even Sect Master Wu Duantian was baffled. He stiffly turned his neck to look at Deist Qingxian and asked, Elder Qingxian, was Li Qingran really crippled, her spiritual root removed, her danion destroyed? At the time, he had thought such a punishment was a bit extreme. But since each peak handled its own affairs, and Deist Qingxian was the strongest cultivator in the sect, even having ties to ancestor King Yun, Wu Duantian had turned a blind eye. Now, however, he felt utterly confused. His own personal disciple, Zhao Lingtian, had his danion destroyed once he had lost all combat ability. Any spiritual qi he cultivated would leak away, rendering him completely powerless. Yet Li Qingran, who had suffered the same fate, had defeated a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator? That was insane. Deist Qingxian glared at Li Qingran in silence. It wasn't just her combat strength that shocked him. It was her swordsmanship. He clearly remembered how Li Qingran had repeatedly asked him for guidance. But she had little talent for swordsmanship. No matter how many times he explained, she struggled to comprehend. Eventually, he grew impatient and told her to figure it out on her own or ask Li Qingran, our Nigerian Nairo Epsilon. When she had left Chixiao Peak, her little formless sword technique was only at entry-level mastery. Now, she had executed dancing shadows beneath the trees, the 9th stance. She had at least reached the level of sword mastery? That shouldn't be possible. Even though little formless sword was merely a mysterious grade technique, it still wasn't something one could master in just a few months. How had she advanced so quickly? Senior Brother Zhang. Fourth Senior Brother. At novel bin at. The Chixiao Peak disciples immediately rushed forward. Yun Zimo lifted Zhang Hengxiao's upper body, while Xiao Yaifeng shoved an elixir into his mouth, helping him regulate his breathing. Meanwhile, Mu Bei's Huang wept into Zhang Hengxiao's chest, tears streaming down her face. Senior Brother, this is my fault. I shouldn't have taken your sword. If you still had it, you wouldn't have ended up like this. But deep down, her thoughts were completely different. Good thing he gave me that sword. Otherwise, wouldn't it have been wasted? The sword in Li Qingran's hands was clearly something extraordinary. Even if Zhang Hengxiao had a better sword, he still would have lost. A surge of fear crept into Mu Beishuang's heart. What had happened to Li Qingran? Who was the powerful cultivator standing behind her? Could he see through her disguise? No. He must not discover her true identity? Their young lord's lifespan was nearing its end. She had to give everything she had to secure a chance of survival. Once the young lord broke through his bottleneck and reconnected with their ancestor, their faction would have a chance to rise again. She needed to keep a low profile. Calming herself, Mu Bei's Huang quickly withdrew from Zhang Hengxiao, hiding behind Li Qingran while pretending to sob. Li Qingran, don't you think you've gone too far? Li Qingran stepped forward, pointing at her coldly. No matter what, Zhang Hengxiao was once your senior brother. How could you be so ruthless? Ruthless. Li Qingran spread her hands, shaking her head. I am merely at chi refinement perfection, not foundation establishment perfection. Wounding him was already my limit. Are you suggesting that I somehow managed to injure him so severely that he fainted? Li Qingran opened his mouth then fell silent. He glanced at Zhang Hengxiao, who was supposedly unconscious. Zhang Hengxiao's face was bright red. Of course, Li Qingran immediately realized he was faking it. His injuries were serious, yes, but they weren't severe enough to knock him out. He was just too ashamed to face reality. Li Qingran, did your danion recover? After a long silence, Daoist Qingxian suddenly spoke. All the Chixiao Peak disciples froze. Even Mu Bei's Huang peered out from behind Li Qingran. Li Qingran nodded. Thanks to Senior's mercy, I was able to restore my danion. She casually tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, one hand resting lightly on her sword hilt. A faint blush crept up her ears. For the first time, her composure wavered slightly. Everyone was too focused on her words to notice her small moment of shyness. Everyone except Mu Bei's Huang. Women understood women best. Mu Bei's Huang didn't know what had happened to Li Qingran during this time, but she could tell. Li Qingran had feelings for that mysterious cultivator. This was bad. If that cultivator wanted Li Qingran for her Taiyan Dao body, how could Mu Bei's Huang possibly compete with such an old monster? She bit her lip, her mind spinning. Moments later, she came up with a plan. Senior Sister Qingran. Mu Bei's Huang stepped forward hesitantly, her voice timid. I heard from Master that restoring a danion requires an extremely rare elixir called the Primordial Heaven Mending Pill. It's been lost to time. Only such a pill could possibly heal a danion. Her tone was gentle, but her words were poisoned. What I'm saying is, Senior Sister, are you sure your danion is truly healed? What if some malicious person tricked you, gave you a false sense of recovery while secretly stealing something else from you? Shut up. Before she could finish speaking, a terrifying killing intent surged forth. It crushed her words back down her throat. Li Qingran's knuckles turned white as she gripped Su Xian's sword, her body trembling slightly. Senior's kindness is as vast as the heavens. How dare you slander him? Mu Bei's Huang turned pale, frantically waving her hands. I'm sorry, Senior Sister, I was just worried about you. Xing! A sharp sword hum answered her. Li Qingran's blade flashed. A cold streak of light shot toward Mu Beishuang's throat. She didn't move. Instead, she shut her eyes, looking utterly helpless. She knew someone would block the attack before it landed. That way, she wouldn't reveal her true strength. Clang! The strike was indeed blocked. When she opened her eyes, Yun Zimo was standing in front of her. The third senior brother, who had once protected Li Qingran, was now glaring at her with hatred and disgust. How ironic. But Li Qingran didn't care anymore. She no longer lived for anyone else. She was herself Li Qingran. She brushed a finger over the red tassel of Su Xian's sword, memories flashing through her mind. A cold smirk curled her lips. Yun Zimo, since you've stepped forward, let's start with you. The reckoning continues. Oh, you want to duel me? Yun Zimo raised an eyebrow and let out a cold laugh. I'm not like fourth brother. I won't suppress my cultivation. Against someone as arrogant and disrespectful as you, I have no reason to hold back. Even if my realm completely overwhelms you, I won't feel the slightest shame. Like Zhang Hengxiao, Yun Zimo was at mid-stage foundation establishment, but he had far superior resources. Zhang Hengxiao spent spirit stones as soon as he earned them, while Yun Zimo saved them, accumulating wealth and knowledge. On top of that, he dabbled in artifact refinement and formation techniques, making him far more difficult to deal with than an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Li Qingran, however, remained unfazed. She locked eyes with him and asked, Third senior brother, are you afraid? Don't try to provoke me. I won't fall for it. Yun Zimo retrieved a flying sword from his storage bag, his gaze lingering on Su Xian's sword before he sneered. Your sword is impressive, but unlike fourth brother, I won't lose because of my weapon. I have plenty of swords. But Li Qingran ignored him, instead turning to Sect Master Wu Duantian. She cupped her fists and spoke loudly. Sect Master, Qingyun Sect upholds the principle, only virtue may flourish, evil must never be tolerated. To slander others, to conspire against one's fellow disciples, such acts are grave crimes within the sect. Is that correct? Wu Duantian, lost in thoughts about elixirs that could restore danion injuries, was caught off guard by the sudden question. It took him a moment to react. That is correct. Yunzimo's expression flickered a barely perceptible flash of panic. But he quickly regained his composure. What could she possibly have on him? She had no evidence. All he had to do was deny everything. Li Qingran glanced at him briefly before turning back to Wu Duantian. And what is the punishment for such crimes? Wu Duantian narrowed his eyes, stroking his beard as he answered. For false accusations and defamation, the offender is given a verbal warning by the law enforcement hall. A repeat offense results in exile to the Cliff of Penitence Alpha OES. For conspiring to harm a fellow disciple, however, the punishment is severe. If proven true, the offender shall have their tongue cut out, eyes gouged, and molten iron poured into their ears. Treatment is forbidden for 1 month as a lesson to all. Even though cultivators could eventually heal from such injuries, the agony of such punishment was unimaginable. A month of complete blindness, deafness, and silence trapped in endless darkness and suffering. It was a punishment feared by all. Li Qingran listened calmly, then once again bowed. Sect Master, Yunzimo, the third personal disciple of Xiao Peak, conspired with an outer sect elder to frame and persecute his fellow disciple. Since Qingyun Sect is a prestigious sect, it surely won't ignore such a crime, will it? Her words sent a wave of shock through the crowd. She hadn't explicitly named anyone, but everyone knew what she meant. Yunzimo gritted his teeth in fury, but his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. He knew, if this blew up, the consequences would be dire. But as long as he denied everything, she had no proof. He could still get away with it. Scoundrel, you actually did such a thing. Deist Qingxian slammed the table, his sword flashing into his hands as he glared at Yunzimo. His half-black, half-white hair whipped in the wind, his rage uncontrollable. But at that moment, tisk. I told you to sit down. That ethereal presence swept through the air once more. A command, undeniable. Deist Qingxuan's veins bulged in frustration. After 3 deep breaths, he reluctantly sheathed his sword. He couldn't afford to provoke this person. If this mysterious expert had truly refined an elixir capable of restoring a shattered danion, then he was at least fusion realm or above. Even if every elder in the sect joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance. Unless Ancestor Qingyun emerged from seclusion. But disturbing the ancestor in the middle of his breakthrough attempt was out of the question. For now, he had to endure it. Wu Duanation's expression hardened. This situation was serious. If Li Qingran hadn't spoken up, he never would have known. Normally, he would have swept it under the rug for the sake of keeping peace between sect members. But today, that mysterious expert was watching. And more importantly at novel bin at. He still wanted to ask for a way to restore Zhao Lingtian's danion. Yunzimo, Wu Duanation's gaze turned icy. Is what Li Qingran said true? The late nascent soul pressure locked onto Yunzimo like a predator's jaws. A chill ran down his spine. But he forced himself to remain calm. Sect Master, I swear I never did such a thing. This is a slanderous accusation. Wu Duantian narrowed his eyes. He already suspected the truth. Li Qingran, if you were expelled from Qingyun Sect because of this, I will personally see that justice is served. But in all matters, evidence is required. Do you have proof? Proof? Li Qingran almost laughed aloud. Wu Duantian wasn't asking this for her sake. He was asking for the sake of the mysterious cultivator behind her. If she hadn't had senior support, she wouldn't have gotten anything today. She took a deep breath. I do have proof. The day I was expelled, I sought out an outer disciple involved in the scheme. I paid him 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to reveal the truth. Since I was already being forced out of the sect, and he had nothing to lose, he confessed everything. Li Qingran's gaze swept across the hall, pausing briefly on Yunzimo and the other Xiao Peak disciples. At the time, she could have exposed Yunzimo before leaving, but she hadn't. Because she had still held on to hope. She had still believed in brotherhood. She had still believed she might one day return. Only when Zhang Hangxiao had thrown her into that filthy shack had she finally understood. Xiao Peak was no longer worth hoping for. Her heart grew firm. Her voice carried the weight of the past. And he made me swear an oath before he spoke. If I ever broke that promise, then I would suffer 1,000 swords through the heart. As soon as the words left her lips, shing! A phantom sword pierced through her chest from behind. Her face went deathly pale. A single trail of blood dripped from her lips, falling onto the stone ground with an eerie plop. Her hands trembled as she clutched her chest, barely staying upright with her sword. Shing! 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 More phantom swords rained down, stabbing into her body. A horrific pain like 1,000 insects devouring her nerves spread through her. Ugh! She coughed up mouthfuls of blood, crimson staining the ground. Yet, she did not make a single sound of pain. Silence filled the sect square. Everyone stared in utter disbelief. Within just 2 breaths of time, countless swords had impaled her body. Pinned down, her long black hair draped onto the blood-soaked ground. She could no longer stand, only kneeling on one knee could keep her from collapsing completely. Glowing Daoist script circled the blades. 1,000 swords through the heart. The Dao had answered her oath. Help! Help! Someone, hurry up and save her. What the hell? The game never mentioned a plot kill for the female lead. Outside the game, Chen Huayan was dumbfounded as he watched Li Qingran instantly turn into a bloodied mess. For a brief moment, he wondered if he simply hadn't recharged enough. Frantically tapping his already battered phone screen, the cracks spread even further. Sweat dripped down his face as he anxiously waited for a recharge prompt to appear. Meanwhile, the entire Qingyun sect was in shock. Among the crowd, one disciple's face turned pale with disbelief. Never in his life did he expect Li Qingran to use a Dao oath as proof of her sincerity. That was 10,000 swords piercing the heart. A single misstep, and it could become an eternal shadow on her cultivation path, preventing her from ever advancing again. Back in the real world, just as Chen Huayan was about to lose his mind, the game's paywall mechanics, though delayed, finally arrived. A prompt appeared on the screen just before he could tap it to oblivion. Would you like to recharge 18 yen and 80 sen to purchase a celestial grade emerald creation pill to heal Li Qingran? Limited time offer Heartsuit. Buy. Without hesitation, Chen Huayan closed his eyes and confirmed the payment, not even noticing how surprisingly reasonable the price was this time. In the Kangyun realm, on the Grand Plaza of Qingyun Sect, Li Qingran, who was on the verge of passing out from pain, was suddenly supported by an invisible force. Then, before everyone's eyes, an ornate brocade box emerged from the void behind her. The box opened, revealing a jade-green elixir. The moment it was exposed, a rich medicinal fragrance spread in all directions. Those standing close felt their spiritual chi circulation quicken, and their unhealed wounds tingled with an itching sensation. Even those further away felt invigorated and refreshed. Before anyone could savor the intoxicating aroma, the elixir flew toward Li Qingran, transforming into a streak of green light that entered her body with her breath. In an instant, it spread throughout her entire being. Emerald Creation Pill? This must be the Emerald Creation Pill. Sect Master Wu Duantian was the first to react. Over the past few days, he'd tried every rare pill imaginable to restore Zhao Lingtian's shattered danion. Among them was the Emerald Creation Pill, which was said to pull people back from the gates of hell. Epsilon. However, the pill he had given Zhao Lingtian never emitted such an overwhelming medicinal fragrance. And the one he just saw was entirely flawless, translucent like jade, without a single impurity. The answer was obvious. And it's a celestial grade Emerald Creation Pill. Wu Duantian was utterly shaken. Master, is this pill really that powerful? Wu Duantian shot a glance at Zhao Lingtian and snapped, the Emerald Creation Pill starts at a minimum of 5th grade. This one has reached celestial grade. You tell me, what grade does that make it? Zhao Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. A mortal grade Emerald Creation Pill was already 5th grade. Then a celestial grade one must be at least 4th or even 3rd grade. And they were using such a divine pill just to relieve Li Qingran's pain? She was hurting, not dying? Zhao Lingtian felt his heart bleeding. The elders of various peaks looked on with mixed emotions as the emerald green glow enveloped Li Qingran's body. Such a pill. They would only use it when their lives were at stake. How could it be wasted like this? In the crowd, Elder Wang Chuanhe, drenched in cold sweat, sensed imminent disaster. He was doomed, there was no way around it. Who would have thought Li Qingran would be so reckless, shattering a Dao oath like it was nothing? With Wu Duanation's temperament, Wang Chuanhe's position as an elder was undoubtedly lost. Worse, he'd likely suffer brutal punishment, gouging out his eyes and cutting out his tongue. And even more terrifying, would the mysterious cultivator backing Li Qingran let him go? Would Wu Duantian offer him up as a sacrifice to curry favor? The more he thought, the more terrified he became. Wang Chuanhe's gaze darkened. Right now, everyone's attention is on that disciple. The mysterious cultivator must also be focused on her safety. This is the perfect moment to strike. No more hesitation. Kill or be killed. With a flick of his hand, Wang Chuanhe hurled his flying sword forward and immediately leaped onto it. The mountains remain, the rivers flow. I'm out of here. However, he hadn't even flown 2 steps before. Boom! A dozen golden talismans chased after him at an even greater speed at Novel bin at. Out of nowhere, thunder roared across the cloudless sky. Before Wang Chuanhe could react, he was struck head-on. His body charred black as he plummeted from the sky. Back in the real world, Chen Huayan calmly stuffed the remaining Thunderfire talismans back into his inventory. He flexed his numb fingers and silently took credit for the kill. Wang Chuanhe, merely at golden core perfection, couldn't possibly withstand the barrage. While it wasn't enough to kill him outright, after getting repeatedly electrocuted, he was nothing more than crispy on the outside, mushy on the inside. Even standing up was impossible. Wu Duantian was equally stunned, quickly ordering disciples to restrain Wang Chuanhe. His wariness toward the mysterious cultivator grew. The Thunderfire talismans had been thrown in handfuls, some were even supreme grade. That meant their backer had plentiful resources. Could they be an ancient hidden expert from another sect? That would be troublesome. At that moment, Yun Zimo stepped forward and knelt before Wu Duantian and Daoist Qingxian, his face filled with remorse. Master, sect leader, this disciple has sinned. I was simply angered by Li Qingran hurting my junior sister, which led me to act recklessly. But no matter the reason, I violated sect rules. I am willing to accept punishment. Foolish brat. Daoist Qingxian was trembling with rage. His face turned red with humiliation. Red Mist Peak was now the laughingstock of Qingyun Sect. And when the old ancestor came out of closed-door cultivation, he'd surely be furious. But with so many eyes watching, he didn't dare act rashly. He had never felt so utterly stifled. Wu Duantian stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming as he smiled faintly. The real problem here is Wang Chuanhe. Without his involvement, you wouldn't have been able to do anything. Yun Zimo's heart soared with joy. If the sect master said so, then the main punishment would fall on Wang Chuanhe. That meant his own punishment would be lighter? But then, Wu Duantian spoke coldly. Wang Chuanhe, stripped of his elder status, eyes gouged, tongue cut, ears filled with molten iron, and exiled to the Cliff of Repentance for 6 months. Yun Zimo, same punishment, but for 3 months. However, since you confessed, you'll get 2 extra vegetable leaves with your meals. As for the others involved, face the wall at Cliff of Repentance. Yun Zimo's face twisted in horror. Wasn't this just as bad? Wu Duantian ignored the chaos and turned to Li Qingran, who had just regained consciousness. With a gentle smile, he asked, "Qingran, my judgment, are you satisfied?" The Emerald Creation Pill was precious not only because it healed injuries but also because it alleviated pain. For cultivators facing life and death situations, the wounds themselves weren't always the deadliest threat, it was often the pain-induced debilitating states that proved fatal. A celestial-grade Emerald Creation Pill almost entirely nullified pain, making even the agony of 10,000 swords piercing the heart feel negligible. Li Qingran gazed at the ethereal green glow enveloping her body. She gently squeezed her wrist, her eyes lowering. Once again, she owed the senior a great favor. But she had already lost count of how many debts she had accumulated, so many that she no longer knew how to repay them. "Senior, it's fine. Just a pill. Handle the situation at hand first." A mystical voice echoed in her ears, audible only to her. "Qingran, are you satisfied with my decision?" Wu Duanation's voice rang out as he turned to face her. In the corner of her vision, Yun Zimo was already being dragged away by 2 disciples to the enforcement hall for punishment. Indeed, even the cruelest punishment, gouged out eyes, severed tongue, molten iron poured into the ears, paled in comparison to what she had endured. Without the senior, Wu Duantian would have likely given Yun Zimo nothing more than a slap on the wrist out of consideration for deist Qingxian. She should have pressed for harsher retribution. But thinking of the senior standing behind her, she let it go. Sect Master Wu is righteous and impartial. I naturally admire and respect his judgment. Li Qingran gave a deep bow, signaling her acceptance of the verdict. Wait. A cold voice suddenly reverberated through the void. Qingran is satisfied. But I am not. Wu Duanation's smile froze. His hand, mid-stroke on his beard, hesitated, neither lowering nor raising. He cautiously inquired toward the empty air. May I ask what your excellency thinks should be done?" Obviously, execution on the spot. Sitting cross-legged on his sofa, Chen Huayan was vigorously petting his cat with one hand while pressing a communication talisman with the other. "Who knows if you're actually going to punish him at the enforcement hall or just pretend? I can't see it. Seeing is believing. Hearing is deception." A pause followed. Then, the ethereal voice spoke again. "Justice must not be hidden. Law must not show favoritism. If punishment is not carried out publicly, how can it serve as a deterrent? Therefore, the sentence shall be executed immediately." Li Qingran was momentarily stunned. A warmth spread in her heart. The senior, a man as pure as the heavens, surely didn't wish to witness such gruesome brutality. No, he merely feared that her hard-fought justice might be manipulated behind closed doors. He wanted to ensure that those who had wronged her would truly face the consequences. Wu Duantian let out a breath of relief at novel bin at. For a moment, he had feared the mysterious cultivator would demand Yun Zimo be expelled from King Yun Sect or even outright killed. That was beyond his authority. Expelling a personal disciple required consultation with the elders, especially since the elder in question was deist Qingxian. But immediate punishment? That was no issue at all. He shot a glance at the 2 enforcement hall disciples holding Yun Zimo. In truth, every month, Wu Duantian led the disciples to the Cliff of Repentance to visit the punished, using their suffering as a lesson to others. Since the mysterious cultivator insisted on immediate punishment, he wouldn't argue. At most, it would just make deist Qingxian lose face. And he didn't care about that at all. The enforcement hall disciples dragged Yun Zimo back to the center of the plaza. One held him still, while the other pulled out a sharp hook. Given cultivators' enhanced regenerative abilities, there was no need to sterilize the hook with fire. A piercing scream rang through the air. Several King Yun Sect disciples averted their gazes in discomfort. In the middle of the plaza, Yun Zimo's tongue was gone, his empty eye sockets bled profusely, and he could only let out a broken, guttural howl toward the sky. "Alpha. The molten iron must be prepared on the spot. It will take some time." Wu Duanation's words were directed at Li Qingran, but everyone knew they were meant for the mysterious cultivator behind her. All eyes turned to Li Qingran, as if she were now the mouthpiece of the mysterious master. Zhang Hangxiao continued playing dead. Lu Changtian and Xiao Yaifeng's faces were ashen, but they didn't dare plead for Yun Zimo. They instinctively stood on either side of Mu Bei's Huang, shielding her from the horrific scene. With so many gazes on her, Li Qingran felt a bit uneasy. The senior hadn't spoken, and she couldn't speak on his behalf. So she simply clutched her Suxian sword and counted ants on the ground. "Qingran, what do you think?" The gentle voice suddenly sounded. Li Qingran's face flushed crimson. She froze for a second before forcing herself to stay calm. "I believe, this is already enough. Deist Qingxian snorted coldly, his face dark. Wu Duantian, on the other hand, straightened his beard and grinned like a mediator. The time was right. He turned toward the mysterious presence and bowed. Forgive my shamelessness, but I have a humble request. Since your excellency was able to restore Li Qingran's danion, I wonder if you might also help my direct disciple. Wu Duantian stepped aside, revealing Zhao Lingtian. With a bitter smile, he said, this child is brilliant and kind-hearted, a rare talent. But his danion was destroyed by a demonic cultivator. I cannot bear to see him wither away, forever stuck at this bottleneck. Li Qingran lifted her head, her blush fading into icy coldness. Primordial heaven-mending pill. She finally understood how precious the opportunity the senior had given her was. A pill of such caliber even for the senior must have been hard to obtain. And now, Wu Duantian opened his mouth and asked for one outright. Did he think he was entitled to it? Was he planning to use her to pressure the senior? At the same time, on Chen Huayan's screen, a prompt appeared. Sect Master Wu Duantian requests an opportunity primordial heaven-mending pill. Please choose an action. You think you're worthy? Get lost? This matter shall wait until the current issue is resolved. Fine. A mere pill means nothing to me. You may have one. Lose one primordial heaven-mending pill. If none in inventory, forcibly deduct 1 million yen or 100 spirit crystals. Chen Huayan's finger hovered over a choice. He nearly clicked immediately. But then, his eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. Chen Huayan had almost chosen the first option, an outright rejection. But after thinking it through, he hesitated. First, the primordial heaven-mending pill was worth at least 100,000 spirit stones per pill. Second, the fortune carp pool currently didn't have any left in stock. And third, the system prompt implied that the true price of this pill was far beyond just 100,000. Moreover, this was just a regular primordial heaven-mending pill, not even a celestial grade 1. If he outright rejected Wu Duanatian's request, what if King Yun's sect collectively lost their minds and went berserk? Sure, his cultivation base at nascent soul perfection could wipe the floor with their late-stage nascent soul cultivators, but he couldn't protect Li Qingran. And sects like this always had hidden depths. Who knew if some ancient fossil was meditating in seclusion, just waiting to step out and annihilate him? His left hand, which had been rubbing his cat's head, now began furiously kneading. This wasn't unnecessary paranoia. In games like this, plot choices always affected the game's trajectory. A wrong move, and he could trigger a bad ending. And what then? Restart the game with a new virtual girlfriend? That wouldn't be his Li Qingran. After a brief hesitation, he tapped the second option. Let's set this matter aside for now. Once Qingran's situation is resolved, we'll find time to discuss it in detail. The mystical voice was calm and authoritative, naturally convincing. Wu Duantian immediately realized he had been too hasty. He quickly bowed and apologized. You're absolutely right. Qingran's well-being comes first. It was my mistake for not focusing on what truly matters. He didn't expect an immediate answer anyway. To him, a cultivator capable of refining the primordial heaven-mending pill wouldn't play mind games, they'd likely just negotiate a price later. And if curing Zhao Lingtian's danion cost him his entire fortune, so what? It was worth it. Li Qingran wanted to remind the senior of Wu Duanatian's intentions, but she never got the chance. Instead, his voice gently reassured her. Patience. I have my own plan. Her worries instantly melted away. So the senior had been aware all along. She had worried for nothing. Taking a deep breath, she felt a wave of self-doubt. Someone like him who appeared young but was undoubtedly ancient had walked paths far longer than she had even lived. What right did she have to worry for him? If anything, he was the one reassuring her. It was so wrong of her. Her ears turned red at the thought. She hurriedly shoved away her scattered emotions and lifted her gaze. Her eyes landed on Xiao Yaifeng, the second disciple of Chixiao Peak. Xiao Yaifeng had been comforting Mu Bei's Huang when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Turning his head, he met Li Qingran's cold gaze. His scalp went numb. Memories surfaced in his mind. Li Qingran had always been submissive, enduring mistreatment without complaint. Even during painful experiments, she would pretend not to care. Even when she was beaten half to death by medicine-stealing demon sparrows, she would laugh it off. She had admired his talent for alchemy, or rather he had assumed she admired his talent. Somewhere along the way, asking her to test medicine and tend to his spiritual fields had shifted from a request to a demand. He had taken it for granted. He had occasionally tossed her useless pills as a reward, believing that was enough. But was it? Senior brother, what's wrong? Xiao Yaifeng snapped out of his thoughts. His hand was grasped by a cool, soft hand Mu Beishuang's. She looked at him with tear-filled eyes, her face pale from fear and grief. She had been crying since hearing Yun Zimo's screams. Yet even now, despite her terror, she still tried to comfort him. And he was hesitating? What was there to fear? Xiao Yaifeng's resolve returned. He failed to notice the faint red mist swirling deep in Mu Beishuang's pupils at Novel bin Adat. Nearby, Deist Qingxian, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly glanced towards Xiao Yaifeng. A flicker of doubt crossed his face. Just now, that aura. No, impossible. His disciples had all been carefully selected. At most, their personalities had some issues. Still, he made a mental note of that fleeting presence, just in case. Li Qingran, why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Yaifeng stepped forward, his chest puffed out. What have I ever done to wrong you? Don't forget how many pills I've given you. Oh, you mean the fasting pills, the insect-repelling pills, the laxative pills. Li Qingran counted on her fingers, sending the surrounding Qingyun sect disciples into uproarious laughter. Xiao Yaifeng's face turned red as a baboon's backside. Li Qingran's eyes turned frigid, and she continued. Oh, and let's not forget the pill you disguised as a great recovery pill. The one that filled my body with fire poison, burning me alive for 93 days. Do you know what it's like to be in constant agony, unable to eat, unable to sleep, unable even to walk? You truly are Xiao Peak's proud second disciple. Truly, my good senior brother. Xiao Yaifeng's expression twisted. He had expected Li Qingran to bring this up. During the sect tournament, when Mu Bei's Huang was injured and Li Qingran was beaten to near death, he had been the only one to visit her in her cave dwelling. Epsilon. Back then, he had pretended to give her a great recovery pill. But in reality it was a poisonous dud. He had watched her eat it, watched her collapse in agony within minutes. He had even mocked her for it. But, could she prove it? What would she do? Swear a Dao oath again? Was she truly so reckless? Did she not fear a damaged fate, shattered fortune, and an early death? Ha, junior sister, I am merely a 7th grade alchemist. Even with my talent, I cannot guarantee that every pill is completely purified of toxins. And you, how do you plan to prove that I deliberately poisoned you? Xiao Yaifeng crossed his arms and smirked. You test medicines all the time. Your body is as sensitive as mine to alchemical properties. If there really was fire poison, wouldn't you have noticed? I think you're just ungrateful biting the hand that feeds you. You've lost your mind, turning against the people who helped you. Li Qingran stared at him, nausea rising in her stomach. She had once admired him. Now, he was nothing but filth. But, she had no direct evidence. And then, a cold snort echoed from the void. Interesting. Xiao Yaifeng, tell me, does an alchemist always know if their pill contains fire poison? Xiao Yaifeng froze. Of course they did. It was basic knowledge. So he nodded confidently. Of course. Good. Then let's put your skills to the test. 10 brocade boxes flew out of the void, each containing a basic great recovery pill. Xiao Yaifeng's heart pounded. What was the senior planning? Here are 10 basic great recovery pills. 9 of them contain fire poison. You have 1 incense stick's time to identify the one pure pill. If you succeed, I'll consider this matter settled. Xiao Yaifeng's eyes swept over the pills. Low-quality pills often had visible black spots when contaminated with fire poison. At a glance, none of these pills showed any abnormalities. He quickly realized. The senior behind Li Qingran was setting a trap for him. These pills had been deliberately camouflaged, impossible to distinguish with the naked eye alone. But was he just an ordinary alchemist? Xiao Yaifeng smirked. With his innate Yumu spiritual root, he had a natural affinity for alchemy. His sense of smell alone allowed him to discern the ingredients of simple pills. But even stronger was his taste. He could detect pill toxins that even high-stage cultivators wouldn't notice. No one here was better suited for this test than him. Senior, if I successfully identify the poisoned pills, what then? Instead of accepting immediately, he looked toward the void behind Li Qingran. Today, he would avenge Yun Zimo, Zhang Hangxiao, and Mu Bei's Huang. He would redeem Xiao Peak's reputation. If you succeed, I will let this matter rest. Xiao Yaifeng frowned slightly. What was the senior's relationship with Li Qingran, that he would forgive and forget on her behalf? But he kept his questions to himself. He bowed respectfully but with a hint of defiance. Senior, if I prove my skill, I ask that you personally heal my fellow disciples and plead with Sect Master Wu to revoke Yun Zimo's punishment. Wu Duanation's expression darkened. This brat had some nerve trying to negotiate terms with a mysterious powerhouse. Meanwhile, Daoist Qingxian stroked his beard in satisfaction. He didn't believe Xiao Yaifeng had poisoned Li Qingran. And now, his disciple was proving himself to be bold and capable. This was the kind of disciple he had trained. Chen Huayan stared at the screen, calculating the odds. Chance of Xiao Yaifeng correctly identifying the untainted pill, 0%. A system evaluation. He let out a silent laugh. Is this guy an idiot? Well, if he wanted to dig his own grave, why stop him? Pressing his communication talisman, he smirked. Sure, no problem. In fact, I'll give you 3 tries. But if you fail all 3, you eat all 10 pills. Back in the Qingyun Sect Plaza, everyone waited anxiously for the mysterious voice's response. Xiao Yaifeng kept up his fearless act, but inside, he was panicking. Had he overstepped? Would this senior hold a grudge? After all, his words had been quite disrespectful. Agreed. The voice rang out, calm but imposing. You have 3 attempts. If you fail them all, you must consume every last pill. Xiao Yaifeng exhaled deeply in relief. A confident smile returned to his face. Senior is generous. I stand by my word. He stepped forward, standing before the 10 brocade boxes. At first, he sniffed each pill, his confidence unwavering. But as he repeated the process, his expression stiffened. His casual attitude was replaced by grim determination. The pills were identical. Their heat, structure, ingredient ratios, herb ages. Everything was perfectly uniform. That wasn't normal. What level of alchemy could produce such flawless replication? Xiao Yaifeng's forehead began to sweat. Daoist Qingxian, can Xiao Yaifeng handle this? Wu Duantian wasn't an alchemist, but seeing Xiao Yaifeng sniff and prod the pills so seriously, he felt hopeful. Deist Qingxian scoffed, barely opening his eyes. Of course. My disciple has innate Yuma spiritual root. This challenge is meaningless. Wu Duantian nodded, remembering how Xiao Yaifeng had originally applied to his peak, only to be snatched away by Deist Qingxian. He had been so angry, he lost 2 nights of sleep over it. Nearby, Li Qingran let out a sigh of relief. Cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage had virtually no poison resistance. If Xiao Yaifeng misidentified all 9 pills, consuming them could cripple him permanently. That old monster sure is ruthless, Li Qingran sneered, glaring at the void behind Li Qingran. If Li Qingran stays with someone this cruel, even if she succeeds, she'll be no better than a demonic cultivator. Behind him, Mu Bei's Huang rolled her eyes. Clearly, you've never met a real demonic cultivator. True demonic cultivators didn't play games. They would have poisoned all 10 pills, no hesitation. Time ticked away. Xiao Yaifeng had exhausted his sense of smell. Now, he was licking each pill, scraping powder, and cutting tiny slivers to inspect them. But the more he analyzed at novel bin at, the paler he became. The more lost he looked. Time's up. Have you chosen? A cold voice jolted him. Xiao Yaifeng flinched. He gulped, throat bobbing. Then, his gaze landed on one pill. His eyes hardened with resolve. This one. He pointed confidently at his choice. Chen Huayan watched as Xiao Yaifeng chose the Great Rejuvenation pill and immediately let out a cold laugh. He actually had an option to instantly swap pills for just 6 spirit stones per use. If Xiao Yaifeng somehow had heaven-defying luck and picked the one pill without pill poison, he could just pay to swap it with a poisoned one. But now, it seemed he wouldn't even need to spend the money. Xiao Yaifeng clearly wasn't blessed with extraordinary luck. The very first pill he picked was poisoned. Pressing down on the communication talisman, Chen Huayan sneered, since you picked one, go ahead and eat it. What are you standing there for? The outcome is set, take it and see. Xiao Yaifeng, what are you hesitating for? Deist Qingxian cast a glance at his second disciple. He was already eager to watch Xiao Yaifeng slap that mysterious person in the face. As for Xiao Yaifeng's constipated expression, he assumed it was just nerves from being too close to that mysterious cultivator. Yes, master. Xiao Yaifeng silently prayed to every immortal and deity he could think of, then clenched his teeth and swallowed the Great Rejuvenation pill in one gulp. The pill's medicinal power erupted instantly. Xiao Yaifeng groaned, clutching his chest as his face turned a deep purple red. His eyes were bloodshot, his breathing ragged like an ox, clear signs of pill poisoning. And not just mild poisoning. This was the full-strength, premium-grade poison. To prevent his meridians from being permanently damaged, he immediately sat cross-legged and began circulating his spiritual qi to suppress the toxins, using his wood attribute qi to gradually neutralize the poison. If it were a cultivator with any other spiritual root, they would have no choice but to take detoxification pills or beg a senior cultivator to help expel the poison. This. Wu Duantian glanced at Deist Qingxian beside him and saw that the elder's face had darkened again, so dark it was almost the same shade as his hat. His hands, hidden in his sleeves, were trembling with rage. You still have 2 more chances. A voice as calm as still water echoed from the void behind Li Qingran. All the Qingyun sect disciples and elders watching understood Xiao Yaifeng had failed his first attempt at identifying the correct pill. Suppressing the pill poison, Xiao Yaifeng opened his eyes, his expression grim. After a moment of hesitation, he cupped his hands toward the void behind Li Qingran and asked, Senior, if I may be so bold, are you certain that one of these 10 pills is truly untainted? Oh, are you implying that I'm lying to you? A cold snort rang out, followed by an overwhelming pressure. A fierce gust of wind swept past, grinding the stone steps around Xiao Yaifeng into dust. From the void, a voice thick with killing intent resounded. For that one sentence alone, I could kill you without needing any reason. Senior, I was wrong? Please quell your anger. Xiao Yaifeng immediately bowed his head, heart pounding. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced toward Deist Qingxian at novel bin at. Only to see his master standing there with his eyes coldly shut, as if ignoring the whole situation would make it disappear. Sect leader Wu Duantian, on the other hand, was watching Li Qingran with a beaming smile, as if admiring his own beloved daughter. No one was going to help him. Neither his master nor the sect leader was willing to offend that mysterious cultivator. He was on his own. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yaifeng steeled himself and picked a second pill. Another dose. And once again, the fire poison erupted within him. You have 1 chance left. Suppressing the poison, Xiao Yaifeng's trembling hand reached toward the remaining 8 pills. Before today, he had never imagined that fire poison corrosion could be this agonizing. It felt as if his entire meridians and bones were being scraped repeatedly by a brush embedded with steel needles. The pain wasn't constant, it came in unpredictable waves, slithering through his body like a venomous snake, never giving him a moment to adjust, never allowing him a single breath of relief. And this was with his wood attribute qi, which had natural detoxifying and suppressive properties. Oh yes, Li Qingran had none of that. So this was what Li Qingran had been enduring after being expelled from Chixiao Peak, this unending torment. The alchemical skills of this mysterious cultivator were truly terrifying. Even if he cheated by cutting off a sliver of each pill to taste, he still couldn't tell which one was safe. If that was the case, he might as well pick at random. Xiao Yaifeng shut his eyes and grabbed one blindly. TCH, this kid's got pretty good luck. He managed to pick the right one with an 1/8 of a chance. Chen Huayan sighed, then reluctantly paid 6 spirit stones. The moment his payment was processed, the pill in Xiao Yaifeng's hand was instantly swapped. The black cat beside him watched Chen Huayan with an eerie glint in its eyes. This brat keeps staring at that black box and talking to himself. Could he be mentally ill? Or, is that black box some kind of mind-controlling demonic artifact? Interesting, interesting. I wonder whether the demon behind that artifact is more sinister than me? Ha ha ha. Its tail curled high as if excited by the thought. Xiao Yaifeng swallowed his final chance. Once more, the fire poison erupted. The accumulated poison from the first 2 doses had already pushed his body to the limit. This third dose acted like a fuse, igniting the previous toxins and causing them to explode all at once. Ugh. Xiao Yaifeng's face turned pale as gold, then flushed bright red like a tide. He staggered back several steps before finally collapsing to his knees, vomiting a mouthful of black blood. Strangely, the black blood turned into mist upon contact with the air, filling the surroundings with the pungent stench of decayed medicine and tainted blood. The disciples standing nearby immediately covered their noses. At the center of the square, Xiao Yaifeng clutched his chest, trying to endure. But in the end, his body went rigid, then convulsed violently before he lost all strength and collapsed onto the ground. Deist Qingxian, it seems your disciple is not as brilliant as he thinks he is. A mocking chuckle echoed from the void. There are still 7 pills left. Will you feed them to him yourselves, or shall I do it? Chen Huayan felt no sympathy for Xiao Yaifeng. Li Qingran had endured this agony for 3 whole months. Her meridians had been burned black and rotted away by the poison. Compared to that, what Xiao Yaifeng was going through now was nothing. Senior, this disciple has already been punished enough. The fire poison corrosion in his body is extremely severe. Perhaps we should not force him to take the remaining 7 pills. Wu Duantian quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, sensing that Deist Qingxian was on the verge of exploding. Did I give you permission to speak? Sit down. You go too far. Deist Qingxian could no longer hold back. He stood abruptly, his sword pointed at Li Qingran. Don't think I don't know that all 10 of these pills were poisoned? My disciple had no chance of picking correctly. Even if you wanted revenge for Li Qingran, this is far too much. Besides, did my disciple really feed her a poisoned pill? Deist Qingxian. Li Qingran, face pale from enduring the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, stepped forward. Her cold, clear eyes locked onto her former master, filled with a sorrow so deep it seeped into her bones. The only pill I consumed after the Sect tournament was the great rejuvenation pill that Xiao Yaifeng gave me. You lie. Deist Qingxuan's eyes burned with fury. If I speak even a single falsehood, may the Dao itself strike me down. Li Qingran raised 3 fingers to the sky. Thunderclouds instantly gathered over Qingyun's sect. Streaks of lightning flickered ominously among the clouds, searching for a lie. Finding none, the storm dissipated. A single pill floated before Deist Qingxian. The ethereal voice spoke again. If you doubt me, why not try it yourself? Deist Qingxian hesitated. How do I know this pill? Before he could finish, the pill shot into his mouth. Eat. The moment the pill shot into Deist Qingxuan's mouth, 2 people visibly shuddered. One was sect leader Wu Duantian. The other was Chen Huayan, who sat frozen in front of his phone screen. Just now, the game had popped up a prompt. Would you like to actively hand the normal pill to Deist Qingxian? He had clicked yes. So, this was their interpretation of handing it over? That hardcore? Would this NPC really not fly into a rage? Was this going to trigger a bad end? Wu Duantian, meanwhile, was left in shock at how brutally direct Chen Huayan had been. A grand cultivator, shoving a pill straight into another person's mouth. Absolutely disgraceful. Utterly scandalous. And yet, delightfully satisfying. Li Qingran was completely dumbfounded. A single strand of hair on her forehead stood straight up in disbelief. Deist Qingxuan's throat bobbed as he involuntarily swallowed the great rejuvenation pill. Just as he was about to explode with rage, the pill's medicinal effects spread through his body pure, untarnished. Not a trace of pill poison. As the mysterious cultivator had said, there was no deceit. Xiao Yaifeng's miserable state was entirely self-inflicted. A complex storm of emotions surged through Deist Qingxuan's mind. His rage-fogged brain cleared a little. He couldn't possibly twist the truth now and claim the pill was poisoned. Everyone had just seen him take it. His reputation was already in tatters. Moreover, the mysterious cultivator's true cultivation level was still unknown, and they remained hidden in the shadows. If he attacked and ended up losing, he might as well leave Qingyun's sect forever. Fine. He'd endure this, one last time. Deist Qingxian took a deep breath. His stiff expression twitched, and he forced out a few words. Indeed, this great rejuvenation pill contains no poison. It seems I have failed in teaching my disciple properly, allowing him to make a fool of himself before Senior R. But my disciple, Xiao Yaifeng, has extraordinary talent in alchemy. Given time, he will surely achieve greatness. Perhaps one day, he will be able to seek guidance from Senior. His words were polite on the surface, but the hidden message was clear. 30 years east, 30 years west, the tides will turn. My disciple will surpass you one day. Chen Huayan instantly caught the meaning. He scoffed at novel bin at. By the time your disciple has achieved anything, I'll have already poured enough money into Qingran to make her a sword immortal. Master, there's no need to wait that long. I'll challenge her today. A series of steady footsteps echoed through the square. The crowd turned to look. Li Qingran ascended the steps, stopping before Li Qingran. Slowly, he drew his sword from its sheath. His aura surged, his sharp gaze locking onto her. Li Qingran, the first disciple of Chixiao Peak. Foundation Establishment Peak. Among cultivators under 30, this was already considered heaven-defying talent. The two stared each other down in silence, their tension taut as a drawn bowstring. Li Qingran's robes billowed, as if filled with an unseen wind. His deep pupils burned with anger and hatred, yet as his aura reached its peak, he suddenly suppressed it. He lowered his cultivation level to Qi Refinement 7th layer. Shimei, I am still willing to call you my junior sister. But I am speaking to the you of the past, not the despicable person you've become. If not for you, Zhang Hangxiao, Yunzimo, and Xiao Yaifeng wouldn't be so gravely injured. Chixiao Peak and Master wouldn't have suffered such disgrace. Li Qingran slowly unsheathed Suxian, its tip angled toward Li Qingran. In the sword's polished reflection, her frost-covered eyes gleamed coldly. I do not wish to call you senior brother. The day I fell from the dueling platform, Li Qingran was already dead. You hurt junior sister Mu Bei's Huang. This is your just punishment. If I had truly intended to harm Mu Bei's Huang, none of you would have been able to stop me. I was in Foundation Establishment. She was in Qi Refinement. What made you think that if I wanted to kill her, any of you could have stopped me? The elders and the sect leader weren't there. It was just you lot and a mere golden core outer sect elder. Enough excuses? Let's see if your sword is as sharp as your tongue. Li Qingran lunged forward. His sword gleamed like fresh snow, exuding a chilling aura. Frost-gathering snow. A move frequently used by Mu Bei's Huang. It came from the lesser non-phase sword style, the same style Mu Bei's Huang had used against Li Qingran in the past. That day, Mu Bei's Huang had been at Qi Refinement 7th layer. So now, Li Qingran had restricted himself to Qi Refinement 7th layer. He had mastered every move of the lesser non-phase sword. Every technique Mu Bei's Huang had used that day, he would use them all. To see for himself whether Li Qingran's claim was true, that if she had wanted to, they wouldn't have been able to stop her. Li Qingran instantly understood his intent. She evaded the sweeping sword energy, her figure flickering. Suxian lashed out, not at Li Qingran, but at an empty patch of air. In the next instant, Li Qingran, who had transformed into drifting snow, reappeared right there. His brow furrowed. When did her reactions become this fast? Sensing danger from above, he immediately raised his sword to block. A crushing force slammed into his blade before vanishing just as quickly. He instinctively lashed out with a counterattack, a whip-like kick. But Li Qingran had already drifted 3 steps back. Before he could retract his leg, she thrust forward. Sword light rained down like a storm. The strikes grew faster, heavier. She was using the same move she had once used against Mu Bei's Huang. Lesser non-phase sword 6th form pouring rain. Li Qingran had suppressed his cultivation too much. His body couldn't keep up with his mind's reactions. And he never expected Li Qingran's sword was this fast. Even with his deep knowledge of the lesser non-phase sword, he was forced into a desperate defense. The highest mastery of pouring rain allowed 49 consecutive thrusts. In his memory, Li Qingran had never surpassed 30. If I can just hold out past the 30th strike. SHKRRRK? No time to think. A dazzling sword light burst before his eyes faster than anything before. Descending from above, a slender silhouette followed behind it. A torrential downpour of sword strikes. Even within the storm of slashes, a faint trace of sword intent began to take form. On the 49th thrust, a single, decisive stab unstoppable as a breaking tide. Clang! Li Qingran's sword flew from his hands. He fell to his knees, pupils trembling. He stared blankly at the girl before him. A girl both familiar and foreign. The icy blade of Suxian rested against his throat. How were you able to unleash the final strike of pouring rain? Why? Li Qingran sighed. Or perhaps she mocked herself. Li Qingran, I could always do it. You just never had the patience to let me finish. Li Qingran froze. In his memories, when had it started? When had he stopped being patient whenever his junior sister sought him out for sword practice? He was the one who had encouraged her to spar with him frequently, so why had everything changed? He no longer patiently guided her. No longer waited for her at the training grounds every day. He used to smile and encourage her, carefully reviewing their duels even when she fumbled. But later, no matter how hard Li Qingran tried, all he could see were flaws. Mistakes. He saw her as slow, incompetent, talentless. So that was it. Li Qingran hadn't changed. He had. If Li Qingran at Foundation Establishment had truly wanted to harm Mu Bei's Huang, they never would have been able to stop her. From beginning to end, they had just been lashing out. They weren't protecting anyone. They were venting their frustration because they couldn't take more from her. Li Qingran had always regarded them as senior brothers, as family. But they had lost themselves in the sound of her calling them senior brother. They took it all for granted, until she was gone. Li Qingran understood now. Kill me, punish me however you wish. I owe you that much. He lowered his head, unwilling to meet Li Qingran's eyes. Then destroy your own danion. Li Qingran sheathed her sword and turned away, leaving only a slender yet unyielding silhouette. Li Qingran clenched his fists. Then slowly, released them. If I destroy my danion, will you forgive me? Qingran, will you return to Chixiao Peak? That wavering figure never looked back. The icy wind howled between them. Her reply was resolute. No. Hell yeah. In front of his phone screen, Chen Huayan slapped his thigh in excitement. This is what I'm talking about. Ruthless? Smack them down? Slap every single one of them back in the face? Haha. He had actually been worried that the game developers would pull some bulls, like forcing Li Qingran into a moment of soft-hearted hesitation. Maybe they'd write some emotional misunderstandings resolved nonsense, where Li Qingran would be coaxed into returning to Chixiao Peak, and suddenly all the senior brothers would be regretful and start groveling for her forgiveness. Then he as the player would end up being forced by the plot to support Chixiao Peak and Qingyun Sect like some kind of doormat. Just imagining it made him sick. How was that any different from NTR? But thankfully, the game developers weren't brain dead. Just as he was basking in satisfaction, a notification window popped up. Thank you for supporting our game. Your exclusive game helmet has been delivered. At the same time, thud, a sound came from the door. Chen Huayan practically launched himself to the entrance, flung it open, scanned his surroundings. Then, with a knowing smirk, looked down. Sure enough, a package. He picked it up and hurried back to the sofa. Ripping open the box, he found a helmet. It looked like a motorcycle helmet, but sleeker, more futuristic. On the side was the My Virtual Girlfriend game logo, and next to it, a chibi version of Li Qingran. Chen Huayan slowly typed out a question mark in his mind. The black cat beside him also slowly typed out a question mark in its mind. Chen Huayan, this thing. I'm supposed to wear this? It won't explode, will it? Feels kinda sketchy. This game never looked like one that required a full-on gaming helmet. With a QTS. The black cat twitched its ears. Is this a broken fragment of an immortal artifact? What the hell is this senior's background? He's not some direct descendant of the ancestral dragon, is he? Chen Huayan squinted at the black cat. Why are you shaking? The black cat let out a stiff meow and quickly lowered its head, pretending to lick its paws. I am but a small cat. A tiny, helpless cat. What do I know? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. In the end, Chen Huayan put on the helmet. He might not trust the game developers, but he sure as hell trusted the 300,000 spirit stones he had spent. My Virtual Girlfriend connecting. The screen went black for a moment. Then, Chen Huayan froze, because standing before him was Li Qingran. She took a step forward, then another. She glanced around. He recognized this place. It was Qingyun Sect's central square. What the F? This VR tech is insane. Chen Huayan had tried out the latest VR headsets at an experience center before. Sure, the visuals were realistic, but there was still a clear disconnect and unmistakable sense of artificiality. But this was different. This felt real. He could see the tiny blood vessels beneath Li Qingran's skin. He could hear the faint rustling of sand underfoot. But there was still a barrier, a thin, almost imperceptible veil between him and the game world. He couldn't touch it. Yet even so, 300,000 spirit stones. Not a waste. Not a single bit wasted. Today, I, Li Qingran, will cripple my own danion. First, to atone for my sins. Second, to earn junior sister Qingran's forgiveness. Even if I die, I have no regrets, master. Please allow me this. Li Qingran rose, about to strike at his own danion, when suddenly, insolence. A furious roar erupted from above. In the next instant, Li Qingran's body was frozen in place. You wretched fool. I poured countless efforts into raising you to this level, and you're going to throw it all away over a single person. A worthless disgrace. Get to the reflection cliff and meditate on your sins. At the critical moment, deist Qingxian could no longer sit still. Li Qingran was his most cherished disciple at Novel Bin At. Xiao Yifeng came second. Mu Bei's Huang ranked third, and that was only because she was good at sweet-talking people. But Li Qingran, his first disciple, he had invested too much into him. How could he just stand by and watch him cripple himself? Chen Huayan saw this and immediately frowned. The game developers just couldn't help themselves, could they? They were really about to shove some bull's asterisk down his throat. Your character projection has been activated. You may now freely interact. Current cultivation, nascent soul perfection, remaining time, 21 hours. You may freely speak. Your words and actions will directly influence the plot. Choose carefully. Chen Huayan blinked. He hurriedly swallowed back the expletives he was about to shout. Then, straightened his expression, let out a cold snort, and declared, I already said, no one is allowed to interfere today. Deist Qingxian. Don't say I didn't warn you. A book's value is only realized when you truly need it. Chen Huayan suddenly felt that his vocabulary was incredibly limited. He could only try to force something out. As soon as he spoke, the entire Qingyun Sect plaza fell into a heavy silence. Deist Qingxian remained silent, simply drawing his Qingxian sword. The overwhelming aura of a late nascent soul cultivator surged like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding spiritual qi to churn violently. His hat fell to the ground, and his robes and hair billowed wildly in the unseen force. Elder Qingxian, let's talk this through. Wu Duantian was the last person who wanted to see a fight break out between two cultivators. This was the Qingyun Sect. If a battle broke out, he would be the one suffering for it. Besides, he was still waiting for that mysterious cultivator to help Zhao Lingtian recover his shattered danion. If they became enemies now, how the hell was he supposed to negotiate later? Li Qingran is my personal disciple. How can I stand by and watch his danion be destroyed? Deist Qingxuan's voice turned sharp as he directed his words toward Wu Duantian. He is definitely not at the fusion realm. Judging by his relationship with Li Qingran, even if they aren't master and disciple in name, they share the bond of one. If he were truly a great cultivator of the fusion realm, would he need to be so roundabout in his actions? His tone was resolute. He had made up his mind to protect Lu Changtian at all costs. Wu Duantian let out a sigh. How could he not understand Deist Qingxuan's reasoning? Everyone here wasn't blind. It was clear that the other party was also wary of King Yunsek's strength, which was why he hadn't acted recklessly. But Wu Duantian didn't care about any of that. What realm the opponent was in meant nothing to him. All that mattered was whether he could heal Zhao Lingtian's danion. Can't we just sit down and have a proper conversation? There's nothing to talk about. Deist Qingxuan's expression remained cold as he responded flatly. Fine, then just fight already. Wu Duantian, seeing that persuasion was useless, gave up entirely. Break the Sect's gates, force the ancestor to come out, and let the entire Kangyun realm's righteous and demonic factions mock our Kingyun sect. Good. Then let's see whether any of you even have the right to meddle in this matter today. The space behind Li Qingran twisted. A chilling snort filled with fury echoed from within. A pressure even more terrifying than Deist Qingxuan's descended upon everyone. A figure slowly emerged from the void. Dressed in black, with long white hair, he wielded a black-scaled longsword. His face was shrouded in a divine glow, making his features indistinct, but his air of elegance was undeniable. However, the most striking feature was his pair of golden slit-pupiled eyes, radiating an unparalleled sense of authority. Just making eye contact with him was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Alpha Beta. He hovered behind Li Qingran. As his body fully materialized, roar! A thunderclap split the sky. A massive black dragon's phantom surged forth from behind him, coiling around him in a majestic display of power. Its fangs bared and claws extended, its terrifying presence shook the heavens before partially merging into the black-scaled sword, as if it were the weapon's very soul. S.E. Senior. Li Qingran's eyes locked onto Chen Huayan, who now stood before her. Even though she could only see his side profile, she found herself unable to breathe. Her face grew hotter, and her mind went completely blank. Step back, girl. I am about to put on a show start killing. Li Qingran was nervous, but so was Chen Huayan. His vision was filled with a dazzlingly chaotic array of skill icons, all fully lit up. He didn't even know what half of them did before he could even figure things out. He had already been thrown into the fray. And the worst part? He was wearing a VR helmet. The hyper-immersive experience only intensified his sense of urgency. He didn't even dare to look at Li Qingran. He had glanced at her once just now. She was too stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. The difference between seeing her in VR and real life was night and day. He was afraid that if he kept looking, he wouldn't be able to look away. Now the real problem was how the hell was he supposed to fight? Tap on whatever's glowing? But everything was glowing? Beginner combat tutorial initiated. A game window popped up in Chen Huayan's vision, and he was instantly overjoyed. Thank God, it's a noob-friendly tutorial. We're saved. The next second, everything around him froze. Chen Huayan realized he had entered the tutorial and immediately turned his head to stare at Li Qingran, committing her face to memory. This was what he called desensitization training. This game utilizes the latest neural mapping technology, allowing players to control their characters entirely through thought. A water-like mirror and a practice dummy appeared before him. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from Li Qingran's face, Chen Huayan turned to the mirror and attempted a peace sign. A nascent soul perfection cultivator making such a gesture was absurdly out of place. He quickly returned to his composed, otherworldly demeanor. Once fully immersed in character, he couldn't help but put on an act. All techniques and skills available to you will be mapped directly into your mind. Don't worry, this will not burden your brain. As the mapping process continues, they will gradually become part of your muscle memory. Please attack the training dummy. Chen Huayan considered for a moment before casually slashing at the dummy. The dummy shattered instantly. There was no impact feedback. It felt like slicing through tofu. Way too effortless. Please use a skill. The dummy regenerated, and after a moment's thought, Chen Huayan activated Green Lotus Sword Manual, first form, riding the waves. Swoosh! With a sharp sword cry, his body moved with the sword, striking as fast as a dragon. In an instant, a blinding sword light flashed, and the dummy was sliced into 4 pieces. In the next moment, he was already back in place, while a watery afterimage of himself remained at the dummy's previous location, frozen in a thrusting motion. At that moment, the second part of riding the waves lit up. Shadow Strike, instantly teleport to your afterimage and thrust again. Holy sh*T, that's sick. Chen Huayan might not have been well-read, but he knew how to appreciate something awesome. Who would have thought the very first move of the Green Lotus Sword Manual would be this insane? He had to master it and teach it to Li Qingran. Tutorial complete. Enjoy your game. The frozen world around him came back to life. Chen Huayan's gaze locked onto Lu Changtian and Deist Qingxian. The hesitation in his eyes was gone, replaced by unwavering confidence. So, Deist Qingxian, you like to meddle, huh? Chen Huayan smirked coldly. For stubborn old fossils like him, there was only one solution. Drop the ultimate move. In his mind, Green Lotus Sword Manual, 10th form, moon rises over Tianshan surfaced. The 11th and 12th forms were still locked. Nascent soul perfection wasn't enough to use them at novel bin at. Otherwise, he would have planted the entire Milky Way onto deist King Suan's face. His black-scaled sword slid half an inch from its sheath, its radiance dim yet sharp. A storm of sword intent spilled forth, slicing the very air with an eerie screech. So you want to protect your disciple, Qingxian? Chen Huayan's eyes gleamed. Then take this sword. Clang! Thunderous sword cries echoed. Above the King Yun Sect's grand hall, a sliver of moonlight rose from the earth.